Kia ora and welcome back for day number 3 of the Wild Rift SEA Champs. With our opening games now complete from each of the brackets, it's time to now find out which teams will be staying and which teams will be going home. A big apology to everyone out there watching because it has taken a bit of time for us to get here. We've had some technical issues, but the studio are well underway to get themselves back to that full broadcast potential. My name is Skimmy. I'll be your host for the evening once again, and I am joined on the desk by these two very handsome individuals. I've got Omo on one side, I've got Contra on the other. We've got ourselves a chance now to get into the knockout stages where we're seeing which teams are staying, which teams are going back. Now, let's whiz on with things. No time to mess around. We're a little bit late as it is. So let's start with that first, Ross. Let's bring up Team A. Contra, talk me through the Bajai Dragons.
Bajai Dragons were the first seed back in the summer season to head into Summer Super Cup, but heading into the fall season here to qualify for the Southeast Asia Championship, we see their performance decline, and it was Geek Fam that skyrocketed and took over that title to be crowned as the Malaysian champions here. Now, going up against Divine Esports, they have to put up their best performance or else they'll be fading away from this tournament.
They certainly will be, and I'm glad you said that because you've stolen the words right out of my mouth. Let's bring up that schedule and show you exactly what's in store because Contra does it so much better than me. Let's see what we have. We've got 3 games. We've got 2 that'll be sending these teams home. We've got a chance for one of these teams to make it all the way through to the grand final. That will be Bracket A. Boom United up at 3 p.m. Singapore time. Maybe a little bit delayed now, given the current schedule. So forget about the timing. That is the runner show that we're looking at. But it will be a big ask for those 2 teams to see if, well, they have the chance to get out and go through to the group stage. As you mentioned there already, Contra, our opening game of the night will be the Bajai Dragons from Malaysia taking on Divine Esports. And at the end of the day, it's all about Invade as well as the Saigon Phantom. Now, we alluded to it before. Let's jump back into it now. That is the schedule. Let's bring up these rosters. Let's bring up these players. And let's now deep dive into the Bajai Dragons. So you mentioned already, Contra, but what should we be looking forward to this time? Because it wasn't the best start, was it?
It certainly wasn't the best start. And we look at Bajai Dragons, who mainly plays around Sagi and have Chili to always assist with those roams, but he hasn't been activated on that up bracket run. Now that they're having their final chance here, I'm not too certain of what they could potentially bring up to the table, but we've seen him coming with pocket picks out there. He loves the Kaisa a lot, but you gotta look out for Tristana if he ever plays it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Bajai Dragons in their regular season run as well as Celia was a big part of their successes as well. But here we saw them go up against Buriram United. The coordinated efforts of that team around Noel, their Baron laner, truly just shut down Celia and made Sagi their sole carry threat. And like Contra mentioned, right, he wasn't quite able to pull it off in the previous games.
Going to be a tough ask for them, none the least. I mean, we've sort of seen really what they can achieve during their regular split, but coming into this one, there was a big focus on Acelia, making his life a bit of a misery. I mean, we can sort of look at the stats for the full season and parallel that with what he's done so far here. 1 kill, 14 deaths. He's down there really being left on a bit of an island. His stats are that much the same as a support player. He needs a big win here today. He played the likes of Fiora, Darius, as well as the Gragas. As the series went on, it felt like they said, all right, you are getting focused. Let's put you on a champion that can try and survive weak side. But the game plan at that stage was a little bit too far gone. Let's flip the script, though, and let's talk about the opposition. Divine Esports, they were the first matchup of the night in the play-ins. High hopes for this team. It didn't really go their way, but Somo, why might it go their way tonight?
Well, if you look at Divine Esports across the board, from the top to the bot, they are the most, or rather one of the most stacked rosters in the entire event. Individually speaking, mechanically speaking, you can count on any of these players to pop off. Tanex and Coyote especially were the 2 key players we were looking at, with LAN functioning as an enabler for them, but they weren't quite able to pull it off in their first match, going up against, I believe that was Invade? Actually, I'm not sure. We'll have to double back on that one. But yeah, Divine Esports didn't quite manage to deliver. Sorry, against Boom Esports, that's right. They dropped the ball there. We have a bit of an interview segment that we're not going to get into, I believe. But Coyote was basically saying, I wasn't able to activate my team. I wasn't able to play to our strengths. And that's on me. We'll do better here today. And I have high hopes for this team if that's their takeaway.
That's right, and if we look at Tan X, he's usually the dominating Baron laner out there. And if it's going against Asila here with his current record, they stand a really good chance to really get out of this mess here in the lower bracket. So other than that, the bottom lane is always going to be their safety net when it comes down to the late game. So Divine Esports definitely does fancy a little bit of a chance here against Bajau Dragons, but Bajau Dragons, I feel like they haven't shown their strongest cards for far, so I wonder if they could actually pull off something special today.
Well, I'm curious because we did tout Coyote to be the one to watch right now, and he had the stats leading into the series as a player that is phenomenal, not only in champion depth, but his actual performances themselves. But quite honestly, gentlemen, he did get mid-gapped. It was a bit of a brutal one in that regard, but I'm sure he's got the ability to bounce back. They've shown that they got the resolution that they can do so, despite the adversity that went their way. Let's bring up those predictions, though, and let's see if our tune has changed from last time when these two teams had their battles. We went Divine Esports as a perfect 3-0, I believe, was how we open up the show here with the C Champs, and we'll get to see exactly what we think about it this time, because I'm going to bet that we're probably still on that Divine Esports hype train. Look, Vietnam got a dub last night. Team Flash salvaged the region and said, look, guys, you know, the rest of the teams aren't doing too well, but we're here. Now, Omo, we are both on the same wavelength, but I'm not surprised. Contra, tell me, the shirt's off, but you're still going for them.
Well, I'm just going to keep it for now until they win. But just a fun fact for those who are currently watching from all over the world, today is actually a public holiday for Malaysia, and it's Malaysia Day. So I think that they have something to fight for to prove back to the home region out there, and I still don't see their strongest picks as of yet. So maybe they stand a chance because Divine, they didn't really look that hot in that series itself. And Omo, we had a little bit of a backstage chat where you did mention that Brave United seems to be one of the strongest team in the entirety of this whole tournament. So perhaps this is where they can actually get a few games off against Divine.
True. I didn't expect to be called out on that one so early on today, but we'll get into it later on as Buriram plays. But like you mentioned, right? Buriram, I think they are one of the stronger teams here. Them demolishing Bajau Dragons, for lack of a better word, could just be, because they're that good, not because Bajau Dragons are, weak or whatever, right? But on the same flow, right? I feel like Divine Esports is one of those teams who should be considered a favorite in the entire tournament, which is why I thought Group A would be so stacked coming into the day, right? Because it should be BRU against Divine. If they're both on form, they can go far in the tournament. But some slip-ups here and there, and now we do see these two teams face off in the lower bracket, and we are heading to Champion Select here.
That's right, Divine Esports starts on blue, and Millie goes in for an Olaf ban. Very interesting against Bajau Dragons, meaning to say that they want Bajau Dragons to take a little bit more of a risk, whereas Senna is a perma-ban against BJD for many of the teams that have been competing against them. No global pressure also with that Gallo being removed.
Yeah, Galio being removed is a very good call. Chile will favor these global roaming champions when he has the chance to, and Galio is one of the safer options that are harder to punish. If Chile goes for a Twisted Fate, I do expect Coyote, if he's feeling himself, he has many options to counterpick that one, including, I believe, a Pocket Yasuo as well. And the picks are coming out fast here. Varus, Riven, and Bran. I'm really liking what Divine have so far.
That's some really good hot takes right there. So we've mentioned that this is going to be a very aggressive jungling that's coming from Divine Esports. If you put him on the Ribbon, sure, he could go for it. Or Connex, who could absolutely dominate against Asilla if he ever tries to even think about that Fiora again.
Indeed, and I don't think that that's a pick that we're going to be seeing here today. I feel like they would have learned their lesson. There we go, Twisted Fate for BJD, right? I want to see what Divine take to counter this one. It could be a Bran mid, but Bran, Varus, and the Dragon Lane can be a very dominant duo as well. So I won't be surprised if they flex that down to support and we see Coyote go for something a bit more punishing here.
Yeah, and you can already imagine the Pyroclasm that works alongside with the Chain of Corruption. So that's going to be a pretty massive ult that Bajau Dragons may not be able to run away from. But with good enough pressure, and look at this, Asilla thinks that, hey, we can go for the Fiora yet again, and perhaps this time it may work, but is he pretty certain about this? I don't fancy his chances, but I guess we just gotta believe.
Well, we gotta break it down, right? If we were in the Bajau Dragon shoes, their top process probably read along the lines of, this is our strongest comp, this is our most successful player, and we need to try to play around him. This time we have the tools. We have Xin Zhao to be aggressive in the early game, we have Twisted Fate who can roam and has the globals. Maybe this is the game we can set Asilla up for success. But in my opinion, taking mechanics checks against a team like Divine is not a good idea.
That's
What do we
pretty
make of the
much true.
draft in that one, Contra? Because I'm seeing a lot of the similarities that these teams faced in their opening matches to start off their bracket story. I feel like the likes of Lee Sin are just going to be perma-banned away. Ziggs may just be that highly contested picks, despite we know the likes of Saigon just wanting to play, the Kais whenever he gets the opportunity. I feel like the Ziggs is certainly going to be one that gives them that the extra basket. Before we further the casters, which draft are you liking and why?
Well, as much as I put my vote on Bajaj Dragons, I think that they might have slightly got outdrafted right here, because in that late game itself, I wonder how much can that Fiora actually offer if she wants to go in for that split push. And most certain than not, you will always have a Riven that's going to be chasing after her, so that problem can easily be solved by Divine Esports. And I think that this is just one form of a way that they can actually get all that sort of lead. But when it comes down to team fighting, I guess they can do decent enough pokes to lower down health bars before committing with the Xin Zhao, diving in forward as a mid shield. But what about you, Omo? Because Divine Esports, this is something that they are familiar with.
I mean, I think it breaks down into two very simple things for us to keep track of, right? On the side of BJD, can you set up Auxilia for success? Can you play around your globals? And can you enable the Fiora? On the side of Divine Esports, can you out-team fight them? Can you out-mechanics them? Can you find the picks? And is your Riven going to be able to pop off? They didn't lock in the Kazakhs in the end. Got bamboozled there.
Well, let's see. We are going to throw a good cross to our casting team. Is the Fiora curse still there? It was a game 1 pick last time. It's a game 1 pick this time. Let's throw it across to Yuko and TJ.
I wonder which team will be able to survive this first series of the day. Good things are definitely worth the wait, and we have an amazing series ahead for you guys. We'll be your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is TJ.
I'm very far away. I'm very small, but I am over here.
Well, you're kind of taller to me compared to the, camera and everything.
Now.
I think even in real life. But yeah, you saw the draft. You also saw the bans. The analyst desk asked this toward each other. I'm gonna ask you too. Which draft are you more favored to?
I heard Omo and Contra being really critical of that Riven pick, or of that Fiora pick, and I actually like it because I was looking at the pool that gets played by Asilla in these matchups. He's got his 3 most played characters during the regular season were Akali, Darius, and Fiora. They did a very good job, first of all, target banning away Tarnex. They removed the Camille, they removed the Renekton, his 2 most favored characters. You don't want to play Akali into Riven. Darius is sketchy into Riven and doesn't do well if you amp up the lane. You can't really do much with the Darius. I actually really like giving the Fiora over to Asilla because there is the potential to skill check the Riven, land the right riposte, win the 1v1s, and have a really serious split pushing threat in the late game. Now, can you do that versus Tarnex, one of the best top laners in this tournament? I don't know, but I like the idea.
And that is the question we'll be answering once we head on to the rift. We did talk about this off camera. These 2 Baron laners, they really need to pop off in the early game because most of the control of the front line and even the damage will come out from them. They only have the ADCs for the damage towards the late game.
Yeah, and if we're looking at kind of the mid-game spikes here, I'm paying attention to the Twisted Fate in particular. I think Bajaj Dragons have a win condition through that top lane we're talking up. It needs to come out though.
It really need to. Indeed, with all that said and done, the draft and bans are picked, and we hop straight into game number 1. Again, Divine Esports versus Bajaj Dragons. A bit of a small rush of death there, but looks like Bajaj, they will let it go and just focus on Coyote.
Yeah, Chili versus Coyote is one of the most exciting parts of this game for me. We're seeing an early invade.
Definitely. I mean, this is
There's
just
no
them.
buff. It wandered all the way to the
It walked away alongside Kazakhs. Come on. Len really charmed the buff there. So Bajaj Dragons' invade was a little bit late, a few seconds late.
Hey kid, you want to see my Kazakhs build? Red buff's just like, yeah. I'm gonna follow you all the way to the mid lane.
And then bro was like, where is it?
They do eventually get that buff stolen away. Keep track. Oh, he's walking back into it.
Yep.
Len
Looks
in
like
danger.
Okay, was he able to get it though? Looks okay. Now you have Berjaya being boxed in by Divine Esports. Coyote does use flag and to jump in. Gold card will connect Coyote very, very low, but first blood gets secured by Berjaya Dragons. And with that, Divine Esports, they get one kill. That is to be another kill going over to Twisted Fate Winter in front of everything. Stuns was too much for them to bear. A double kill for Chili. Goodness me, what a start for Berjaya Dragons.
A triple kill! Berjaya Dragons just get the freest team fight of their lives handed to them by Divine. It's exactly what went wrong for them during their match versus Boom, and it's gonna get worse!
Whoa! That's a lead
my God.
right there.
Berjaya Dragons are at their power spike right now. This is the early game strength of Berjaya. They have Braum, they have Twisted Fate, both of whom are incredibly powerful in the first first three levels. Divine Esports walk into that with a series of characters, none of whom can do anything when they're level 1, level 2. Coyote on the Jarvan literally doesn't have buttons he can push that do damage. Len does not do anything into an early team fight without the isolation buff. There's just no way that a Kha'Zix is providing any kind of meaningful damage. Divine absolutely should not have opted into that. They absolutely cannot take fights like that.
Let's see the small replay here. Tanex versus Esila. I believe it was the Ignite that finished him off. That was a very good repost from Esila, actually.
Beautiful. And this is everything I was talking about, Yuko, when I said that Berjaya Dragons did have a chance through the mid lane. Chili now has the gold. He has so much gold. He's going to be a damage threat unto himself. But he has the gold to really amp up these side lanes as well. This is Rod of Ages at 3 minutes into game. If he's able to get into any of the other lanes with that AP, he's going to easily win those 2v2s, those 3v3s in the side lanes, and boost those players out ahead as well. I want to see that directed towards Isilla in the top line.
Definitely. We are going to be seeing Destinies all over the Baron lane later on, right after he clears the wave here and even get the Honey Fruit. But again, this is a very good play by Berjaya to just utilize their lineup in the early game, just trying to limp Divine Esports. Tanex very, very low, but still is pretty much alive and gets away.
Somebody check Contra's heart rate.
Contra, are you okay? Somewhere in the analyst desk.
The man who chose Berjaya against all the odds yesterday. Today, on a day of national celebration, everyone in the Malaysian region has to be so excited right now. Berjaya absolutely chewing up the early game now. They have a 2,000 gold lead, a lot of it on the key carries, and they're going to try and boost this. Here's the gameplay. Destiny
stuns gold card, and goodbye, Tanex.
Wow.
That was a very quick kill going over to Berjaya.
And that's just the exact game plan they want to execute, right? You want to be using the gold you have in the mid lane, teleport into the side lane, yes, get another kill. Look at the timing on it. Berjaya are not just going to get more kills, more gold inside of Scylla, not just going to get the turret and all that gold inside of Scylla. This doesn't matter. I'm going to talk through it. And they're also going to get the Rift Herald. So Berjaya have just grown their gold lead astronomically.
This is it, man. The perfect start for the team in red. And you have Brand being able to just zone out Braum. No, we will get the turret and then we will recall.
Okay, Sagi does die during my minor freakout. That could have implications. I don't think it matters right now. What it means is that Divine get a turret down bottom, get a little bit of gold back over. They have a late game win condition in this Brand Varus bottom lane. Divine need to last till like 15-20 minutes in order to have a reasonable path back into this game though.
Here, I have a question. Will they be able to survive or stretch until the 15 minutes though? Because again, look at the gold lead. Look at how Esila is 1 level up compared to Tanex.
I'm gonna say no, and one of the reasons why you've just seen down bottom, they have so much turret take over on Berjaya. You have Fiora, whose empowered auto attacks destroy turrets. You have Twisted Fate, who absolutely munches on turrets. He takes big healthy bites out of them. And then you've also got the Ziggs, whose whole thing is that he can blow up turrets. So they are just going to absolutely destroy any structure that's left unguarded. And I really struggle to see a path back into this game for Divine.
And even though there was a bit of love taps here and there in the mid lane, Ziggs is pretty much free farming in the Baron lane. He's okay. He's just trying to ramp up on the items.
Oh my god, Chili's almost at second item already.
That's how fast it is.
This is disgusting, Yuka.
Oh, let's just wait and see. I have a question though. Which will happen first? Chili getting his second item or Divine Esports getting the second turret?
If I have to compete in the Yuko game show, I'm gonna say they pump the brakes here. This is what I want Burjaya to do, is just stall out. So I think Chili easily gets the second item. Because the only way Divine have access to turrets right now, have access to turret take, is if Burjaya makes some massive teamfight mistakes. And I don't think that's what you're looking for right now if you're Burjaya. In order to kind of grow this gold lead, they just want to take individual poke picks, rely on those gold cards to find you entries to fights. Once you land a gold card stun, once you get that CC rolling, you take the advantaged fight, and you turn that into the next objective, that being the Cloud Dragon a bit.
Hello, TanX. Syndicate trying to chase down this Riven. Riven being able to get away with Broken Wing.
You see how if Chili doesn't find the gold card, they just don't go for the play. Because that's what matters here. If you can find the gold card, Burjaya have a free kill. If they don't have a free kill, they don't need to take that risk. If it is anything other than like a 70% sure kill, why run those odds? They have a better chance in this game if they don't. One of the other things that Burjaya are also looking for here, Yuko, is they're looking for an angle to throw the Rift Herald down in. So a kill would mean kind of a cascade of failures. If they get a kill, they instantly turn it into a Rift Herald charge, instantly turn that into a turret, instantly turn that into a Drake. If they can't find a pick here, and Divine have done a very good job of preventing that, then we're looking for, okay, where are they going to spend the Rift Herald in order to buy space to take this dragon?
Winter gets caught out, but Divine Esports looks like they're not gonna get it. It's just a Braum, a very tanky Braum. They most likely will just try to either get Sagi or this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, Burjaya, not aggressive enough for me. Not taking any of the picks or summoning the Rift Herald here in the mid lane to punish the Dragon's Egg.
I was expecting them to, okay, a bit too late, a few seconds late, but it's better than nothing.
That wasn't a summon. I think that was just a default. I think it was just running out of time. This Rift Herald's gonna wander out of the jungle. Oh no.
He gets caught in. Oh no, he does pop with the stopwatch, so that is gonna be the Gishafish connected onto None. Fate gets taken down. Kill going over to Tan. Cataclysm connecting onto Winter, forced to flash out.
I don't know. 10 minutes now, Divine have gotten the gold back. And everything that looked so good for Burjaya has fallen apart.
That was the leap straight into Sagi's face, and after getting the kill, Divine Esports, they get their second turret.
And Divine have clawed their way right back into this game. They now have the gold lead again. As the Rift Herald is wasted, as Burjaya don't stick together around their key playmakers. We have not seen Chili land a gold card for an initiation. And all of the advantage that they got out of that level 1 fight is now squandered. Burjaya need to take fair team fights, essentially. Now, I do think they can win those fair team fights, but they shouldn't have had to.
Okay, thought there was going to be a skirmish there. But yeah, I do agree. Chile needs to start landing these gold cards. And Burjaya, they need to start getting these pickups or these 5v5 team fights. Because, like what you said, the advantage that they had earlier, it's pretty much thrown out of the window. And now Divine Esports, they're the ones that's on the hunt.
And just to get a little more mechanical about what went wrong around that Cloud Drake, Burjaya, if you position defensively on the dragon, they have... Okay, I'm going to hold this thought because we have a play up top.
Really good shield coming out from Winter.
Watch
They'll be able to stop the possible gank from their jungler. Tag will just clear the waves. But again, Divine Esports, they are holding their ground up top Brand sending out flames here and there. Vigashifted connecting onto one, but now you have the kites coming in from Divine Esports. Teleport from Berjaya, but they're pretty much locked in. Sato Charge will connect. Cataclysm connecting onto Esila. Esila trying to get the next possible target, but Sagi still gets bursted down with that Syndicate trying to chase down the members of Divine, but instead, he was the one that got bursted down. A leap onto Chili. Esila trying to outmaneuver this Kha'Zix, but it's not going to be enough. With that, Kha'Zix get the double kill. A kite from Hope 1. And with that, Divine Esports get the win 4-2.
And that's everything they need, Yuko. That's going to turn immediately into the Baron. And Berjaya really slow on the rotate there. Good redemption. We'll actually deny that Baron take. But they were really slow on the rotate there. There was such a long time where Divine were sieging the top turret, and Berjaya still had Chili not positioning, not trying to clear out. I know he has the teleport, but once you spam the Destiny Gate, you should be you get full vision, so you should be doing that proactively in that kind of situation, so you know where the threat's coming from for your teammates.
Flag and drag onto Winter, but it's not gonna result too much. Missing arrow will be by Hope 1 as well. Divine Esports trying to get as much vision as they can. A few fight, 1v1 here down at the Dragon Lane side. Esila, 1v1, no, let's make that 1v2. Len joins in and actually gets a kill onto Fiora.
And now it's really hard for Berjaya to get out from behind where their turrets have fallen. They only have one tier 1 left on the map. And again, Chili not able to contribute to that isolated pick. I want to see these Twisted Fate ultimates coming out much more aggressively.
Destiny has been popped, but still was not
again.
able to get Tan X. That was a wasted ultimate. And with that, Divine Esports, they will position themselves in the Infernal Dragon's Pit.
Here's the play from Berjaya. They didn't contest the earlier dragon, and they're not going to contest this one either. They're, of course, at a gold deficit at this point, which means that Berjaya can't contest the third Drake of the game. All 3 Drakes are in Divine's pocket, and that's, of course, an Infernal, so there's a pretty serious damage spike for Divine right around the time of their own item spikes. Start looking for Quay and Hope 1 to be really shredding here.
Onyx still alone there, and to highlight what you said earlier, yes, Berjaya could not even try to contest in the Dragon because their first outer mid lane turret is down, which is why Divine Esports was very much confident to try and have first dibs in the Dragon.
And I don't want to... Actually, I'm lying. I do want to be a little bit mean to Chili.
Hey.
When you are playing Twisted Fate in competitive play, you need to be teleporting into plays before the plays happen. You should be moving as the initiation comes out. And we've repeatedly seen very reactionary Twisted Fate teleports that mean he's just too late to the action.
Flag and drag reaching Sagi. Sagi flashes out, stuns connecting onto Coyote, but they don't care. Mega Inferno Bomb being sent out. Brom gets bursted down. Syndicate trying to run away with his life, but still, Tanix gets a kill onto Esila. Bursting Arrow not gonna connect, but still, a double kill for Tanix. Them being able to win that fight is equal to a possible Baron take.
A 1v2 from Tarnax in the bottom lane, taking out Chili and Esila. And that spells doom, because we talked about at the very beginning, the idea of the Fiora being able to contain the Riven. That's not going to happen. And oh dear, Syndicate.
Oh dear, Syndicate indeed, still trying to run away, was forced to use the flash. And with that, Divine Esports, with their Baron buff minions, will get this Baron lane turret.
And what was a much closer game than we thought we were going to have has ended rather where we thought it would. I said earlier, somebody check on Contra's heart rate. I think maybe someone should just check on Contra. Because
are you okay?
Berjaya Dragons, after a devastating advantage in the early game, a beautiful level 1 fight, it's all kind of fallen apart. They squandered their advantage and Divine have woken back up.
Looks like it. I mean, give Divine Esports a lead and they will just crush you. With that, Berjaya is left to question themselves. What is the next possible thing to do? Syndicate receiving a lot of damage there. Divine Esports having their eyes in this last mid lane outer to a possible engage. Maybe Fuse is being thrown out, but Berjaya, they're being very, very careful. A jump in right into Berjaya Dragon. Teleports coming in. Fisher connecting onto two, but here comes TanX focusing down on Winter, and Brom will be another casualty, another win, another kill for Divine Esports' pocket.
Coyote tanking, I think, 4, maybe 5 turret shots that fight. Just buying so much time for Divine as they hard shove. And Chili being out-damaged as this incredibly fed Twisted Fate, unable to find value. Oh my lord! Gets flashed on by the support!
Still a flash in as well. Repost will be used. It was enough to take down Brand, but at cost of his own life. With that, Kha'Zix is now unstoppable.
You have to do that, though. If you don't kill Quay, you're leaving your man out to dry. There's a certain amount of vengeance you need to prove the point, Yuko.
Len, hello? That was a very tense damage coming out from Kha'Zix. With that, the base of Berjaya Dragons is pretty much open, with the dragon being up in 12 more seconds.
If I ever get flashed on by a brand support, if anyone humiliates me like that, I need you to go in and 1v1 him, alright, Yuko?
Why me?
Because if you don't do it, who will?
You, maybe? Come on, man.
No, I'm dead.
We believe in you. Me and Des believes in you, man. Even in your 200 MS ping, we believe you. Come on.
We've got the Elder Drake up right now, and this should be the nail in the coffin for Berjaya. Divine zoning here.
Destiny has been popped to get vision for Berjaya. They must contest this, but looks like Divine Esports still the team that's very much confident. Also have TanX split pushing down at the Dragon side.
I will let chat know. We did have a little bit of a technical delay earlier, and during that time we were playing ARAM. The caster squad won the best of 5.
We were so good. TJ was a support, but now you have the support being stunned. Winter uses the Gish of Fisher, but it's not going to be enough. He does flash out with that. Isilla being able to get one kill. TanX is now unstoppable, jumping right on Isilla's face. A shutdown on Kha'Zix though, but TanX being able to get the revenge kill for his team, plus a double kill. Still, Divine Esports win that trade with a 4-0. 4-1 rather.
Divine shoving in, and this should be the game over and done with, despite Berjaya's level 1.
Man, game 1 will end, and Divine Esports start the day, start series number 1 with a bang.
Well, it didn't start the series with a bang. It was kind of...
Come on, the comeback was there, right?
And then it became a solid win. Divine can't be too happy with the level 1, but it seems to have woken them up. And a lot of the questions we had about this team after their loss to Boom the other day, I think have been answered by what we just saw. We see Len step up, take control of the game. We see a lot more aggression from Coyote. Those are the things that we were missing when they had their upset loss to Boom. And it's good for anyone who's a fan of Divine or the Vietnamese region to see them performing like this in game number 1.
I'm hearing the cheers all over the caster desk. However, I'm gonna ask again to the panelists out there. Concha, are you okay? Skimmy and friends, back to you.
Well, I know I'm happy, and I know that Omo's happy, but I'm not sure if Contra is there. He's shaking his head. He's not a happy man. Look, he saw that level 1 invade. He thought, hang on a minute, what on earth is going on? The 5-man, the ace, the Asilla solo kill in the top lane. He's got no pressure. He's winning it, and then something happened, and we went, how have they lost this? Why is it going so pear-shaped? Contra, I mean, break it down for me, because I'm looking at a situation where there are 3 dragons picked up at 13 minutes. It just looked like BJD didn't want to push their lead.
Yeah, and I guess you were spot on that. Like, you saw what happened in level 1. That's kind of like a late ace coming in, and with Isilla going and winning that 1v1 trade, I thought everything was going well. But they didn't try to open things up even more when they have all the advantage given to them. So maybe it starts from that punishment from Divine Esports when they trade right back. They punish Sagi for staying in the lane. And after that, Divine Esports just kept securing dragons after dragons, going for really good pickoffs. And I felt Syndicate going on the redemption here might not have been benefiting from those stats. He did stop the Baron, but that's just about it. You ideally want that Gargoyle Stone play.
Yeah, I mean, the Redemptions was a bit of a cope to me coming out as well. And if you look across the board, let's take a quick look at Tan X, the damage dealt by this man, Hope 1, Quare as well on the bot lane, Brand, the support Brand. These three guys doing exactly what they needed to do, and I think that this is what we need to see coming from Divine. Coyote and Lan being the enablers for your team. We talked about how Coyote can play a carry, he can perform on the right circumstances, but he's so good at enabling his team as well. And hand in hand with Lan, we see how they do that across the board. And if we have to talk about the level 1, right, I feel like that tells the story about the whole series that we're going to see. I had this one down as a 3-0, and Bajaya Dragons being 5-0 and up, and then still getting stomped, tells us basically all we need to know, I think.
And is that a worrying time to be a Bajai fan, would you say here, Contra? Because you're seeing them have such a strong start, but they aren't really able to then push that lead. You've got a Twist of Fate that wants to be present on the map. We saw a few moments where that Destiny was finding value, but then it was a case of Escilla is now the focus. Sagi's left on an island. He got 0 kills, 0 support. Ziggs is meant to be the top damage regardless of win or loss, but they were never able to put him in a position to satchel charge the siege, to poke from afar, to do really too much. And they'll be hoping that he can do a lot more in game number 2, because we're going to a quick break. As we start off the series, Divine Esports take game number 1. And welcome back for game number 2. Divine Esports opening things up with a win, a much needed one at that to build some momentum and bring us back to why we touted this team as to be one of the favorites. Now, it wasn't all stars and rainbows to start off with, though. There were a bit of a hiccup in that early game. Now, I mean, Bajai Dragon said, okay, you know, you've got a composition with a brand, you want to be aggressive, you want to come and fight us. How about we just beat you at that? And, you know, you have to wonder what on earth was going on, how he weren't able to close things out from that point onwards. But before we do jump into that little breakdown, it's a time and a chance now to shout out to one of our sponsors who helped make the Sea Champs what they are. A big shout out obviously goes to Franklin Templeton, as you also can open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Be sure to get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Now let's speak about investing here, Contra, because if you put all that pressure in the early game, you've got a great start. You've got an Asilia Fiora top lane, and you're thinking, Fiora hasn't looked too good in this tournament. It's looking strong. He's winning 1v1s. And then suddenly, you know, they just stepped their foot off the accelerator and said, oh, welcome back, Divine Esports. Have a team fight, have a dragon, have a few more. Where did it all go wrong for you?
Well, I think that it started off pretty well for Bajai Dragons, to say the very least. We saw that level 1 engaged that have brought them all 5 kills, but translating to what they needed was seemingly a problem here when we saw that team fight breaking down over top lane, and somehow Bajai Dragons delivered what Divine Esports wanted, the extended trade, the excellent team fight. So that didn't give them too much of a good time, and after that, they started crumbling, and I'm looking at that Twisted Fate here. Great pick, indeed, but they have to be proactive with it, especially when the Destiny is up.
Well, I think there's more layers to that as well, right? I think those are great points that you raised, but I think there's certain things that we need to take note of as well. When you think about the Twisted Fate, I think we mentioned in the draft as well, right? It's interlocked, it's interlaced with the Xin Zhao pick, and you really need to make these two work together. The failure to execute on the part of the TF, I'm not exactly sure who it comes from, that's the thing. It could be Chile, it could be Syndicate, or it could be both of them. Additionally, I want to point out that I have never, I think, ever seen a Riven pop off in lane. I'm pretty sure I've only seen Rivens consistently lose lanes, but her power and her strength comes from the mid to late games team fights, and I think that that's exactly where Tarnax delivered. So getting solo killed by Cilia early on, I think it was good. Signs of life from Bajai Dragon's Baron laner wasn't quite enough, right? Because when you see Tarnax come into the team fights, that's where he shines, that's where he pops off, and I think Bajai's team composition as a whole just did so well in team fights.
2 points to break down from that one though, Omo. First of all, you mentioned the mid-jungle synergy being such a core component of any good roster here for Wild Rift competitive, because you need that enabling communication to say, come to my lane, we're roaming as two, we're acting as a support duo to you know, target a lane. We did see that in the initial phase of the game. They were going topside, making the Riven's life a living hell, so much so that Tarnax was saying, well, am I ever going to be able to group up? Am I going to be at such a deficit? But then to flip the script, as we saw in that montage replay, he's able to 1v2 at some point. The rest of the team are split crossing the map. He's close. 1v2ing, flashing away, blinking health bar, and still getting it done. So how do we go from such extreme parallels? And is that an early concern so early on into a best of 5, do you think, Omo, that the mid jungle is perhaps a little bit apprehensive once mid game rolls around?
I think there's many issues for this Bajai Dragons roster. Like Contra says, they do some things well. We have to give them credit for that. They have some plans coming to draft, and that's exactly what we saw here today. Twisted Fate, Fiora, Sin. We want to play to the Baron lane. Sagi is going to wave clear on Ziggs, and Brom's going to keep them safe. It's a good game plan. It's a solid game plan. They went for a level 1 invade, knowing they were stronger in the early game. It's fantastic. Problem is, I think that Divine just have them outclassed mechanically and individually, and to me it's a bit of a shame that Divine had a bit of sloppy showing on the first day. I would have liked to see how Bajai Dragons would have fared up against a team like Boom Esports. I think that would have been a very interesting matchup to watch. Unfortunately, we're not going to get that though, so I think we should be hyped to see more Divine mechanical outplays. I think that's the key for me here.
Well, to add on top of that, Divine definitely looking sublime when it comes down to the mid game. Early game, maybe they were just having a little bit of nerves out there, but after that they caught on well. I think adaptability is the key here, also for Bajai Dragons, where now that they've already seen what Divine Esports can offer, I've seen Sagi that has gone on multiple games with that Varus, and maybe in this round itself, if they were to go in first pick or second pick, you could just reveal your bot lane completely and give a few picks out and slowly play back to the strength of Bajar Dragon's bottom lane, because Sagi wasn't getting too much advantage. Yeah, sure, you got all those pokes as well as big damages with Mega Inferno Bomb if you have the Ziggs, but
Yeah.
it doesn't give you any sort of a good lead into that late game that they're looking for.
But let's talk about that bot lane, because Sagi has been this core component of the roster, a big reason why they're here. But he's had that center banned away every single game so far. That is a pick that he's synonymous with. We know the success that he can find with it. I don't think he's ever going to find it. And if they are to bow out in this fashion, they're going to have to try and reinvent the wheel in some fashion, right? Sure, Ziggs is that hot pick right now, where if your bot lane can flex into some AP damage, it opens up a whole new can of worms of what the draft can offer for that balance. But it's the Kaiser, and then what? I mean, I suppose that becomes the next big question mark, because we saw then Hope One showcase us the Varus. I mean, those chain of corruptions were phenomenal. They were guaranteeing that kills could be found. Lendon had an absolute field day, bunny hopping around, playing Kha'Zix and sniping you from afar. And we speak about sniping. I mean, you feel like you're safe under your top tier turret. It's blind. He hits the arrow, and it did incredible damage there, Contra.
Indeed, and that was absolutely disgusting to witness. Somebody just got deleted just like that, right on the turret when they're supposed to be safe. Anyways, I guess we just have to hop right into the draft here. And Divine Esports, they kept targeting onto the Olaf. I think this is a usual safe pick for Syndicate, but he still has a lot more of the pool to work with. But that dwindles down because Bajar Dragons continues to focus down on Divine Esports jungle itself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's super important to choke out the jungle picks here, right? We talk about land being a key enabler, and I think in one of our narrative meets, so I forgot who brought it up, but someone kept raising the point of Lance Lee Sin, and Bajaya Dragons, they have the same idea. You have to get rid of Lance Lee Sin. I think what we're gonna see this game is a bit of a salty run back of both drafts.
Yeah, it feels like a deja vu with a little bit
there
of
we
a
go.
difference here. Yeah, Divine Esports not fixing what's not broken. So this is where Bajaj Dragons might opt to take a little bit of swerve, but they say, you know what, if we're going to do the same, maybe we'll just do it a little bit more different in the game. And yeah, it's just the exact same picks. So it's down to the final three. Do you feel like Divine Esports need to switch it up?
No, I think you're exactly right, Contra. Bajaya Dragons, they said the draft is not the problem, and like we addressed earlier, right? The draft had good ideas, it was execution, which is the problem. Bajaya Dragons, they seem to agree, they're gonna go for a run back, they're gonna say we're gonna do it better this time, we're gonna go for a win this time. Divine Esports, like you said as well, what if it's not broken? You have no need to fix it. They dominated that game despite getting rolled level 1. I think this time around, you're definitely much more aware of that level 1 possibility, and if Bajaya Dragons don't find a lead in level 1, what's gonna happen this game?
Okay, I guess this
Flexing
is
a bit
the
more.
biggest difference here. Twisted Fate versus a Zed, and I don't think I've ever seen a Zed other than in solo queue for the longest of time. Now, I think this matchup definitely favors Divine Esports a whole lot more because they have so much burst damage. Who do you want to prioritize coming from Bajaj Dragons here if you were to be in their shoes?
Look, the answer for BJD is all down to Fiora. The only champion that matters on the map for BJD is this Fiora. And every action they take on the map needs to reflect this. They need to understand that only Fiora matters, and they need to just give everything else up. If you want to invade somewhere on the map, you have to sack your bottom lane, move your Braum up, and invade the top side of the map. That's where you need to vertical jungle, and you need to make sure Acilia can take over.
Well, I'm excited for this one because we are getting ourselves that first Z pick of the series. It's an assassin. It needs to pop off as well. We talk about Twisted Fate needing to pop off. It's going to be that battle in the mid lane. It's going to be exciting. I'm hyped. They're hyped. We're all hyped. Let's go to game number 2.
Same bands, almost the same picks. Will it have the same results? With Divine Esports up on one game, let's see what Burjai will do to try and turn things around. With TJ standing on your right side, we're very much excited to tell you what's going to happen in this game number 2.
Speak for yourself. I'm depressed over here, Yuka.
Why are you? What happened?
They picked Fiora in the top lane again.
Well,
and I was like, well, it didn't work out last time, so they're going to make a change. I know they ran the rest of the draft back, but they're going to switch the Fiora.
hey,
And then they didn't.
to be fair, I think Fiora was really okay in game number 1. He's not that bad. She wasn't that bad. Come on, TJ.
Didn't do anything with her. You got the... This is the problem. Like, I am more upset at Isilla for running Fiora again. I remember, if you remember game 1, I justified Isilla's Fiora. I am more upset with them running the Fiora again because they found early game success. Because if you remember, that Fiora was successful and did nothing with the lead.
They weren't able to utilize it indeed, but now looks like... Okay, they're gonna do the same early game. Will Divine Esports let that happen, though?
God.
Come on!
Divine, we've run this experiment. Zed does not change this. You lose level 1s.
Let's see, though. I mean, things could... This is just me being optimistic, okay? Come on, cut me off some slack, man. Things could still change. And yeah, Syndicate and Winter still making their way back into the buff area for Divine.
Oh my god.
Yep.
This is just the cheekiest thing I have ever seen. Berjaya are like, hey, you guys all happen to be around this red buff again? Just wondering? Just thought we'd check. Turns out, no. So Syndicate and Winter will get the early invade. If you're tracking these jungle clears, what really matters here is Syndicate's path back to his own red buff.
Yes.
That's in the top left corner of your screen. And if Syndicate is able to get back there before Len, it's a net advantage to Berjaya of a truly massive proportion. If he instead opts to go to his blue buff in the top right corner, it's what's known as a vertical jungle, and we'll expect Len to take away the top left-hand side of the screen, the top left side of the jungle, and they'll just split the map kind of vertically as opposed to the normal horizontal down the river.
Usually highlight the junglers. Looks like I'm gonna highlight the mid laners now. Coyote very much successful with pushing Chili back. Quite a sad Visit Fate sitting on level 3. Looking down here now at the Dragon lane side. Saki usually just throwing out the bombs. Was not able to stop Hope 1 from being confident and storming and poking in the front lines though.
So, just to give you an update on those jungle paths, there is this brawl happening down bottom you were talking about. Len takes his time to invade here, and he's going to get caught out because of it. Chili was kind of playing defense, playing goalkeeper, and Syndicate went buff to buff. He went Divine's red buff to his blue buff, got both those buffs, then got the Scuttle Crab in the bottom river, then roams up to the top side. So it's not a flashy level 1 fight, but Syndicate, as a result of this, has a pretty massive gold lead over Len for this early game, just because he was able to steal away Len's Raptors, Len's red buff at the very beginning of this game.
A roughly 200-300 gold lead in favor of Syndicate. Let's see if Berjaya will able to convert that to an advantage as TanX being able to stun Scylla with key bursts, but still no actual commitments. Syndicate though, here he goes. Could be a possible 2v1. TanX being very defensive on their turret. Destiny has been popped. Gold card, will it connect? Apparently it will not, but you have the Blade of the Exile being sent out. Still though, first kill going over to the side of Berjaya.
That's clean, Berjaya. That's exactly what we're looking for. They bring the teleport in, they have the long roam from Winter, Syndicate roams up, and it's all enabled by the fact that they're running Ziggs down bottom. We don't have the scoreboard up right now, but Sagi is only at like a 200 gold deficit because Ziggs' wave clear is so good, and there's not a whole lot of poke during early levels, even from Avaris. So he's just able to sit back here and exchange bombs with arrows for the wave and stay about even in gold. Now that's going to change here because Hope 1's going to start being able to poke more reliably, and Sagi's going to need defense in order to just not die behind the turret. So expect Winter to kind of stay down there in the bottom lane for the next couple of levels. But Berjaya have played their early game pretty perfectly here.
That's true. And which is probably why they're still running the same draft. I mean, they did lose game number 1, but they trust this draft completely. Len actually visited the Dragon lane earlier, but looks like they were not able to get the kill on Sagi.
Syndicate roams up to the top lane here, again challenging TanX, and they don't get the kill, but I'm still very impressed. Also, we have a dive in the bottom lane as Coyote tries to set up. Both these dives, the top lane pressure from Berjaya and Divine's bottom lane pressure, are for the same reason. It's because we just got objectives. Berjaya are putting a lot of emphasis on this Rift Herald. They did this exact same gank during game number 1. And I agree with them. I think Rift Herald for Cloud Drake is a very positive trade.
Very much. Sagi? his way back into the lane. Did throw out the bomb there, almost got Coyote, but it won't be enough stuns connecting on to Sagi. And here comes their engage for Divine Maker for no bomb being sent out. He does get Zed, but at the expense of his very own life.
But they're going to get 2 turrets in trade for this. It's a much better use of the Rift Herald here, because they know there are 3 players tied up, 1 dead, 2 in the bottom lane. So they know there's nobody here that can stop this Rift Herald from Berjaya. And they're going to pop the Destiny just to make sure it's a clean back out for the team. Really good play, actually, by Berjaya. I am very impressed by this early game.
At the same time, Isilla and Syndicate was able to get the Triforce ready, pretty much slowly ramping up and gearing for the next possible battle. Hope One, though, still alone pretty much into the mid lane. With Destiny not available, I believe Berjaya will just play this one out safely.
And there is your...
Oh, they're not playing it safely. Look at there. Tried to lock in on Quay and was able to get the kill onto Brand.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Quay's positioning was there, because they didn't need control of the river. So he just blind walks into a bush, and he doesn't have the defensive tools of another character. And now Berjaya press their man advantage. They're not going to be able to properly threaten that turret because of wave clear. But I like to see Berjaya pressing their advantage in the way they didn't do during game number 1, frankly. They see that they have an advantage on the map, and they go, okay, we're going to make some action happen. And this has resulted in now a 2,000 gold lead for the Malaysian region team.
Looks like Berjaya, pretty much similar to game number 1. They have the lead in the early game. Scylla, though, will try to win out the duel against BA2, but he is very, very low. Still manages to survive that one by just the skin of his teeth.
Wow, barely surviving what was a 1v2 down bottom, so that's a win. Able to get out of there, burning both his flash and his ignite, as Coyote and Len, I believe, surprised him down bottom. I want to see Berjaya do something with this. Again, when you can see that there are 3 players, as he eventually did draw, down in the bottom lane, Berjaya should know, okay, we have a couple of moments where even if those players instantly back as they do, we can press waves on the other side of the map. And they're a little lackluster in that regard. You can see all of the waves are split down the river right now. Berjaya don't really gain anything for the vision they had down bottom. But it's, you know, a lack of proactive play, not a failure yet.
Here comes Chile being proactive, though. The gold card did connect, but apparently Tan X was already in a safe distance, so he will not get taken down.
Get distracted sometimes trying to guess what
gonna happen next?
Twisted Fate is about to pull. Oh, he's getting caught. Look at that. Really good roam up from Divine in the middle of the jungle up top.
Len says hello, but apparently Chile will still survive. He does use flash, though, and he does not have barrier available. Looking down here at the Dragon Lane side, you have a Berjaya Dragons just storming in the last outer turret from Divine.
This is exactly what I was talking about. They go, okay, we know there's presence up top. We see 3 people pressing Chile. What are we going to do on the map? We're going to take 2 entire turrets in the bottom line.
Death Mark will be used, but it looks like he just got caught out. Coyote even getting the Grand Challenge stuns coming through from Quay. But still, it's not enough to take Isilla down. 4 members of Berjaya down here at the Dragon Lane side. No kills yet. Dragon up in 8 seconds.
Really, really well done by Berjaya. They get a free turret down bottom. The other turret's not quite dead, technically, but it's down to, what, Auto's worth of HP. They're a little slow to recall. We'll see if that means they lose this drag.
Let's see, though. Seems like it. Yeah, it will most probably go over to Divine. With that, Syndicate is a tad bit too late to the party, and Berjaya, they're gonna go with the reset. Let's go back.
That's a hard call to make. I'm not going to be as critical of Berjaya for that, because they very nearly got that turret down bottom, which would have been a massive gold injection. So I see the argument for, well, let's just stay. Let's just get 1 more auto. But the net result is they need their players to back and reset in order to contest the Drake, and they don't do it in time. They just don't have a way to properly contest it. So the good call from Berjaya is we're not going to.
3v3, you have a shield being sent out by Winter, but looks like it will be Land being boxed in, Mega Friend, a bomb being thrown out. Escilla dashes in, a double kill going over to Syndicate, but he also got taken down. It was a 1-2 now in favor of Berjaya, but they're not gonna stop. A flash in, Glacier Fisher, Hope One and Quay both flashes out.
And we do need to talk about Hope One here. because as Divine kind of lose this game slowly and steadily, he is the late game insurance. This is always what Hope One does. He's going to build Muramana, he's going to play on something like a Varus, like a Corki, and he's going to wait until 15-20 minutes and then just start one-shotting people. And he's incredibly good at just playing safe. You're almost never going to see Hope One get caught out during the early game. You're going to see a very quiet, very safe lane from him, which does mean Divine never win their bottom lane. They never, you know, shatter the bottom lane turret in the first 10 minutes, but they quite frequently have him as a backup if their initial early game plan goes awry. This game, that backup's going to be necessary, Yuka.
Definitely. Oh, Piercing Arrow actually got vision there in the bush earlier, so 10 minutes in. So the lead still in favor of Brajai, but looks like Divine, they're really trying to get back from the gold deficit and get more turrets.
3 players grouped in the middle of the map for Berjaya as they're beginning to threaten to posture towards that Baron. And
oh, okay. Chili. Oh, got spotted out by Len. I honestly thought he was gonna leave, man. He wasn't right there, but I guess he just immediately thought Chili's probably with someone, so let's not do that right now.
I think both players were surprised. I don't think Len thought Chili was going to be there either.
Here comes the leave. Masagi fires out, does get a few shield in, uses barrier as well. No more summoner spells for the Ziggs, and with that, Divine, they possibly keep on pressuring Berjaya. Baron is up, but looks like Divine Esports will get first dibs on this objective.
Yeah, this is really good from Divine. They realized that they forced a player back. They know Berjaya are playing defensive. They see where 2-3 players are, and they say, hey, Zed can like solo this Baron if he's got a smite near him. So Len and Hope are just focusing this. Oh!
Okay, Zed gets bursted down. Still, Divine Esports got that Baron. A 4-man. Make that a 3-man Baron buff because Chili took down Len. Stuns connecting onto Winter, but they don't care. They're able to get 2 champions down.
Well played by Berjaya and Answer, and they're going to keep going.
Glacial Fisher in. That is going to be the ultimate connecting onto Winter. That is going to be Brand get taken down. Tanlex trying to 2v1 this. He gets Esilla. You have the flash out on Syndicate. Tanlex, man, on this ribbon is definitely a threat. He wants more. He dashes in at the back line. Double kill going over to Tan. That is going to be the Zig saying goodbye. Triple kill at that. And the Chili trying to do what he can. The kill went over to Syndicate. A shot down on Tanlex. It was a 3-1.
Oh man, Sagi. I feel like I'm watching the opening scene of Indiana Jones where he's running away from the boulder, but if he just like turned around and looked at the boulder.
That was it.
Because Sagi, real deer in the headlights. There's a really big ribbon running at you. You're 1 HP. It's time to leave. You're in the wrong neighborhood. And his misplay there is going to mean there aren't the resources for Berjaya to contest this dragon. All 3 Drakes again in Divine's pocket.
Stella did try to poke there, but Len was able to leap his way into safety. Glacial Fisher will be available in a few more seconds, but I'm not sure Berjaya will try to take this fight. Never mind, they're gonna do it. Glacial Fisher connecting onto 1. They will get any kill that they can. That's even the Destiny being popped as well. Looking at the back line, Sagi forced to jump up. Another kill going over to Tan X. Syndicate the first one to fall down. Winter tanking all of these damage, making for no bomb being thrown out yet again. Still, it was a 1-2-1 trade, but Divine Esports, they're holding their ground in the mid lane.
Sagi lives. What an incredible game we have, Yuko.
Definitely. Indiana Jones, yeah, he got crashed by the boulder earlier, but now he's okay.
This time he jumps around the side, the boulder rolled past him. Sagi able to get away. Also, during this time, there was a split push by Coyote. That wave crashes down bottom. Berjaya catch that. They really need to prioritize this mid turret. It looks like the Braum will be enough. And all of their turrets survive a Baron. So we're talking about the misplay in the mid lane. We're talking about that Drake going down. It is worth noting that because of Sagi's heroics earlier, because of the way Chili acted aggressively, Berjaya really don't lose anything to a Baron take from Divine. And they still have a gold lead. I'm a little worried at this point by the damage that is going to start coming out from Coyote and Hope One, as well as Quay. I think that does need to be a question mark in Berjaya's hand.
But they're out. Winters by not connecting. Not sure if they're gonna commit to the chase. Apparently,
Okay.
they won't.
But they're playing very well around that. Watch this split pressure. All of Brajaya showed top side. Divine answer by sending 3 down bottom.
Good trade. They both got the Dragon Lane and mid lane turret just because 4 champions were focused on Tanix, which is still
They're gonna try for the
alive,
inhib.
by the way. You're gonna try to go with the inhibitor turret. Let's see, will Divine Esports go back? That is to be a jump in on
They can get this.
He gets stunned on their turret. They don't care. Here's a Fisher in. But now, here comes the other members of Divine Esports. Winter forced to pop with the Unbreakable. And with that, Berjaya Dragons, they're forced to go back.
That's an incredible trade from Brajaya. Yeah, it's good on Divine to answer the pressure with pressure. They send their entire mass down mid, down bottom lane. And Brajaya just realized, well, hang on, we have a pushing wave. We can just zone this out, and because they take an inhibitor, oh no, Chili.
That's a lot of damage being tanked by a Twisted Fate, and you still have that bug right behind you. He does become golden, but still gets taken down, still gets bitten by this bug.
Okay, but it is going to be really hard for Divine to threaten anything because of those super minions.
Oh, okay, now that is Sagi down. Are they threatened yet?
Yes, with Sagi down in a 3v5 with that wave in the top lane pushed, Divine should be able to take this Baron.
So they trying to protect this with his life, but Syndicate with the knockup, he also has the roots connecting. Won't be enough though, looks like it will not. Teleport is gonna come through.
TP back.
Now here comes the other members of Berjaya. Glacier Fish connecting onto 1. Talon X jumping back. Len, you have 3 champions chasing right at your back with the stuns connecting. Syndicate forced to go back. Blade of the Exile being used by Talon X as well. GA popped. Syndicate in the middle of everything and was just forced to meet his death.
Which is a shame because Brajaya played that very well in the 3v5. Watch this Destiny.
Let's see though, looks like that is gonna be a kill onto Bro. Another teleport from the side of Berjaya.
They're contesting.
Explosive minefield being popped out. Another teleport for the side of Divine Esports. Now Mega Inferno Bomb will not be enough to get Baron. Now you have Hope 1, the one who got the grand challenge, but he doesn't care. With that challenge, he was able to turn the tables around and get the kill on Isilla.
Real Hail Mary thrown by Berjaya. They actually play those fights individually very well, but they overextend on the push. And that means that they lose a whole bunch of players, key player Syndicate in that exchange. So they're not just going to lose the Baron here, they're also going to lose the Elder. Berjaya needed to let that Baron go. They had super minions pushing in the side lane. Elder was about to come up. Even if Divine get Baron there, they can't possibly end the game off of a Baron alone with super minions shoving towards them. So you have to be thinking with a longer mindset for Berjaya. You have to be thinking about this Elder that's about to come up. 3 Drake Elder, Yuko, that's just devastating. That may be game ending.
Definitely. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think this is a huge opening for Divine. With Ziggs gone in 50 seconds, they have no bombs, they have no burst at their backlines. Chili forced to use the Hourglass yet again. And with that, Hope 1 with the GA, by the way, we're very much happy to pierce through the life of Chili. TF already down. Now you have Divine Esports jumping into the base. They don't care. Killing spree going over to Coyote. And with that, the Tan X also able to get the kill on Syndicate Isilla. The only one left into the base. But Divine Esports, they bag game number 2 and are now at match point.
Well, it's well played by Berjaya. They make that one interesting. But ultimately, Divine Esports just outlast them, get to the late game yet again, and there their team fighting comes out on top. Their ability to lean into their objective control from the early game, converting on those 3 Drakes over to the Elder. That all pays off, and you get a very solid Game 2 victory for Divine.
Honestly, if I were to summarize that, that was just a lot of good macro and micro on the side of Divine Esports. With all of that said and done, with Game 2 already done, let's see what does our panelists have in store for us.
Well, there are some things to be said about that series, which are perhaps a little bit toxic. Contra, I'm very confused about this one right now because Berjaya Dragons consistently are doing an absolute wonder in this early game, targeting top side, unlocking the map for them to play around, but their objective control just isn't it. With a name like Berjaya Dragons, I'd expect them to get at least 1 dragon. They're 0-13 on this Drake acquisition, this tournament so far. The only thing they've got this tournament have been 2 Heralds. What's going on?
Well, we see this high priority is to give a little bit more room for Asila to excel. But indeed, I want to see Pajao Dragons to play a little bit more on that Dragon objective, which they have failed to do so. And Divine Esports was just getting so much of all that advantages. I'm looking at a complete vision denial coming from Divine Esports as well, or should I say the lack of wards coming in from BJD, and they chose just to give it all away. And heading to the late game here, it was a few decisions that have caused the loss, although Pajao Dragons did look better on the macro terms, but I felt like when you lose Syndicate right there and then, it's going to be so hard for them to even focus on the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, right? And I think back to the point about dragons, I think something you have to consider as well, Skimmy. If you want to get neutral objectives, you have to be in an even or winning game state. Or maybe even slightly losing, you can be trading objectives. That's fine. But Giant Dragons, they've been getting rolled every single game, except the previous game. And I would say that this game is pretty close as well. And they decided to trade for Heralds as well, which is understandable, given you have a Fiora. But yeah, my main point is, you can't get Dragons if you're getting rolled.
Yeah, what it just seems to me is if they are investing so much in this top side, get Asila online as quickly as possible, quite rightly so, get the Herald, get the turrets down, allow the teleport enchant to come through as quickly as possible, split push bot side, flip the map, and, play around that constant 4-1 split push pressure. We get that, but it's just confusing to me that, you can lock in the Zed, have the ego pick, say, I'm not going to do much in lane, neither is this Riven, but we're going to group up in the team fights and we're going to win. We're going to get every single dragon. We're going to go for these Baron calls. You're going to try and run down Tarn-X in a 4-for-1 trade to get that inhibitor. But they've just got 2 turrets for free as well. I have no idea what we're seeing, but I tell you what, Divine Esports currently on match point, a chance for them to keep the journey alive. We'll see if Giant Dragons can bring it back after the break. Welcome back for day number 3 of the action here at the Wild Rift C Champs as we carry on with this Bracket A elimination game. Before we go any further, big shout out once again to one of our sponsors to help make this a possibility. In fact, One Esports, the home of esport heroes. You can get your daily dose of that action all the way over at oneesports.gg. Now, gentlemen, I want to talk about this series because we are now staring down the barrel of a gun here if you're Bajaya Dragons. They're down 0-2. They've run it back the same time, the same sides. With a very similar draft both times. They played around the style of go top side, try and unlock Isilia as quickly as they can, put the pressure there, stem the bleeding that Tarnex can achieve. But contrary with seeing Tarnex hit the mid game, still find the angles, still find the success, and the Riven looks like the most broken champion in the game.
Yeah, maybe they might need to consider banning that away because Tarnex just looked way too comfortable, and it doesn't matter if it's 1v1, 1v2. Heading back into the mid game where he managed to actually flush out majority of Bajaya Dragons member, actually got them so much of a lead to get that barrier that we saw. So if there's going to be anything at all, let's look at maybe a switch of side at least for Bajaya Dragons first, and then we'll talk more about the draft.
Yeah, Tarnex in the mid game, even flashing in 1v4, right? It doesn't matter. 1vx, he will always take the clutch, and he almost always comes out on top. And I like the point that you raised as well, Contra. I think this ties back to the points you've been making about Sagi being a key player for this team and how he needs to be unlocked here. I think that it ties two things up, right? The draft is an issue because you need to ban too many things on red side to allow you to get the 5-pick Fiora. You have to get rid of Renekton, you want Camille gone, and then you end up with a skill matchup that Tarnex comes up on top of either way. Maybe swap the blue sides. You don't have to ban as many of these OPs, you can take some for yourself in first pick, and it allows you to maybe try to draft a more team fight-centric team composition to unlock someone like Sagi.
And does that become the conversation, do you think, right? If you are going to go blue side where you don't feel threatened to ban as many of those OPs, that you can say, all right, we'll stick to what we have so far, which has been Renekton, Lee Sin, and Camille. We feel like those are the less of the two different evils that we're facing up against. Sure, the Varus is strong, the Riven is fantastic as well, and this Kha'Zix is finding its fun in the sun, picking off these low members that this brand support is clearly getting a lot of success with. But we are seeing that Sagi is being left on an island. He's playing as Ziggs, and sure, you know, you could talk about a 2-item spike, you know, Ludens, whatever it may be. He can satchel charge fantastic, but we're constantly seeing topside dives happen, 4v1 to try and take out Tarnex. We're then seeing Sagi being left to his own to try and fend off multiple members. Winter is on an absolute magical journey, roaming around saying, well, where else can I help out? So is it really as simple as saying, go blue side, flip the script, you can't last pick a Fiora now, you have to play towards Sagi? What do you think, Omo?
I don't think it's as simple as that, but I think that that's a start, right? We don't know what Bajaya Dragons want to do, and I would say that this would have been the closest game they've played in the entire tournament. A lot of that was, like you mentioned, Skimmy, the Ego Zed pick coming up from the mid lane Coyote there. I think that contributed very heavily towards how the flow of the game went so heavily in Bajaya Dragons' favor. With that said, though, since that was the closest game they've played so far this tournament, they might want to, you know, triple down. Doubling down is not enough. Let's go for one more. This time it's going to work. We're going back, run back to Fiora. I don't think it's the best idea. I think if you're fighting for your tournament lives,
sure,
this is the last chance for you. Try something different, so even if you lose, you won't regret.
Indeed, and then you look back into maybe a shift when it comes down to all these parties coming into the picks. Now that you have first pick, you can prioritize either if you want to go for Twisted Fate again or steal away that Varus, which I think is going to be very important for them to have essentially the same wave clear, the same style of poke that the Ziggs offer. Maybe not as huge when it comes down to that team fight, but if he lands Chains of Corruption, maybe that might actually set it even better as compared to what we saw for Bajaya Dragons when it comes down to team fighting in general. When it comes down to macro play, since they're on blue, it's going to be an easier access into that dragon. Maybe this is where that is the change that they're looking for when they go in for this side. So hoping to actually see this difference being made by BJD. If they opt to go for red side again, I guess if there's any need at all, I think they just really have to ban out Riven or consider taking that Varus itself.
Sure. And I mean, we talk about, you know, map control and what it allows you to do, right? With priority and lanes, strong early starts to that. And the fact that Twisted Fate, he's able to find that lead, that he can then freely rotate top as we've seen so far. But if you are going to draft a very strong bot side and you're going to play towards it, then surely the Herald becomes a distant afterthought. And now the Dragon is the go-to that we are going to scale up. We are going to have that sort of mid to late game matching of power. So we're not looking for that initial siege. Look, we've already got a Ziggs, happy days. we just need to give ourselves a little bit of a chance to try and claw back into this one, because the fact is, it just feels like Divine Esports have far too much freedom to roam the map. Even if they are down, say, 5 to 10k gold, they can pretty much do whatever they want because they know that there's always going to be a fight, that people are going to get caught, vision is going to be lost, or they're going to overextend to try and take somebody down, Contra.
That's right, and I feel like this is going to be pretty much of a intense situation for Bajaj Dragons now that it's only one more game left for them. So they have to play perfect macro if they really want to win. So when you look back into how Divine Esports go in for all these objectives, as soon as it spawns, they are already there. They've already set up all the vision. Things are looking pretty clear for them. So I feel that maybe just to match back to that sort of pacing will be great enough for them to at least get some extra leads if they want to.
Yeah, and I think it's important to mention on the side of Divine Esports as well, why they constantly find their way back into the games despite Bajaya Dragons managing to find leads across the map, managing to find gangs, and like you mentioned, Winter found so many of these roams, he contributed to so many of these gangs. The reason why Divine Esports can pull themselves back into the game, one reason is, we talked about it, right? They're so mechanically skilled, they're always confident in taking fights 1v1, 1v2, even 1v3, they're confident they can outplay and get out. That always gives you so much more room on the map, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Divine Esports has been playing a pretty solid macro game as well. Something that we noticed this game was how they split the state of the map and how they would send Coyote as well as Land to just chase around Asilia, knowing that this Fiora cannot match into 2 assassins in the mid to late stage of the game. The way they split the map, the way they allocated their lanes, that was really brilliant from the side of Divine Esports.
I definitely think that is a really smart move coming from Divine, and also there were times where it was the Twisted Fate that needs to halt the push coming in from the Riven. Doesn't matter, solo TF versus Riven, you're just going to lose that matchup if you're going to go full commit. So if this is going to be the case, if they still get that Riven, maybe there needs to be a little bit more of a shift on how they assign certain lanes comes to rotation. But heading into the draft here, just looking back at the Kha'Zix pick, maybe Divine Esports could even look for something that's going to be even stronger and just get them a little bit more impressive lead if they do steal away that Xin Zhao, so that they have to go for something squishier for Bajaj Dragons, or give them something as linear as a Vi.
Well, color me curious here, guys, because, you know, your tournament lifeline really is lying in the balance right now. So as much as we could say, run it back one more time, let ego be the enemy and say, no, it can't be that. That isn't the problem. It surely, you know, this Fiora comp will work. We're going to go topside. It's going to happen. 4-man dive. It's all going to come together beautifully. But, okay, I mean, let's look at Sagi. If they are going to flip the script, they are going to go blue side and look to try and empower him. I still don't see a world in which the center is going to be let through. But we have seen that he can play things like the Gragas, the Draven, the Tristana, those pocket picks, which are very unusual, but in the right circumstances could just be the spice of life that they need.
Well, they are on blue for sure, and this would definitely give them the chance, like you mentioned, Skimmy, to go for something unique. You love to see it. Swapping to blue, you have more bans freed up. Ban away the Riven. If they open Renekton, take it for yourself. I think you stick with the Camille ban. They might be wanting to open Lee Sin here. We'll have to see how that one plays out, but I'm really liking BJD banning away these 2 picks from Divine. I think now the question is just, I'm sure that Divine has more picks in their pocket. It's just what that will be.
Yeah, now it's really down to the Camille or the Renekton that they're hoping to ban out. So Bajaj Dragons, if they do get that, you won't be seeing that Fiora. So now Bajaj Dragons have a few options available. You got the Twisted Fate, you got the Renekton, and you got the Varus as well, but they say, you know what, let's go for that Bomberman.
This is so wrong. If you go for Ziggs here, you just gotta give them Varus, Renekton, and then how are you gonna play the game either way? It doesn't make sense, man.
Wait, I think there's a little bit of chance here. They still want that brand, but it might just be a Varus to pair alongside. So there you go.
Okay, this could be really good for BJD. If they get their hands on Varus 6 here, that could be a very dominant long-range combo that you could play into Bran and Renekton, and I think do quite well.
And they're going to be passing on the Braum that has been played out for 2 games. I think Winter definitely has been showing really good sign of rotation and providing enough cover. But now going on Enchanters here, they're going to be a little bit squishier. And it's going to be the signature Kaisa for Sagi. So missing out on that opportunity to snatch that Varus away, they think that, okay, bottom lane doesn't seem to be the biggest of issue. now that they can try to sustain. Now Olaf goes over to Divine Esports. Does that mean that they will actually get better sort of entries going into early objectives?
What I like and what I don't like from BJD right now, right? Picking up this dominant bottom lane matchup in Kai'Sa and Nami tells me something about what they were saying between the games, right? It's Saki and Winter saying, we can carry the game, give us the carry pick, give us the chance to perform, and we will do it here. And that's probably the reason why they opted for these more carry-oriented pocket picks over the power of something like Renekton, over the power of something like Varus.
Oh boy. Fiora
Not
once
again.
I
I just have no words, man.
I think this is going to be definitely a tough matchup still for the Fiora, especially when you have a Renekton that could easily just chunk you out with all three of their basic skills out there. Now, what's going to change for Divine Esports is the mid lane with the Fizz coming up in effect. So
really good counter pick here.
this is
And
tough. I think it's definitely going to be forcing the Ziggs to play a little bit more defensively once he gets level 5.
Yep. The big question to me here is, what is this draft from BJD? You know, the saying, right? Fool me once, shame on you. What happens when you fool the same team twice, thrice, 4 times? I think this is the 5th time already. They're running the similar draft back, this time with strong side top, strong side bot. What's the play here? I couldn't tell you, Skimmy.
I think we've just broken Omo because they've gone to the blue side. They've banned away some of the champions that we've said may just be oppressive enough and said, look, we're going to focus on top side. Have your Renekton, but I don't know. Had they just revealed their hand too early on by locking in that bot side and saying the Ziggs could be a flex, but here you go. You can get that counter pick. You can have that Fizz. Well, their tournament lifeline is in the bag. Can they hold on? We're going to find out as we throw to our casting team.
Of course, with Divine at match point, the 2 dragons will have no other choice but to fight fire with fire. TJ, earlier, you mentioned this Fiora, and we see that again. I feel like this time around, we're gonna have the same emotion. Yep, definitely. That's TJ right now.
I don't want to look at drafts anymore. I don't want to look at drafts anymore, Yuka. If there's any universe in which I have to look at one of those drafts again, I'm just gonna get even more sad.
I feel like you can't get any sadder than that. Come on, man. But yeah, it was really a good draft in favor of Divine. But game hasn't started yet. This is me being optimistic. What do you think are the chances or the things Berjaya could do to push this to a possible game number 4?
I mean, they did just get really outdrafted here. I was with Omo. I was riding that roller coaster with Omo and Contra where they were like, okay, blue side, they ban out the Divine picks. They're going to first pick Renekton. They've got an opportunity here. And they don't first pick Renekton. They first pick the Ziggs, which has been all right for them, but not good. And I don't know.
I have no idea as well. But my idea right now is just Chili marching his way into the mid lane. Now Divine, they're just really come together at this point. So, like 4 champions hiding out there.
Yeah, they don't have the dominant early game on BJD. So it's not the level 1 end game that it was earlier. Although Coyote, interesting choice there. So let's talk about their draft, like as optimistically as possible, just for you, Yuka.
Thank you.
Berjaya Dragons have what I like to call the kettle comp, the cauldron comp, because you can throw down the Jarvan Ultimate, the Cataclysm, and just kind of get cooking. You can throw Nami bubbles in there. You can throw Chili's Ziggs bombs in there. You can generally have a pretty good time if you can catch key targets inside the Jarvan Ultimate. So watch for that. I also think it's worth noting that Sagi and Chili scale very well into mid-late game. Kai'Sa will be able to counter for raw damage, especially on a dive. If we can see those very fast 5v5 team fights out of Berjaya, I guess I believe in them. But I'm just worried that they'll never get there, especially with, you know, the assassin threat of something like Coyote.
And actually, it's a race on who gets to scale earlier between Kai'Sa or Varus. And looking back in game number 1 and 2, looks like Hope 1 does have the small advantage here.
You do have a very important bottom lane here for kind of the first time. And I'm very curious as to where Syndicate is going to go after killing this Scuttle. Because we've seen really, really aggressive priority towards top lane 2 games in a row from Berjaya. And 2 games in a row, Asilla hasn't been able to do much with that prior. This game, he's playing into a Renekton, a character that is pretty impossible to knock out of the game. Renekton's always going to be able to do something in the mid game. So I really actually want Berjaya to send their early game jungle ganks down bottom.
It's like,
Give an advantage over Hope.
like that is a possible thing that they will do. But Quay being caught out by Winter, they're still not gonna secure with kill. Syndicate does get better end of the ebb and flow, but so far it's a pretty quiet map for Berjaya. Olaf is in too
We have
deep
a fold here on Len. He's been caught out.
Now that is gonna be the poke coming up from Isilla. Cataclysm will be sent out, but it's not gonna be enough at the very least. The first kill, first blood goes over straight into Syndicate. With that, Chum the Waters has been used, and J4 paid that kill with his life.
Okay.
Okay.
That trade is kind of null and void. I think Syndicate gets the slightly better end of that because he farmed more jungle. You can see he has a very minor gold lead. And also because this Olaf isn't going to get to early gank any of the lanes. So I don't know. Maybe that's an advantage for Jaya, but I'm just kind of bemused by the whole affair, Yuka.
I can't see you right now, but I kind of feel your frustration there, man.
I mean, it doesn't really mean much. Syndicate overextends to get the kill. I think that it would have been much better off if Syndicate had gotten the damage they got. You forced the flash from Len. You can just end the play there for Berjaya. You want more, but it's all right.
That's a lot of minions towards the side of
Yeah.
Berjaya. Now, Bubble had him sent out. Hope one very, very low, but will it be enough? Apparently, it won't be because Kai'Sa still gets taken down at the expense of Varus' life, though. Ragnarok has been used, but Len was just forced to jump away.
And what I like about this Yuko is that's also a play that has no tangible advantage for either team. So it's still about dead even in the game state, as both AD carries trade their lives for each other. It's very well mechanically played by Sagi to get out of what was a dangerous situation. But we'll see where we go here as Berjaya still dead even on gold. Do have a late timing to this Drake and will probably pivot towards Rift Herald.
The lead will be seen right now because again you have Coyote with the Rabadons available, and Divine Esports still gonna get this Mountain Drake. They want to get those shields in.
And Mountain Drake over to Divine. Berjaya will pick up the Rift Herald. Game pretty much dead even. A 1k gold lead is on the board. That's just from taking the Drake essentially. I promise you it will vanish once Berjaya deploy the Rift Herald if they get value from it. And that's why, generally, Rift Herald is considered the more important early game objective. But Berjaya haven't always gotten very much from it. They did find success from it in game number 2. They spectacularly wasted it in game number 1. We'll see. If they use it well, they have a gold lead here.
Possible 2v1 up at the Baron lane side. Isilla on their turret. Here comes Coyote to the side. The Vitals has been seen, but Isilla will still not pop the Grand Challenge. He did see Coyote earlier, still available with the Ignite, so it looks like Isilla will just try to hold his ground.
This looks really defensive, Yuka. A lot of these Berjaya Dragons players kind of haven't crossed the river this game. They're really banking on the Kai'Sa Ziggs late game.
Still waiting for Chili. I'm actually waiting for a really good play from Chili. Sagi trying to survive that. Making for the bomb has been thrown out. Len very, very low. Saturn has been used. Tidal Wave being sent out. Coyote being caught out as well. He gets stunned, and with that, right on cue. I was looking for a good play from Chili. With that double kill, looks like he's a-okay now.
Now press the advantage, Berjaya. Spend this Rift Herald in mid. You know you have a player advantage on the map. They should deploy it alongside the wave. Charge the mid turret right now.
Yeah. Hey, Chili. Okay. Dada. Okay.
Too late. They've missed the window.
All right.
So the next objective to use this Rift Herald for is going to be the next Drake. You can use the Rift Herald to drag Prio on the next Drake, force them to defend against the Rift Herald. You can get the Drake pretty easily. So keep your eye on that. That's the justifiable thing Berjaya could have saved it for. I really do think getting a mid turret there would have been pretty massive.
Still already used Ghost earlier, but looks like it was just Tanex being able to bait out as much skills as he can out of Isilla. Will we see a 1v1? Looks like Syndicate does jump straight into Coyote's trap. Very low, does have Winter, does have Sagi the backlines. Coyote flashing out, and Hope One will not try to do the gamble. Now at top, at the Baron lane side, Vitals again has been procced, but looks like it will be a free turret for the side of Divine Esports. Recall being someone down here at the Dragon Lane side.
They do get this turret, so it's 1 for 1, and this speaks to the priorities of Berjaya this game. They're willing to, eat the mid lane. They don't take advantage of the mid lane rift herald opportunity. The second they see 3 players up top, Berjaya go, that's fine, we expect to lose top lane. We're gonna get Sagi out to hand.
Faith and Rain will hurt a lot so far in 7 minutes in, but Coyote will be pretty much alive. Basila still holding his ground up at the Brown Lane side. Still though, so far it has the advantage toward Divine Esports. Remember, game number 2, Berjaya Dragons was not able to get any dragon. Now, let's see, will it happen yet again? Because again, they could be the possible team that will be out in the C Championships. Winter, okay, that was a hard poke coming out from Hope One.
Yeah, this would be the first team actually eliminated from the SEA Championships, so nobody wants to be that first. Berjaya, just by quirk of the schedule, would be. This dragon fight, very important for them. I do think they have a team fight advantage right now, provided Sagi finds value. All of the eggs are in the Kai'Sa basket. Does Sagi manage to deliver them?
Bombs being thrown out by Ziggs, but looking at the Brown Lane, TanX did use his dominance, was able to push Esila back. He's very, very low again. TanX being able to win a bit that duel. Roots coming out from Chile. He does pop in with the Hourglass. Still pretty much alive, but
Drake's
that's
being
already
taken.
a lot of bars being taken down.
They're
Drake
just taking
is up. They don't
Drake.
want to get the objective. Mega Inferno bomb being thrown out. Tidal Wave not connecting. Flag and Dragu right at his face, but J4 still gets taken out. Ragnarok being popped by Lem. And it looks like Berjaya, they do not want to fight this just yet. That was hurtful. Another hurtful poke from Hope One.
Divine play that so well, dragging the center of that fight towards the mid lane, away from the advantaged bottom lane.
Marketable, Grand Challenge being popped. Isila looks like he does not want to go with the steal. Ocean Drake going over to Divine Esports. Number 2 Dragon in their pockets.
And by prioritizing Chile, by denying Sagi a 5v5 team fight, Divine are able to play to their advantages. They have longer range, they have better poke. And so they're not interested in grouping for 5. They're not interested in facing a team that has Ziggs, Jarvan, and Kai'Sa on it in an organized skirmish. Instead, they just spread out across the map, throw out some Varus arrows, throw out some assassin dive, see what happens, knowing that Berjaya don't have the sustain to take that kind of fight.
Speaking of not having sustain, if you saw the little 1v1 there, Coyote flashed in and actually got the kill on Isila. So now, 5
Rough
minutes
times.
before the Baron is up, Fiora will be a bit late with the objective take. Still though, you have Chilean Winter here in the mid lane side. Hope One being very good, keeping his distance, just making sure that Berjaya will be nowhere near him. Now both teams wants to assert dominance in the Baron's pit. Sagi still has Killer Instinct. That is going to be the ultimate coming out from J4. Pokes coming out from Hope One. Yet again, Killer Instinct in. Able to get the kill onto Olaf. But Kuei receives a lot of damage. Double kill going over to Kai'Sa. Here comes the teleport. Winter trying to get away. But you have a Crocodile right behind you. Chili greets TanX as well. Stun is going to come through. He does not care. Did use the satchel charge. But looks like TanX received quite the damage from the turret.
A little bit of a hero play coming out from Winter. You do see the demonstration of what I was talking about there as Berjaya do finally get a fair team fight, and they can go even in it. Sagi leaves a little early. He just kind of gets an opening kill and then goes down towards the mid lane, leaving TanX to rampage amongst his teammates. But the point is still proven, and I think especially to Divine.
No! Good repost coming out from Isila, and he was able to win that 1v1! Looks like this Fiora getting that kill. Okay, I'm gonna give plus 2% of my yes. Okay, Fiora's pretty good. But yeah,
Plus
just in that 1v1.
of
my trust.
Fiora award.
Yes.
Okay. What do I need to do to earn 2% of a Fiora award?
Get a quadra kill.
Oh no.
Here we have another kill, possibly toward the side of Syndicate. He gets locked in. Olaf, well, Len was forced to use Flash. They're also forced to use Ragnarok. A lot of resources being used. And Berjaya, they could possibly push in the mid lane side or push at the Baron lane side. Some of the waters has been used onto Chili. Does jump out, uses Flash, but still under turret.
My
Divine
God.
Esports, they got that kill.
And Sagi can't go in now because Chili's just been assassinated, which is Divine's target prior, which has been really good. They're only taking risks onto the Ziggs, who can't escape their pressure.
Idle wave, okay. Coyote was able to avoid that, given that he was very, very low. There's a ward placed on the Baron side by Divine Esports. Hope what? We talked about this. Hope 1, the longer the game is, the harder he scales. So if Berjaya keeps this up, they need to be very wary of this arrow. But you know what, Isilla, he has a sword. Grand Challenge has been popped, but Hope 1 still pretty much alive.
Hope 1 will survive. We have Drake coming up, an Infernal Drake, third of the game in just 20 seconds. So Divine are resetting across the board. Berjaya, my question for them is the same as it was last Drake. Can they leverage Sagi? As you saw there in the middle of the map, Divine are doing a really good job of avoiding team fights where they need to fight into the Kai'Sa. The second the Kai'Sa pulls up, Divine back away. Berjaya really have one chance to throw a Hail Mary to win this game. They need to win it through their Kai'Sa at a 5,000 gold deficit. And Divine are opening up the river, letting Berjaya make a mistake here.
It's a 4v5. Berjaya should be able to get this because Fizz is split pushing up at the Baron lane side with that stuns coming through for the side of Berjaya. Cataclysm has been used, Tidal Wave being sent out as well. Look at the very low lifesteal, but still Divine Esports gets their hands on this juicy objective. Nami becoming Sushi, Syndicate with the flag and drag, but the double kill. Aside from Sushi, you have Fizz, another fish, getting that kill. Rampage now for Coyote. Escilla, the only one left alive, just had no other choice but to allow the turret to say goodbye.
And Divine take the turret down bottom, turn onto the Baron off the back of that team fight. And a beautiful team fight it was. Divine, as I talked about at the beginning of the team fight, just walk away from the Drake, let Berjaya Dragons walk into the Drake pit, and then come in behind them. Say, okay, you're now trapped inside this pit. You have nowhere to go. This Kai'Sa's not going to be able to maintain a distance, get away from the carries. If she chooses to flash over the wall, she's going to be out of this fight. So she has to stay in close range. We have a Brand, we have an Olaf, we have a Renekton. That kind of close range brawl is exactly the kind of fight Divine want to take, and they engineer it perfectly.
It was just to their lead and their advantages. Speaking of advantages, looks like everything on the board right now just favors Divine. Dragon, gold, even kill counts and turret takedowns. Berjaya only able to get one turret. Now Divine Esports, they're trying to run the 1-3-1 lineup. Tanex being able to get the last mid lane outer turret, and Len storming the Baron lane side. Berjaya, they're now locked into their very own base.
Oh dear, Berjaya, this may be the eulogy. Divine marching in, 5,000 gold advantage for the game.
Cataclysm also the Tidal Wave plus the Mega Inferno Bomb, but apparently it's still a double kill going over to Fizz. Make that a triple. Now Tan X in front. He doesn't care. He's even going straight to the well. Minions in the base. You have the kill going over to Kai'Sa, but still Divine Esports finishes the series at 3-0.
And that's going to be Berjaya Dragons eliminated from the Southeast Asia Championship, as there's some redemption for Divine. They go down yesterday in the match versus Boom. They're sitting down in this lower bracket, and they come out today and demonstrate they don't deserve to be here. They deserve to qualify out of the play-in stage, with Len showing up in great form, with Tanex dominating the top lane yet again, and Coyote pulling out his assassins to show a little flair in the last two games of that series.
You mentioned Len. Off cam, we were even talking about Len needs to really step up. Are you happy right now, TJ? Was that enough play from Len?
Yeah, I mean, that was something we were really worried about after the first game, after their first series 2 days ago. This was much closer to the Len that we want to see. We didn't see Len on any of his really good early game threats. You know, his Lee Sin was banned away all 3 games. So it's a little hard to measure whether or not we're getting that kind of dominant LAN. But at the very least, he was playing well with his team. He was finding individual opportunities. That Kha'Zix game was very good. And it's a very good sign for Divine Esports and their fans.
First win and first team out has been seen for the SEA champions. Let's see though, what does Skimmy and friends have to say to that? Let's pass it on to you guys.
Thank you very much to our phenomenal casting team. And yes, indeed, Divine Esports are back in business. Down to the lower bracket. That is the power buff that they needed to wake up in this tournament. 3-0 on the night. A chance for them to showcase some of their strengths, but also respect what Bajaya Dragons were throwing their way, because it wasn't easy, right? The early games were certainly a challenge. They had a clear game plan in mind. Target Tarn X, make his life a misery. But the Fiora pick, time and time again here, Contra. Do you think they got into their heads a little bit too much, though, with some of these drafting decisions?
Perhaps so. I think that was a very good opportunity for them to get the Renekton for themselves, but they opted to go with the Fiora pick. But yet again, there's no opportunities for even the split push to happen in this particular match, where I feel like it's really much on how the team fighting style of Divine Esports have been able to precisely dissect Bajaya Dragons here. And by the end of it all, felt like they were watching the movie, How to Tame Your Dragons.
Yeah, honestly, there was a lot to unpack in that game. Main thing, like you mentioned, was team fighting style. Yeah, that definitely played a part. I think individual mechanics, Divine clearly outshone Bajaya Dragons. And I think the way they read and the way they played the map was honestly very impressive as well. And this was the Divine Esports, which I came in saying that they would top this group, right? It would be a bit close with Buriram, but they were one of the best teams, and I thought they could make a deep run in playoffs. What I hope we're seeing is kind of a return to form for them. But I think it's a little bit too early for us to call just yet. So we'll have to wait and see how they do in their next couple of matches.
Do you think we saw enough in this game to understand why there was the hype around this roster for what they could achieve? The fact that we see Hope One be that rock in the bot lane to guarantee that they had that success in those team fights, that Coyote has the flexibility. Perhaps a bit of the ego too, to say I can play Assassins and still get away with it. But the fact that Tarn X is receiving all these bans, is getting targeted, is getting punished, but is still able to contribute so much to the game, shows that they have this almost this Hydra approach to their roster. There are carries in all three lanes.
Yeah, and Len as well is a carry too. We can't forget him. I think definitely that's a great point, Skimmy. Everyone on this team can carry. Even Que on this brand can carry. It just comes down to how they want to approach the game. And I think we saw such a dichotomy from game 1 versus games 2 and 3 on the side of Coyote as well. He was playing the tank Javan utility for his team, and then he went on full assassin Zed as well as a Fizz, and he just popped off in both of these games. Highest damage on Fizz as well. I think we have seen enough of Divine. The question is, it's against Bajaya, so there's always going to be a bit of an asterisk there, and we'll need to see their performances against, I would say, better teams.
Well, I definitely think that Bajaya Dragons have put up a great showing as compared to what we saw in the upper brackets itself, but it's really down to the whole drafting, which I really do favor Divine Esports, even with them going for picks that may not be giving them mobility like the Varus or the Brand. The stats don't lie. The damage output has overwhelmed them, and to fit that Fizz in between, that is just way too much for that Ziggs to handle anyway. So yeah, I just wonder who actually is the MVP for this.
Yeah, well, that's what we're going to bring up. Thank you for doing my job there for me, Contra. Smurf, as always, here on the desk. Let's bring up that MVP. Who did it here for Divine Esports? Because there were a few candidates. We saw it. We mentioned a few that could have certainly risen to the occasion. But it has to be that man there up in the top lane, Tarn X, absorbing all the pressure and then dishing it back out. It was like Karma. It was like a two-way street. It came in, he pushed it back out. A recycling of pain and punishment just to deliver the win for the boys here, Omo.
Skimmy, I'm gonna have to point out something very important before we pan away from the screen. Look at the neck of Tarn X. Does he have a tattoo that says Tarn X?
Maybe that's the secret sauce.
It looks exactly like Divine Esports logo right across,
maybe,
you know.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But either way, I love it. That's confidence, that's commitment. And I think we see why, right? This guy should be very confident in his abilities. He popped off every game here today. Even in the Renekton game, made a couple of mistakes here and there. I think he definitely did his job, lived up to expectations, and I think it's a well-deserved MVP.
Indeed. You look at how well he can still play on multiple different picks, and once you get that Renekton here, it's so much better for him to have so much more flexibility to even Roman take all this damage and just contribute overall as compared to the Fiora, who's been looking for that pick time and time again. They haven't been able to do too much with that. So not only did he eventually come back into the lane here, hold a strong forward, I think it's a lot about him making those decisive plays to bring Divine on top.
Well, it gets rather exciting now because they're going to advance on through Divine Esports in this lower bracket, a chance to make it all the way through to the grand finals. And they're going to be hotly anticipating and watching what will be that next matchup between Boom Esports and Buriram United. And you start to wonder, okay, Tarn X, he's shown up here, he's picked up the MVP accolade. It's a diverse play style to say that you can absorb all that and play a carry style. He wasn't weak sided, right? You're not giving him a tank like a Malphite or a Gragas or even a Garen perhaps to say, do your duty. You know, do whatever you can, and then maybe just stroll into a team fight and say, hey guys, I got a 4-mail, life is good. It wasn't the case, right? It was very much, I'm going to 1v2 in the bot lane. The rest of my team, I can leave them to do their own business. And you know, do you think, given this sort of this power up now, we are starting to see this is what Divine Esports are praised for? They're coming into their own, and you know, you should be certainly fearful of a team with a lower bracket playoff buff, if you will.
Well, Contra, I think I've talked too much about Divine. I'm a very big fan of them. I'll let Contra take this one.
Well, I need a question again because I was just going on Divine again. So,
Yep.
well,
Yeah.
it just looked like they are definitely very gifted when it comes down to each individual lane on how they played up all these sort of matchup. And as a group itself, Divine just looking rock solid. So Pajao Dragons, it really felt like it was more of the transition into the later scaling of the game that seemed to be a little bit of a problem. And also when it comes down to priorities, they just really got to get it right once again. So hope to see them in the next season.
Yeah, and I think Bajaya, they should be heading back to the drawing board as well. I'm anticipating what changes they will make. I feel like there would be many, because if you look at this team, they had some right ideas for sure, but overall, it seemed like the way they wanted to play the game, as well as the team dynamic as a whole, was quite dysfunctional, and that's something they would definitely need to fix going into next year.
I'm curious though, because you know we sort of see this roster and we've seen what they can achieve already, and they've got this diversity, be it in the top lane where that big focus was, rightfully so, that Tarnex can pick up the accolade. But we look elsewhere, it wasn't really the hardest game there really for Hope One. I think TJ rose
It wasn't.
a very good question about, you know, he's absorbing the pressure. He might not win the lane, but he doesn't necessarily have to be that guy, right? He knows that I just hit the farm at a certain amount per minute. I've got to get my core items online. Once I've got that 2 to 3 item power spike, I am a Varus. Sure, you've got the Ziggs, but look what I can do. You can chuck out bombs. I can chuck out arrows. My poke hurts a little bit more. And just the coming together there, Omo, it just felt like this was a team that was well drilled, well rehearsed. They weren't playing with a fear or a burden on them to say, look, we could get knocked out, because there were multiple times that we were watching this game as a whole thinking it's a 3-1. It's a comeback. It's a situation that could have certainly been spun around in a different manner. So how can you sort of parallel the day one performance from what we saw then into today?
I think the way I would break it down would be that Divine as a team, as well as most Vietnamese teams, they like to push their limits as players, and they like to really play on the line as a team, as individuals. And this can really backfire if you're not, you know, in the right state of mind, if your team communications are off, if you're not playing up to form, right? A bunch of reasons why things like this could happen. That's definitely the Divine that we saw on day one. They were not playing up to their true capability, and because of their natural playstyle, where they are more prone to taking risk, where they are more open to just going for mechanics checks and individual 1v1s, 1v2s. Because of this, when it backfires, you look like a fool. You just die for no reason, your team doesn't trade anything. But when it goes well, when you look good, we see the Divine that we saw here today. We see the Divine that we saw back home in the Vietnamese region. And this is, I hope, the Divine that we will continue to see going forward.
Yeah, and of course, Divine Esports, they look extremely comfortable with that front-to-back composition as well. And then we look at how they've been able to really gel well all together and also deal with all these fast-paced action. And that's usually the Vietnamese region, right? Like, this is nothing new coming from Pajao Dragons, and they took it pretty well, adapted into that late game, and just show that why they're one of the best teams in this group.
For sure, and we're just playing a little bit of time at the moment. I do believe we have a location. We're getting ourselves geared up and ready for an interview with the mid lane of Divine Esports. We're going to be bringing on Coyote to the show to talk things, well, the bracket, how things have been going, how his individual performance was. So whilst we dwell on that question for a second, let's talk a little bit about some of his champion pools. The fact that the Twisted Fate was available, but it was denied constantly from him. So, you know, they didn't really feel the need to go down the global route. They were saying the burden, if you will, Omo, was on the opposition to try and make those plays, to try and utilize the ultimates, because we could see him play these assassins, the Fizz, the Zed, and say, I don't have the tempo to try and contest. But you're never going for the Dragon. You are going for the Herald, their instant injection of gold for turrets, for map pressure, to allow this global Twisted Fate to do what it does best. So yeah, I start to wonder where we go from this one. It's a weird situation. I do believe we bought enough time, fantastic as that is, that we can actually now jump into that interview. So I'm excited to welcome in Coyote to the show. And I want to start by asking, a rough showing to start off the play-ins. How does it feel to get the 3-0 today?
Chào chị Trung Anh và tất cả mọi người đang xem trực tuyến ạ.
Yeah, I can hear Coyote. It's working well. I want to start by asking, how did you find that series? Because the opposition were playing the Twisted Fate, but you were having a lot of fun on those assassins.
Em cảm thấy đội bên họ đánh lên top của em khá là nhiều và tụi em biết điều đó và tụi em kiểm soát gọng rất là tốt, và việc em chơi tướng ở đường giữa thì chỉ để áp lực cho TF khó có thể di chuyển ra hai bên thôi.
From what I heard from production, we're having a few technical difficulties getting that translation back onto the screen for you guys here. But so long was the story was that they sort of respected that there was a lot of pressure going topside, and coming through, they weren't too phased about that one. So thank you very much for joining us here, Coyote. We're going to jump to a quick commercial break, get ourselves ready for the second series of the night. Been an absolute pleasure here, gentlemen, as we open up day number 3 of the action. And I mean, I can't wait to see what we have in store next, because it is going to be another bracket A banger. It's going to be Boom Esports taking on Buriram United. You don't want to miss this one.
back.
And welcome back to our upper bracket finals. That's going to be our second matchup of the night. Yes, indeed. Boom Esports taking on Buriram United. We've got Yuko here talking about cutlery. She's getting excited. We got Contra back on the desk because he's excited. Well, maybe not so much, seeing as the team have already fallen out of grace, but it's okay. We've all got smiles on our face. Now, Yuko, you were there. You were amongst all the action. You saw the Frio. It was there, right in front of your face. How did you find that game?
Honestly, it was just a stop. And I was really looking forward to seeing what kind of draft Virginia will do in game number 3. Apparently, some Fs were seen in the Twitch chat when that was popped up. But overall, I still think that Virginia, they did all they can. Yeah, but still not being able to run as much lead as he can in the Baron lane side. You also have the ADC trying to put out as much damage. But at the end of the day, it was just their opponents being able to get the lead and then get their Nexus.
I think at the very least they walk away with their hits held high as compared to the performance that they had facing on Buriram United. It's a good showing after all, and I definitely see like a lot of the fans were pretty much okay with the results because you just look at Divine, they're just so much better when it comes down to the late game macro play that has given them that great edge against Bajara Dragons. So just a few more things that Bajara Dragons have to fix if they were to advance for the next season itself. So I wonder what will happen in this upcoming series here, because Skimmy, I think we got a lot more great games to come.
I certainly do think we have a lot more great games to come, and I think we've got some great content as well, so be sure to get yourself active on social media. Use that hashtag SCAChamps. It could be Twitter, it could be Instagram, it could be Facebook, whatever it might be, whatever your preference is. We don't discriminate. Social media is what it is. Get some content out there. Give us your memes. We've seen it before. We had a fantastic one the other day with the Kha'Zix getting bug sprayed because that was our very first pentakill. Look, you're going to get reviewed by these beautiful people on the desk. I'm going to take myself out of the equation because forget about me. Look at these two on the sides. That's where the magic is at. So get creative, get your photoshopping skills on point, and perhaps you two may be featured on the show. All right, well, let's, I suppose, hone in now onto those particular teams. I believe we are ready to bring up Team A, which on this occasion will be Boom Esports. So let's start to talk things about this because it was the upset, right? It was the team that beat Divine Esports, which just looked so good a moment ago. It wasn't meant to be this way here, Contra. This is not the script that we were sold.
Well, you just counted them as the underdogs here, but remember this, Indonesia as a region, they definitely are the front runners when it comes down to mobile MOBA titles out there. And, you know, this is just another day's worth of work where they definitely studied their opponents well enough to take them on. And you got to really look at their players that definitely popped off in that past series when they took down Divine Esports. I don't think it was just a miracle run for them because Fly Arthur as well as Xiao Qi, they look great overall.
You know what? This team, Boom Esports, has a special place in my heart. Why? Because of them, I got my first win rate for my caster and panelist prediction. So I'm throwing it out there. But yeah, I have to agree. Fly Arthur as well as Xiao Qi, they just really pop off. And when these two pop off, you're going to be seeing Owens going crazy at the lanes. And let's not forget, Gov, whatever support champion he picks up, he always delivers. At some point, I believe he deserved to be MVP.
Yeah, he still put himself in the ring to be considered for that one. It was Fly Arthur on that occasion that did pick up the MVP because quite honestly, you know, bidding around the bush here, guys, he did mid-gap Coyote, which looked so good in the previous series. So it was a chance for him to showcase what he could do. Game 1 didn't go their way, obviously, because he played the Diana. They had the Xin Zhao, a big burden of execution for that to come together for the Moonfall to really hit its mark, but it was a little bit too hard on the day. But they did manage to flex things around with the Aurelia in the jungle that then showcased us that, hey, you know, Ari in the mid lane may be just the most broken champion in this man's hands because they can get a Baron and an Elder stolen away from them. He'll just find a magical charm Contra, and just like that, the game's over.
Yeah, indeed. And if it's not going to be that, I think that there's still going to be a lot more wealth of a pool of champions that he could actually go for as well. But let's have a look at the current stats here. We're looking at Owens here having 94 kills back in his own region. So if that doesn't tell you that Boom really is always out for the hunt as a Wolfpack, I don't know what else to say.
be scared for the late game because Owens will definitely be behind you or in front of you, just trying to dish out as much damage as he can. Also, they have the fastest match win, which is literally under 13 minutes. If I were to play my ranked game in that, I'm probably already 0-5 or something.
Might as well surrender, huh, if that's gonna be the case. So, other than that, of course, putting Owen aside, I think today is definitely gonna be a lot more party focus coming in from the opposition figure, where Xiaoqi, Flyauthor, they popped off, so maybe he might just get all the picks that he needs.
Yeah, where would you like to
Maybe.
see the focus go towards here, Yuko? Would you like to see it be in terms of the playstyle, focusing a player or a lane, or do you think you want to see more so the draft deny some of these key picks?
As much as I would love to say I want to look at the macro or the Jeff, I really have my eyes on this mid lane matchup. Fly Arthur, even Archony, they both play Twisted Fate. So let's see, will it be a TF ban? Or will it be a steal on this champion? And maybe we're going to be seeing Fly Arthur and maybe a Ziggs or Archony on a Galio.
Well, let's bring up Buriram United as well, coming out of Thailand, looking ever so good. They had a very strong performance against the Bajaya Dragons. They got themselves an opening matchup with a 3-0. Their stats, they really do speak for themselves here, Contra. In those games, they were getting 20k gold leads in 14-minute games.
Yeah, and you know, this whole roster here is one of the most rock-solid roster that we've ever seen. Not too much have changed from the past season here, and Buriram United, they just have the perfect macro gameplay as compared to everybody else that's currently in this entire group. So we look at Noel, whatever he's going to throw up that Baron lane, he's still going to be able to make the cut. Doesn't matter if it's Singe, Renekton, Fiora, you name it, he's got it. And you got to, of course, keep your eyes on Kinemon again. If you take away that TF, he can play exactly the same. Go for that Ahri, go for anything else that he desires. And it's Kinemon there on that Dragon lane that's been able to still be the backbone for them heading to that late game.
Man, Kinemon being highlighted by Concha right on cue. He had 149 kills. That's an amazing stat if you're an ADC. All the kills going over to your side during the mid or late game. They also have the fastest match, which is a second above 12 minutes. 12 seems to be the number for our teams here.
It's the magical number, really, isn't it? And I mean, at this level of play, it seems almost criminal that you can get away with it. That just shows the caliber of this roster. And you start to wonder, okay, is it a flash in the pan? Is it a blip in the radar? Because we've seen them be strong, but to say the least, their opening matchup, they had that perfect 10-0 game. They didn't drop a single member in that situation. Then they ran it back in game 2 and said, you know what? We can get 20k gold leads on the regular. They look also comfy. They've got the charisma on the couch. We were joking about this before, Contra, about how it must feel to be in a gaming house with your mates on the couch, getting comfy and having a good old time.
That's right. Some of them could get as comfy as just laying down in bed. Like, you could just treat it like you're just dreaming of all these sort of matchups. You wake up, you get that victory on your screen. Yeah, cool. And you just keep carrying forward. So for Buriram United, I think they've definitely worked very hard for this. And then you saw when they were going up against Bajara Dragons, they were having laughter, smile throughout the whole draft. They're like, yeah. I think we've seen this from our own region. Give us something new. Give us something challenging. And the scoreboard proves that, you know, this was a team that just have everything going on perfectly according to plan. So just keep an eye on how they play out the macro once more.
Well, let's see what they did, as we do have a cheeky little feature video to catch up with the team of Buriram United.
My favorite match would be Buriram United versus Inward Esports in the upper bracket. It's because that my top laner Noel and Inward top laner Katai have made a hair color chain bet for whoever lost, and in the end I'm glad that we win, so my team captain doesn't have to change his hair color. Every region has its own uniqueness and challenge. For us, we're really looking forward to Taiwanese and the Vietnamese region. I think the best player that other people should be watch out is our top laner Noel, and Evo jungle, Wardas, and Invade support Water Jet. For me personally, the biggest success for us is to, of course, win the C championship. In another hand, the greatest setback would be that we didn't win anything. Like we go home with 0 wins. I don't have any player to beat. I have 2 teams to beat. No, I mean, I had 3 teams to beat at the champ. First is Fat Wolf because they beat us in Summer Super Cup. Second is One Esport because they beat us at Summer Super Cup too. Third is EVOS, so we can claim the title at last.
Well, it looks like he's got a bit of a big hit list there. He's basically saying, I want to take everybody down. And he's not going to go home empty-handed. He said, look, the biggest disappointment would be if we didn't win a single game. Well, they've won these games. They are in the upper bracket final, and this is their opposition. And Yuko, I mean, there's a lot of personality. There's a lot of excitement going around this team. But what really speaks volumes to you?
All right, I said this earlier, and I believe we're gonna have a head-to-head matchup later, but still, really want to focus more on to the mid laners and right on Q. This will be the mid lane matchup. We're gonna look at the stats. Archini does have quite the lead or quite the kill in the KDA. That's because his champions usually focuses on damage. Twisted Fate and Ziggs, he farms a lot as well. Kill participation though is going over to Fly Arthur because we talked about this. Him being able to just go all around the map. He also has 2 very mobile champions, Ari and Twisted Fate with that Destiny. So again, begs the question, ban or will the mid laners be try to at least steal Twisted Fate from the other?
Well, if you look at Fly Archer's stats, you see an absurd amount of damage output out there, and also what I want to mention is the high kill participation that is, meaning to say, Fly Archer roams a whole lot to secure the kills, so he'll be working in tandem with Xiaoqi a whole lot, while Archini, they can actually match up with the global pressure with that Twisted Fate as well as the Ziggs pick. So this is definitely the lane that we will keep our eyes on how they actually set the tempo for the entirety of the match.
Yeah, and every jungler is only as good as their mid laner. And speaking of, let's flip it back and then look at that jungle matchup, because that's really what gets the ball rolling. That is the core component. It's the role in solo queue that you tend to flame. But these players are fantastic for 2 very different reasons. I'm looking at some of these champion pools here, Contra, and absolute parallels.
Absolute parallels indeed. And yesterday, it was Xiaoqi that introduced to us the Irelia in the jungle. And he's quite selfless in many of all these occasions. He will dive in the turret in order to get the kill for his teammate. He doesn't matter giving himself up. That's why you see maybe a little bit more of a lower KDA. Meanwhile, Shiba is going to play something that's a little bit more snowballing, and you have something as stable as a Jarvan as well. And it's high kill pressure coming into the early game that has resulted in Shiba getting that 10.8 KDA as well. So it definitely tells you from both ends that the KP is pretty much matching up, and which is why we want to see who actually takes the early game lead.
I actually believe that one of the win conditions for Buriram United here is Shiba really needs to scale. He needs to get those kills in the early game, needs to ramp up on those damage and get the initiate, especially on a J4. I mean, those 2 champions, his top 2 champions, they're all about rooting someone, catching someone off guard, and then taking them out.
But I'm curious though, because whilst we have seen that there's the likes of the Olaf, the Rengar, the Fiora, the pocket picks that can be used, that can be flexed in a draft, from what we've seen of these 2 teams so far, that has been a big priority, on that Xin Zhao, on that Jarvan, on that Lee Sin, and it begs the question once again, the meta seems to be around these high engaging champions that have the safety net to jump in, to jump out, to set the stage really more so than anything for the rest of the team to come together and say, thank you, Mr. Jungler. My life has been made a whole bunch easier. All right, well, that said, let's see which way we are swinging for this one. And it looks like a bit of a clean sweep. We're all on the Buriram hype train. Yuko, what do you reckon?
Okay, I remember I put in 3-0 or 3-1 in favor of Buriram just because I really love their team fight. They basically move as a unit. Again, if Shiba snowballs, there's no stopping not just him but also his team. A lot of damage being sent out by the ADC as well. And again, if the ADC is right there, the support most likely will be Enchanter or in the tanky side. They will just be, and I quote, unstoppable.
Well, for myself, I think that this matchup is actually much closer than you think, Yuko. I put it as 3-2 because they both play very similar style that can actually match up. The only key factor here is always those big cross-map plays that Baram United likes to pull off, and also not forgetting Noel, one of the best Baron laners out there that you've already heard it from their teammates themselves, that in that top 3 list of players that he's looking out for, who's currently the best, he mentioned his own teammate Noel first, and then the rest of the players from Thailand, such as Valdez and also What the Jess on the support role. So there's a whole lot of sheer confidence, and I'm pretty sure that they don't want to be coloring their hair by the end of the day. I think that this is where it's going to be a little bit of a primarily focus on break cross map plays.
Yeah, and I think for me, I mean, we've seen that, you know, Noel was the MVP in that previous series. He's proven that he is the real deal, that his KDA speaks for itself. 16 kills, only 3 deaths. He's a bit of a demon in that Baron lane, to say the least. We're going to jump into pick and ban phase. We're going to get this series on the road. One of these teams in this best of 5 will begin their journey to guarantee a spot in the grand final.
It's like, as we start off here with Baram United going in with a Senna ban. This is a very standard ban coming from many other teams as well. You don't want to enable this pick true because you can go in for the fasting Senna style, or you can still put it in support, which is still going to give so much more sustainability. As we go down the list, there's a heavy focus onto the jungle list as well. They're just trying to negate the pull coming in from Xiaoqi.
Man, and I'm very much happy seeing that Varus ban. You do not want someone poking from the back lines. With Camille logged in, Boom Esports answered that with the Renekton and a Gragas, most likely going over to Gov.
Yeah, this is looking great. Boom Esports have played a fantastic Gragas as well, coming with explosive cast to set things up. And it can also defuse a Hextech ultimate if done right with the timing. So Noel or Shiba going on the Camille is still going to be a very good flex. Alongside with the Ziggs, who can still go into the bottom lane. Baram United haven't shown the full card when you have the Twisted Fate here being the real card dealer for Boom Esports.
I was about to highlight that the Baby Cage combo, Hextech Ultimatum plus the Mega Inferno Bomb will be very much useful, but Boom Esports, they pulled out Twisted Fate and they also got their hands on J4. So the initiate potential here is you have the Cataclysm and the Cask. So a lot of damage for both teams.
Yeah, I'm looking at the whole Baram United roster here just smiling, and I think they might just be laughing about, you're never gonna get your cinch anyways, but you know what? Let's play something that requires less of a brain power here. Since Xiao is just spears, and spears, just go right in, pick somebody off, and I think it can definitely start up any sort of good fight for Baram United's favor. And yet again, if anything goes wrong, go in for the crescent sweep, he's just swept the ball away. Is this a first-time Sona that we're seeing here for Boom Esports?
It seems like it. I mean, I was staring at it for the last few seconds. Is he gonna lock it in? Apparently he did. First singer and instrumentalist rather for the SCA champs. What are your thoughts about this Contra?
Well, I crossed my arms and it's starting to figure, is Sona actually better than a Seraphine pick that's actually left available? Because both kind of essentially do the same thing, with one having the longer range on that Encore, but I guess a more frequent usage of pokes as well as heals in the lane will do them good as well.
It's got so many flexes. There are so many possibilities with this composition coming out of Boom Esports. Cross your arms. It makes you feel maybe a little bit smarter. But I tell you, some very smart people are casting teams. Let's take it away, guys.
Thanks a bunch, Skimmy. Looking forward to how this game is gonna play out. We're looking back at Bracket A, and they have tossed every expectation out the window. I don't even know what to look forward to anymore. TJ, I know off camera I've been slowly losing your respect, but I feel like you've had a couple of ideas how this one's gonna play out.
I feel so smart right now. Thank you for the tip, Skimmy. Yeah, I do have a couple of ideas, because the way that early game, once we saw the rest of that draft finish, once that Sona came in, is really interesting to me. You have Sona in the late game as this kind of game-ending carry threat for Boom, and during the mid-game, they have so much CC.
We also have a quick look at the final picks for both these teams, where we're gonna end up with this game. And a couple questions have to be answered here, TJ. Boom Esports, they took that game off of Divine at the start. And moving into this one, it's going to be quite curious if they're gonna be able to keep this one up.
over on the Buriram side, I think you have to pay attention to their early game, especially in this matchup.
So let's see what we have from both these teams as Buriram United go up against Boom Esports in our second match of the day. It's another best of 5. A lot of eyes on how Boom Esports will play this one out.
Boom, over on the right-hand side of your screen, are going to be relying on those CC chains. Look for the Renekton to follow up the gold card. Look at the J4 Cataclysm to follow up the gold card. Look at basically every stun on this team to follow up the gold card. Once you get into the mid-late game, it's really hard to avoid those entry picks because you're going to have Rapid Fire Cannon increasing the range of Fly Arthur's stuns. So if Boom can get there, they have a really devastating teamfight comp because of the amount of follow-up behind that.
Yeah, look at how interactive that is. Gold card, after I think we've seen 2 so far. Fly Arthur, he's stacking up the gold cards, he's getting ready for that. He's practicing, warming up to make sure he has that crowd control of the man. I'm also pretty curious to see how else we're going to see the Baron lane kind of play out. When we heard the interview from BRU, definitely mentioned Noel as one of the key players to watch out for. As well as another match with Invade, with What the Jest, so that one's coming up later. For now, Camille up against Renekton, and I was talking a little bit to Omo about this. Camille's a champion you don't really want to leave open, but they've got Renekton going up against it.
Yeah, Renekton is pretty safe in the Camille as picks go, but you do have to worry about the Camille in mid-game teamfights especially, because what the Hextech Ultimatum becomes is a really powerful utility ability. It's essentially a scarier version of Exhaust. Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, Noel looks like he's a scarier version of whatever Renekton brings to the table here.
Camille is what you're describing there, Grandin.
It's the nightmare in his dreams, and oh my goodness, Ashen, he's already gonna force them out. They're looking for a little bit of a trade here in the jungle. They're going deep in. But the blast cone will save them, and BRU digitalizes onto the blue buff, forces the flash away from the Soda. Owens, he has to get away, but the heal won't save him. It's first blood for BRU.
If you're running the Soda, you're banking on the late game. There's no excuse for trying to contest that early. There's no way that breaks your way. So a little bit of a mistake there from Boom as they step up into that fight kind of awkwardly.
And how critical is this, TJ? Because you talk so much about Boom having to survive to a point where they have that on-demand crowd control to pair with the gold card. If they're losing the bot side early on and helping Kingdom 1 scale up faster, is this going to make things worse? Oh my goodness, this might make things worse. Cataclysm gets a lockdown first, but the Destiny's going to come through. They actually take down one right away. Fly Arthur comes back in with the gold card. Well, it's too little too late.
Yeah, kind of crazy again from Boom because Owens doesn't even have Crescendo yet. Gov doesn't even have the explosive cast yet. That lane becomes so scary once they have those 2 abilities up. It's insane that Xiaoqi is trying to gank that earlier. Xiaoqi should be waiting until all of that CC is up. You're Jarvan, you can spend this early game just kind of farming, living your best life, fishing at your villa house by the lake, you know? You don't need to be rushing into a bottom lane fight, especially versus a Kai'Sa Braum, a duo that's exceptionally strong during the early game. Normally we talk about Kai'Sa being really powerful during the early game. That's because each of her auto attacks does 2 things. First of all, it obviously does damage. Second of all, it procs a mark due to her passive. So if she gets 6 consecutive auto attacks, which is very easy to do in the early game, she gets extra damage. You time that as well with a Braum who's also rewarding those auto attacks. It's just really scary to lane against, to fight early. So I don't know why you're forcing that when your own lane hasn't hit their power spot.
Yeah, I think you've taken a good chunk out of Skimmy's book there, TJ. Must have had your arms crossed because that was a really smart point that you made. Except though, Boom Esports will take the tempo in the top side and the Baron lane, send Noel back first, but instead they get some pressure around the Dragon, and we're looking at an early skirmish here by the river.
Yeah, this is scary for Boom. Again, they don't win these early game exchanges. You have hit level 5, so they need to just combo these ults really well.
Yeah, but they're looking to force it either way. Glacial Fissure comes through. Zig's ultimate's massive. The cleansing over to the backline. They're looking to take down the TF first. Fly Arthur's gone. And so are Owens. Wind becomes lightning. A little bit more damage on the Cell T with the Ignite ticking down. And Camille, he joins back into the fight. He takes down more. 4 dead on the side of Boom Esports.
And I haven't even finished my sentence by the time you've seen 2 ult, the Crescendo and the explosive cask eaten up by supporter shield. That may be the most impactful Braum shield we're going to see this tournament, as it ate up all of the CC at the critical first fight of the game. There was no initiation. The big fight tools were down. Take a look at this again. Wow.
Not a good window at all here, TJ.
And what do you do at this point? You just have to run away as best you can. Boom can't get their key carries out. I said it was going to be late game. I said Boom needed to wait for the hyper late game to win this. That kind of late game window has just gotten later and later.
Yeah, extremely impatient, but this might help them a little bit. Redemption is going to give a little bit more life to support her, but still a double kill for Tops at the top side.
Okay, so a taste of what this Twisted Fate should enable, and they're going to use that to try and challenge for this Rift Herald.
Definitely trying to put the pressure on. Shiba secures it at the very least. Some safety from Archony, but that's about it there.
Rift Herald does end up going over to Buriram, and Archony is going to get a free farm in the middle of the map as well, taking one of the first plates of the game. So the gold lead swings away from Boom. It's pretty devastating at this point.
And curious to see double Rod of Ages for Boom Esports. Both Fly Arthur and Gov making their way to start off their build path. This is going to be a pretty interesting start. Boom Esports, I feel like gonna lack a little bit of damage moving into some of these mid-game fights, but I'm not sure if they even want to take these anymore.
Yeah, I think you can. If you find the initiation, it's all about those ultimate cooldowns. Okay. I'm struggling because Gov did just get a random kill onto Kinemon, and I don't know how much gold he got from that. But I think he may be farming. I think they may be passing at least some of the gold in the bottom lane over to Gov's Gragas, as opposed to Owens on the Sona.
Yep. So it could be trying to funnel into the Gragas. And we've seen Gov playing that angle before. Yeah, let's take a look back at this fight again.
Wow. Just a really good use of the explosive cask flash to chase. And it earns Boom much needed leeway as the late game carry from Buriram is that Kai'Sa. If they can go ahead and threaten her early, get their own teamfight threats online, it's very impactful. They have both these key ultimates up as the skirmish develops.
Well, key ultimates available, but I'm not sure if the fight under the
Braum
turret is
shield
what they're
spent.
looking for. Once again, they get the catch on the Kinemon. Looks like a repeat of that replay, DJ. Cataclysm just to lock in for the kill, and they secure it. Zelti picks it up.
And Gov is just walking his team to victory, tossing his team to victory. Here we go with a gold card.
Fight extends to the mid-side. Tuff's still alive after all that. Concussive blows won't be able to do too much to the Renekton. He finally goes down, but he bought enough time for Boom Esports to come online. They're flashing forward, looking to take them down. The wild cards connects on the two more dead, and picked up for Boom Esports.
And look at how much the Sona damage boost does in those fights. As Fly Arthur all of a sudden is doing way more damage than he should at this gold spike at just a Rod of Ages. Boom Esports are running a really scary team composition, and through a series of very carefully chosen fights, they've repaired the damage that was done to them during the early game. This is anyone's game.
I'm quite curious to see as well. Redemption completed for the Braum, so a little bit less tanky, but gives them a bit more sustain. I think that Buriram United are gonna look to go for slightly longer exchanges here, TJ.
I like to go for Redemption on the Braum as well because it's a utility pick. It can give you a little bit of extra vision. It can heal up your key carries. It's flexible. If you're not worried about taking sustained damage, as I don't think he is, it's a decent choice.
Buriram United will find the first turret in the mid lane. That's the power of the Zig Satchel combo. Get the Satchel off with the Rift Herald, secures the turret. That's a decent amount of gold back, but it just about evens things up. And we're looking at a much closer game than we may have initially expected. Boom Esports, after their win against Divine, people weren't quite sure what to expect. Divine, post-game, did mention they had a couple issues going into that series. So Boom Esports, we're a little bit curious of how this will play out, but holding their own against BRU here.
Yeah, a lot of people, in fact, weighting this matchup against them quite heavily. Our entire analyst desk predicting Buriram to come up on top. But Boom are certainly making a case here. Now, as we head into the mid-game, what you've just seen result in that turret take-up on the top side, is going to become a problem for Boom. They have a team-fight-heavy composition. They are really good when they can chain those stuns together, and they have a couple individual units that can find value, mostly revolving around that Renekton. But if they're not able to get those 5v5s and they're forced to play on a split map, it's really scary.
Yeah, Renekton did manage to find some value by taking down Shiba, but a nice trade by Noel. Moves over to the side lane. Exos comes through with the gold card. That's the on-demand crowd control. They managed to find Archony on the top side, but not with enough damage to follow through. Cataclysm comes in as they get the hook shot for the knock-up. With a stun onto Xiaoqi, but he has the Gargoyle Stoneplate. He's still alive. And finally, they take him down with the tactical sweep, but it was so close there.
Opting into a 1v2, down bottom, there's the crescendo.
Stalls off BRU and support on Kinemon. We want to put some pressure down bot side. They have a strong dual lane matchup, but won't be able to get the kills here.
And with that challenge up close, it's very hard for Boom to survive this. He's going to keep going here. Shiba.
They've gone for the full-on dive. They decided this is enough. They waited long enough. They're moving out the Gov too. Takes down a second, but Tussa joined into the fight now. Destiny will come through, and they're looking to pick off a couple more stragglers. Support are very low, so just going to back away, but Noel's going to be there to play bodyguard, make sure this team's safe.
So, really interesting focus by Buriram. They're targeting Gov and Owens as kind of late-game carry threats, which they're right to do. Sona, in particular, is very scary once you get to the late game. And Boom also make a mistake, simultaneous to that very clever targeting from Buriram. You see Xiaoqi kind of jump into a 1v2 for, I don't know, no describable reason. Jarvan doesn't have a lot of damage, so it's not a fight that he's going to win any day, even though they are low. And it clearly wasn't common to Fly Arthur, who didn't follow up on the engage.
I can see the ambition there, but Gov, he's just been massive with these casts. Finding catches on Kinemon and Archony, panning out very well for his team.
Gov does more work with the explosive cask than some supports do on like traditional engaged characters. He does more work with that explosive cast than some Leonas do.
Yeah, he feels like he's playing Blitzcrank. He feels like he has all the upsides of a Blitzcrank with none of the downsides.
It's crazy. And he's doing so much damage as well because they're playing Owens kind of as the support. Gov is going to be really hurting with these explosive casks.
So getting some additional damage on this Greg, it looks like things are panning well for Boom Esports and kind of defying expectation. Moving up
in the top side, Fly Arthur is threatened as Buriram rotate up towards him.
Yeah, trying to contest towards the jungle now. Both sides really playing at have a stalemate here, TJ.
A stalemate enforced around this Drake. Neither team wants to take a risk right now. Neither team wants to be the ones to lose 2-3 players. Because if you do, you won't be able to fight for this Ocean Drake that is coming up in just about 40 seconds. So here's the play to punish it.
They start off with Archony once again. It's back-to-back catches onto the Ziggs. Gold card. Won't be able to find it. And over by the side, the Ignite's sticking him down low. Xiaoqi's the first to fall. And they follow through with Shiba coming in for the double. They're moving on to Tufts now. The Dominus won't save him. He goes golden to try and buy time. With the Glacial Fissure building space between Boom Esports. They watch as the Renekton falls. As a triple for Shiba comes through.
And Noel even lives on 1 HP. It's a tragedy. Boom Esports go for an aggressive play through Fly Arthur's TP, but they don't bring their damage. They need to fight as 5 without Owens' damage amplification. This roster just does not do enough damage to take a 5v5, and you see that fall apart there in the 3v3. It'll give Buriram the lease on life to start this Baron.
They're doing the best they can, though. Teleport coming in, but it's a little bit too late. Double teleport committed to this fight, so Gov, he's still in the pursuit. He's looking for his chase. Huge boy slam onto 2, but they knock them back. The Crescent Guard gives them the space to get away. Then the turret and BRU will escape with their lives.
Huge engage again from Gov, who's playing his heart out, but it's not enough to get Boom back into a scenario where they've already lost the Baron, and all of the Barons picked up by Buriram are able to survive it. Meaning that we're going to head now into a very dangerous couple of minutes as Buriram push forward with the Baron. That should ensure that they get this Drake, which is just going to snowball an advantage over to Buriram before Boom have finished coming online. You see the beginnings of them coming online right now. As Gov gets a Rabadons, he's going to be very scary. I think with one more item from Owens, he's going to be able to finally contest as the full damage amp that late game Sona can provide. But they're not there yet, or isn't complete on Fly Arthur, and Boom don't have everything they want to end this game to be able to contest late game team fights.
I mean, Gov's your main man. He's still trying to hold them together. But Boom Esports, they're being shoved back. I'm not sure they're going to ever hit that window, TJ. The Sona pick, like you mentioned, it helps them so much when they get to that point where they have the power to fight these and take these trades. but it feels like as well Braum has been doing a great job with the Unbreakable to slow a lot of the engage coming through. SLT, I say that Warlock for the engage, they jump back onto the Ziggs, finds a decent amount of crowd control, but they're falling apart. Over to the back, Sheba is making a mess of the base. He flashes away from the Nexus, and they shred it down, taking down Boom Esports. They're onto the Nexus, looking to grab game 1, just 15 minutes in. Quadra kill coming through as well.
They find the kill in the fountain, and they recognize what they must not do. The longer that game goes, the more opportunities there are for it to get messy, for that Sona to make a difference, for Boom to force the 5v5 CC chain team fights they want. And so Buriram saying, no chance, no way we're going to that game state. We're going to run down the middle of the map right now, and we're going to end the game before it really begins for Boom.
Yeah, being able to build so much tempo for them before Boom Esports was really able to get online. I honestly felt like a great showing from BYU, and I think that might answer where we're looking at Boom Esports. But to break it down and to give us more insight on how things are going to go, we're going to hand it over to Skimmy and the boys to break down how this first match went.
Thank you very much to the casters, as yes, there was a fair bit to break down. A risk was taken in the draft. They've run this Gragas Sona bot lane. We were hyped, we were excited, and we were on doing, what on earth are we going to see? They needed some scaling, they needed a bit of time, but time wasn't really on their side there, Yuko.
Riot will definitely have the lead in the early game, but it seems like they just focus on shutting down on Xiaoyi. Remember, early game, there was a very quick invade on the blue buff. Even though, yes, there is a Sona somewhere in the Dragon lane, they don't mind. I mean, it's early game, still pretty squishy, and with that, they were just able to bank on the lead that they had.
Yeah, I think that this is quite a surprise draft coming in from Boom Esports itself, where we look at the Sona pick to give really good sustain to this Gragas, which became pretty much unkillable in the very early game. But you look at one big play coming out of Buriram to turn over that fight. I was really impressed, especially when Boom, moving into the enemy jungler there, not only did the Ziggs survive, they instantly respond to that and wipe them all off, and they make some really clean call to secure this game. At first, it looked to be pretty dead even until that play happened, and Buriram took another 10 kills out of that.
Definitely. Actually, if we're gonna talk about Boom now, this is a good draft. However, the scaling feels a bit slow, aside from Golf. I mean, he had so much damage with the cask, which TJ did highlight time and time again. But sometimes whenever Shiba would poke Owens on this Sona, it was just a struggle for Boom Esports.
Yeah, it might just actually be, which is why I did question, is it better to actually run the Seraphine instead? But I guess I could make do with that. If he actually gets a really good lead, maybe you might even see a full AP Sona, and that's going to be pretty scary. And Buriram United, why they're not worried at all? If you look at the build, they're going offensive, but if they start building defensively, just get Force of Nature, get all these magic resistance stack. Late game, they will easily secure it if that's going to be the case.
Why don't we just go one step further here, Contra? Why don't we get a Sona and a Seraphine in a bot lane together? It's just a battle of the harmony. It's a bit of a rock band down there. They're having fun. They're playing music. Maybe they're very squishy. Maybe they're going to get targeted. Who cares? It looks cool. I love to see it in the opening here of a best of 5, a team take a risk, because as we've seen, it feels like the theme has been here, Yuko, that games 1 and 2, it's a battle of the ego. No, that wasn't the problem, the draft. No, it's just the execution. Game 3, we're out. So I like the fact that they've said, here's a curveball. What's your preparation? Because they could have snuck a win in there.
They could have. But again, scaling was just too slow, and Xiaoqi again got shut down. I was waiting for Sona to scale, but apparently 0-4 Sona is not something you'd want to see in the early game. Maybe a few tweak on the ADC. They could go back to the traditional ADC or APC, or you know what, I'm gonna agree with you guys. How about a Sona Seraphine combo down on Dragon Lane? Here's the thing, I've been seeing teams run that combo. It's very squishy in the early game, but the idea is you get to fight, you get to CC while you're stepping back. It creates a lot of space for your jungler and for your mid lane to actually get the targets.
Honestly, I don't think that should be too heavy of a change here. I do really like Gov on that Gragas. You see how many great casts he actually pulls off. So if you put 2 of all these musicians right down on the bottom lane, I feel like Buram United, they might not enjoy it, so they will actually focus it down and just kill the music.
Why not? I mean, switch the lights off, bring us to a game 2, forget about it. Let's get ourselves excited for game number 2 because it's going to be coming up after the break. It's something to look forward to. It's a chance for these teams to showcase what they're made of. It's a chance for them to try and keep themselves in the upper bracket final. I'm excited for this one. This one should be pretty hype. And before we do go to that break, once again, a big shout out to our sponsors. We cannot forget our sponsors because they make this the possibility. They make us all happy. They have us here. They have us here on the show. So once again, big shout out to Franklin Templeton. Open a door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Now, up next after the break, it's not too far away. Game 2 just around the corner. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back for Game 2 of our upper bracket finals, thanks in part to our sponsor, One Esports, the home of esport heroes, where you can get your daily dose of action all the way over at oneesports.gg. Now, guys, we saw a little bit of spice in that bot lane. We were getting a little bit excited. Perhaps me and Yuko were getting a little bit too carried away because we were starting to rock out, you know, with our little air guitars. We're playing some music, maybe the harp. Not sure how you would mime that. But a harp, sure, Seraphine and Sona. Is it on the cards? Now, Yuko, you're a believer. We're on the same bandwagon there. We're swept across the board, though, believing that Buriram should take this one. So, where are we at now?
Okay, so we're at game 2. Just kidding. Buriram definitely has the lead here, and they would just keep the momentum going. I think I got skimmed. I caught Skimmy off guard there.
You got me there.
But it's true, though. We're at game number 2. Yeah, they just need to push through with the draft and make sure that Boom Esports' jungler gets shut down. I mean, the 1-6-1-8 from game number 1 really translated into the gameplay of Boom Esports.
Yeah, and I feel like they have such a distinct style of play out there. When it comes down to team fights, they've been looking really good. But when you go for such a composition from Boom Esports, it's very ultimate dependent. So it means to say that so long as your cooldowns are off, that's where Buriram looks to punish. You whiff one ultimate, it's going to be game over in some of these instances at Buriram United. I mentioned about cross-map play. We saw a lot of TPs coming out, and we saw a lot of pressure coming from the well on that very final fight, and they walked away with Quadra coming in for Kinemon. So that is definitely a great setup coming from Buriram United, and I want to see more of that, but definitely up for discussion of what Boom Esports will come up with next, because I want to see a little bit more darker technology than what they've just shown.
And that's exactly where I want to lead this conversation, right? Because we are starting to see a little bit of that dark technology. We're seeing the Singe banned away once again for Noel. Maybe a champion that is maybe just a little bit too annoying. Proxying the waves, a little bit obscure, something that you just don't deal with on the regular. Certainly not a meta champion, but does it ask the question now that we need to start seeing more picks of that like, where you are playing your style, you're deviating away from the meta and saying, we're just going to cause confusion that you're not prepared for, that you haven't scrimmed for, and that might give us the mental edge here in this upper bracket.
Yeah, and I guess that this is where we look back into the drafts here. I believe that Singe can actually be countered by itemization. Just by execution and calling, whether if you're going for Renekton or anything else that is based on 80, or just build onto Morello if you're going to ever play a AP top lane. So that's where I feel like they put too much heavy emphasis. Might as well open up a pick that's going to be working in favor for Boom Esports. They don't really have to worry too much about Singe. If you're going to be getting a Herald and you drop it to his lane, he's not going to run anywhere further than that. So why not Boom Esports? Give that top lane there a little bit more priority, and they should be good to go.
I understand the logic that they would want to focus on trying to wither down the possible champion picks for Noel, but I have to agree with Concha and Skimmy on this. Sure, Singe will be a respect ban, but I would rather be up against a Singe than, let's say, a Camille, a very mobile champion that can lock me down and possibly just cause my death.
Yeah, and I start to wonder, because what we are seeing between these two is a big focus on Renekton, at the moment at least, but Renekton, Camille, Irelia, Darius, they are the, the creme de la creme of the top lane right now. It's a case of, well, you can't ban them all unless you're going to say, you know what, the rest of the team, have fun. You get all the OP champions in the world. Assassins are there, pocket picks in the bot lane can also be found. Are we maybe honing in too much now on that top lane? Because we've got ourselves this mid and jungle highlight, and obviously we know that the synergy needs to be there, but we're praising these top laners for the amount of influence they can have, and if you have these pocket picks saved, it's a head scratcher.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I'm glad that I don't really have to crack my brains out for this for the moment. I think that they can still stick to the usual still, and Boom Esports just got to refine on some of all these style of play that they want to go for. And now that they are on the blue side, I'm definitely a little bit more of a change of their whole approach, and they've identified you don't want to go in for any sort of leeway for Kinemon to be so oppressive on Varus. And once more, lo and behold, same sort of bans, but this time around they are banning off the Camille.
And I guess Boom still has a high respect for this Singe. We won't be seeing that champion in game number 2 still. And no more fasting Senna, apparently. Renekton is open and up for grabs, though Boom Esports would gladly have their hands on that.
You know, this time around, that also gives Buriram United a chance to pick that Twisted Fate. So, who's going to be a lot scarier when it comes down to cross-map plays once more? Kaisa, really a comfort pick for Kinnaman. We've seen this happen in the C Icon Series Thailand for a couple of times where a lot of other Thai teams also do contest with a Kaisa. So, when you pair that with a Braum, it's easily going to be proccing all of that passive that's going to be able to stack that stun now. So that gives them a little bit more room to wiggle with. While Boom goes in for that Alistar. Now, Yuko, what do you feel about this?
Okay, I was about to say that the Kaisa and Braum combo is really good. We've known that ever since the World or Wild Rift began, again because of the concussive blows. But I actually like the Alistar pick. You know, it has a lot of setup for Boom Esports. At the same time, if ever your ADC, which could be Corki, gets stunned, you can just headbutt Kaisa or Braum.
Yeah, that's definitely a very fair point. So long as even if she dives in with the killer instinct, you could immediately go in for that pulverize, knock up in the middle of the air. And Buriram United, I feel like they're getting a very standard pick, but still having a lot of burst potential. So Boom Esports having a little bit more mobility to make a little bit more happen heading into the mid game onwards. Corki definitely needs a little bit more time to scale, but what are they going to pair that up with?
Corki. Well, I was about to say J4, but looks like Buriram, they're one step ahead, already locking in with that jungler. I was really waiting for Boom Esports to pick up Ziggs just so I can say, and then they went boom. Whenever the the pack or the Mega Inferno bomb will be thrown out. But apparently, so going over to Buriram, there is still Xin Zhao though, if ever Boom Esports want to pick up this champion, but a Yasuo finding his way into Boom's draft.
Now with the Yasuo coming right in, I believe that this is still a very flexible composition, but most likely than not, you'll ideally want Fly Arthur on that Yasuo so that you can block any of all these grenades that are being tossed by the Ziggs, while you could also place it perfectly to cancel out Mega Infernal Bomb. That's something that you can actually take good note of, but are we seeing a first time
Lock it in
of that Evelyn? I'm excited for this. They did lock that in, Yuko.
Evelyn has very quick clear. So Shao Ki will be able to just roam around the map. Plus the charms, it's gonna be a problem for possibly Kinemon or even Archie. Also, you touch up on Fly Arthur's Yasuo if ever that will be in the mid lane. He has a 66.7% win rate on this Yasuo. Let's see, will it be better after this game, or will we see it go a little bit down?
Well, we definitely do have some break brawl going up the Baron lane here. And we are seeing the debut of a Pantheon. Now you can either put the Jarvan or the Pantheon on that Baron lane and still have a little bit more room in the jungle. Either or still works fine. I think that Buriram United definitely coming in strong with a little bit more pressure with the existence of this Pantheon that can just man drop into team fights.
Man, with the draft already set, I really cannot wait to see if will we see a 1-1 or will it be a 2-0.
I'm curious here, guys, because it almost feels like to me that Twisted Fate is overrated, that Galio is outdated, and now Pantheon is my new global best friend, because he's going to be looking to try and man drop everywhere and say you can ban it or you can't, because I'm looking at this draft. The Galio and Twisted Fate are available, but they've still gone for the Pantheon. What on earth is happening? Have they gone mental, Boom? Well, Boom Esports are going to be up against the Ziggs, the master of all things, Boom. So let's throw it back to our casting team and welcome back Granton and TJ.
Thanks so much, Kimmy. We're looking forward to see how this one turns out, to see exactly how the Pantheon plays. I know you're a little bit surprised about that. We're gonna get hyped, we're gonna get excited to see this game and hopefully make TJ shout loud enough to wake up his cat.
Sorry, I was catching what was sent my way by Contra there. He just threw it across the little space arena. Yeah, no, this is actually a really fun draft. Normally we break games down into early game, late game. When is your activation? And there's a little bit of that here. Boom obviously want to wait for that Corki to come online. No such problems over on Buriram, as they do have the early game potential of that Braum Kaisa lane. But I think the more interesting division for this game is in 5v5s versus skirmishes. Skirmishes defining 2v2s, 3v3s, the smaller fights that break out on the map. I think Buriram win those because they have the casual comp. They have this Braum Kaiser unit, they have this Ziggs Jarvan unit that combos very well. But if you start setting up for the 5v5, Boom have a ton of backline damage that can dump over the top. This Alistair Renekton functions as a really good front line. And of course, that sets up for Fly Arthur on the combos. They fight really, really well front to back with the Corki doing the majority of the damage, with the Evelyn sneaking around the side. If they can't engineer those 5v5s though, I don't think they beat Buriram, and Buriram are going to have the tools to keep them in 3v3, especially with, as the Desp is talking about, that global presence from Pantheon.
Very crafted fights that Boom Esports have to look towards as they want to take on BRU as we move into our second match in the second series as well. It's going to be Boom Esports versus Buriram United.
Here we go. I was talking about controlling the 3v3, the skirmishes on the map. I think the Pantheon is going to be key to that, but also watch the rotations of Boom, because if they play this right, they're never going to have to fight a situation that Buriram can turn into a man advantage 2v3 or 3v4. And that's the key thing they need to avoid, especially during the early game. Once Boom get past, I would say, the 10-minute mark, once we get past the second item, this Yasuo is going to start doing a ton of damage, this Evelyn is going to start doing a ton of damage, and the Corki is going to start doing a ton of damage. And at that point, it's actually really hard for Buriram with their composition to fight front to back to win a full-on team fight.
Well, it does seem like Buriram will find the initial engage to jump on Fly Arthur and punish this Yasuo pickup. So, DJ, just as you're starting to sing accolades for this Yasuo, talking about this 10-minute mark, Buriram want to put a stop to that just 1 minute into the game.
Yeah, and that's the right call. Buriram, their strengths lie in exactly that sort of thing. They have really good pieces, individual skirmishes and 2v2s. They have a lot of plug-and-play abilities and characters that can work with any combination of other abilities on this team. So whenever there's just a couple odd people in the mid lane fighting a 2v2, couple odd people positioning around the jungle fighting a 3v3, expect Buriram to come out on top.
We've been seeing quite a couple of interesting pickups from Celtic. He's been one of the players that has probably one of the highest unique champion pick rate. As we see once again, they're looking to catch off Fire Arthur to find good amount of damage on him.
Wow.
Does he have the wind wall? I don't quite see it come through yet. He has to burn the flash as well. But the spear comes through either way. A second for BRU.
And it's the same engagement twice. Fly Arthur just really having to walk forward to manage the wave, having to step up into the minion wave, because of course he's playing Yasuo, who's a short little sword. And every time he does that, Archeni throws his satchel charge behind him, knocks him away from the minion wave, too far forward to properly retreat. And here comes Shiba out of the jungle with a stun. Oh, yeah, it happens twice in a row, and it costs Boom a lot of their mid-game potential.
Now you're playing a different spot, TJ. Fly Arthur's trying to play fencing. Shiba's trying to go for the javelin toss. It's not quite a fair. It's not quite a fair trade. So it's going to cost him a little bit here. And Celtic has quite a diverse champion pool. I kind of want to talk a little bit about this. The fact that we've seen him playing really a jungle and now transitioning to the Evelyn and how this one's going to pan out for this team. Well, it's just interesting. Though Noel finally gets punished. They get to take him down. Dove with a nice move top.
Yeah, Gov in the top lane gets caught out there. Able to kind of pivot in right as Tufts is about to die. And that's actually really good for the team. I'll talk about your points about Shiba, or sorry, Zhao in a moment, because I think that's very important. But first I want to talk about the way Gov just moved across the map.
All right.
Because Tufts doesn't manage to win the early lane. He's really far behind. He's getting bullied by the Jarvan. But you have Corki down bottom, who is decent wave clear. So Gov finds a moment where the wave is crashing and rotates all the way up top, saves the day up there, perfectly timed, then gets back down bottom with no loss to his AD carry.
Well, thanks for dropping us a little bit of insight there, TJ. And it looked like Supporter was trying to get a little bit of pressure back for himself as well. Went towards the mid side, and Shiba was there as well. Maybe trying to get a kill on the Fly Arthur, but they spot that one out quickly. And so we're back towards talking about these jungle pickups. As Celtic, he's going to start up this dragon.
Well, Shang-Chi playing the Evelyn is a little bit of an off-meta pick. We haven't seen so many of them recently. Oh, and we're going to get a fight.
Well, Flyata, he's committed to this fight. The Glacial Fissure comes through, and Windwall's actually going to block a decent amount of damage. But here we go. Shiba joins in. They jump right back onto the Yasuo. Once again punished. Sent back to place, playing with a gray screen, and they move on to the Dragon. Buriram United say thank you very much.
And again, we're waiting for things to come online for Boom. Fly Arthur doesn't have damage yet, especially after his early laning. So Shiba just looks at that and says, well, I'm not at the dragon fight, but granted, I could be. If I press this ability, this is a man advantage fight for us, a 4v3,
Sure.
because they're split off. Tufts, don't do this.
Well, he really does want to look for something here. He's flashing forward, in fact, with the concussive blows, plus the knockout confirmed the kill. It's a killing spree, as they're now moving back in onto the red pearl, but Gov's looking low. Flyata, he's finally come online. He has the damage that they're looking for, but unfortunately, the kite back from Noel is keeping them safe. Southsea finds a double through the midst of that chaos, but the Captain Rain trades back, and BRU still come up ahead.
2 for 3. It's a narrow win for Boom in terms of man advantage, but I agree Buriram do come out ahead because they take the Rift Herald, which is going to mean that they get an extra turret, a decent chunk of gold on top of their already impressive gold lead. I wasn't a huge fan of that fight, but because of the full committal, we get a tease of what I was so excited for with this composition, which is the 5-on-5 potential. When everyone is here for Boom, they're able to combo really well in terms of what their composition wants to do. The chaos created in the front line by the melees means that it's very easy for an Evelyn to just dance through, for a Corki to just dance through that wave after wave of CC and find value.
Well, we're also looking to see how they find value as they take down Flyata once again. Here, perhaps Gov joins in, knocks him back. Noel stuck on the turret. He doesn't have anywhere to go. And Shiba, he's back in the midst of things. Trades back on for one. Won't be able to quite find the second. Almost takes down Owens.
Gov playing incredibly well again. Comes in, perfect timing on the rotate. Manages to turn the trade advantage for Boom. And it's going to get better for them as they call down Archini here.
Oh boy, they really have. And just outside of his turret, he's just barely away from his safe house. Does manage to get the honey through in time. The ignite comes through from Gov. They're looking for this dive. Beautiful flash away, but the damage won't be enough. But with the barrier, he finds a double! Oh!
Archini just manages to turn the 1v2 using the turret and perfectly timing his cooldowns. Saving the barrier, saving the honey fruit for when they're most needed, saving the flash for when he's about to get knocked out from behind the turret. A beautiful 1v2, a beautiful understanding of what his opponents are going to do, and it's going to reward Buriram not only with the advantage in this lane, but with their first turret without even needing to use the Rift Herald. They also, during this time, broke the top turret, so it's 2 tier 1s passed over.
Honestly, we've been talking about how Gov has been the main man to watch for Boom Esports, and he set up the play pretty well there. They went for the dive, but Archini had such an incredible sequence to really dodge away from that. And we've also been Shiba coming really far online this game. It's been difficult for them to deal with. Half of their Grand Skyfall is to get into the map. The other half is to make Skimmy a happy man. Skimmy is talking a lot about this, and we're starting to see this Pantheon pay off so well as the engage comes through from BRU. They're looking to try and take down Owens right away, but over the fight, Gov has tried to buy space and time for the rest of his team. Flyata jumps in with the last breath. They're moving on to Kingdom On with the Captain Rain taking him down. There isn't enough time in the world to survive the onslaught from Buriram United, who are chasing after a third, a fourth, and they're looking to take them all down.
Excellent split of the fight, instantly knocks Owens down to 1 HP. He's just a non-factor in that team fight. It operates essentially as a 5v4, which is an obvious advantage to Buriram. They'd still fall under threat. It's still a little bit dangerous, but because the majority damage is sat on this Corki, who just doesn't get to play that team fight, Buriram take a very clean win, and they're going to get resets. This fight for the Drake, which they're advantaged in, which Buriram are advantaged in, they very well decide the game.
It's been pretty impressive how well they've been able to shut down Flyata, who's shown us on multiple occasions what happens when as it does seem like BRU start to set up around this dragon. Just 9 minutes in the game, Gold lead building up. Gov, he's going into BRU, trying to find the engagement for his team, but he's blown up so quickly, and Tough soon to follow right after. Fly Arthur jumps over the wall, but right on his tail, it's Supporter who has his number. They take down another by the side, and once again, BRU collect everything here.
And once again, Owens has no part in that fight, spending the package defensively, jetting away from the fight, meaning that the Corki finds absolutely zero damage, and Buriram, despite their hold to it, don't have anyone to follow up the initial engage from Fly Arthur and Gov.
Show this guy some respect. Boom Esports haven't been able to execute their composition at all. Gov has been making some nice moves, but hasn't been enough. BRU so quick to the rotation, bringing in this Pantheon. You know, we have to wonder. I think we had a little discussion as well with Omo TJ about this. But it looks like
Playing Hero catches out Gov.
Jump onto the Alistar first. They're going to take him down, but the Alistar ulti keeping him pretty safe, pretty tanked up for now. He's going to get knocked back over by the side end. They're just looking to back away here, perhaps.
Anytime you have to spend the ult like that, it feels bad. Spending it just as an escape tool. And you can see just what dire straits Boom are in by how little that ult does. Obviously, it's an executed scales based on missing HP, but it should be doing more than that.
Hoping to see the Evelyn come online. We've seen it come and been played a little bit in the WCK, I believe, TJ. It was an interesting pickup. Not quite able to find the returns here this game, though.
It works if you can get snowballing, but Xiaoqi is so far behind. Shiba is so far behind where you need to be, having just completed Rabadon, not having the boots. They're basically only going to be useful as a cleanup crew.
Here we go, nice flash away for Kinemon to survive and stay alive for as long as he can. Try to buy some time with the rest of his team. They're back in it, they're joining into the fight, and Gov looking to flash away to get back to safety, but they already picked up Tufts.
And you can't take these skirmishing fights. You cannot take a 3v3 versus Buriram. It's never going to be a 3v3. Shiba arrives, and what's more, even if you do get a fair 3v3, all your damage is here in the mid lane, desperately trying to hold on to the turret and failing.
Yeah, and it also looks like they're trying to hold on to the lives of the bot side, but they're failing that too, as every lane is gonna get broken. Open minion waves being escorted in, the Baron buff minions crashing in, flooding into the base. Boom Esports don't have a way to stop this. Owens is alive, but he's not gonna be alive for much longer. He jumps back in, gonna die as the Nexus falls. And once again, the second game over the BRU.
A second game to Buriram as they go 2-0 up in this series. They're having a great time. Look at that, Granton. Black smiles all around.
Yeah, we're having a great time too. I hope you've managed to get hyped enough to wake up your cat, that TG, and I think we've been able to see for ourselves kind of where Bracket A has fallen, especially after a really strange day one start.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing from Buriram here is exactly what the promise is from one of the top teams in their region. Just a very, very clean understanding of what their macro should be, of what their game win state should be. They leverage the advantage they have in Shiba's Pantheon very well across that game, always taking these fights that bait Boom into 3v3 skirmishes, then going, oh, we have an extra man. Oh, we never need to take a 5v5 team fight into Owens' Corki, who had a pretty good game statistically because of how they take the fights.
Yeah, it's been a good one for BRU, and so we're going to see what our analysts have to say about that second game as we're looking at match point for Buriram Esports. So take it away, Skimmy.
Thank you very much. You guys are having a good time, the players are having a good time, and also we on the analyst desk are having a fantastic time. Well, I tell you what, we saw a situation where, yes, we could have hit the promised lands 0-10, where suddenly an item appears out of nowhere and you become the strongest player in the entire game. It wasn't to be the case, unfortunately. They tried. They didn't have the full wombo combo set up to try and make the Yasuo look as good as it could have been. But does the pressure really go towards the Yasuo here, Yuko? Because laning phase, he was 0-2 in the first 2 minutes.
Honestly, yes. In game number 1, we talked about the jungler being pressured by Buriram. Now, it was the mid laner, Fly Arthur. In the early game, we were just amazed by how well the synergy was in Buriram's mid laner and jungler Shiba being able to just utilize not only his ultimate, but also the shield vaults. Those stuns will make much easier for the satchel charge, even the bombs to connect.
You know, Riot United completely outdrafted Boom Esports right here. If you look and think about this one more time, it's pretty much point and click utilities all over where Shiba could just drop right in, get someone stun up, and that's someone, most often the case, being Fly Arthur. There's no way that you can actually win wall your way out of that, so it doesn't matter whether if the Ziggs gets the kill or not. Shiba could actually close things up. It happened quite a number of times over the mid lane, and you have Noel just absolutely shove tubs to stay under that turret where the Renekton could have actually done much at all. But I gotta commend Guff though. Great roams, great initiation of the play. But Arshani, we saw that one time that he managed to outplay 2 players at a go, with Xiaoqi getting overwhelmed on the turret as well. Things didn't go the way as Boom Esports have expected, and now I think that going to the next draft itself, we're gonna see a complete overhaul coming from Boom Esports.
Can I just say that the damage from the mid laner of Buriram is a bit more or roughly the same as Boom's ADC and mid laner. Let that sink in. That's Ziggs.
Yeah, it hurts. It really does hurt to look at when you see the perfect game from your mid laner as well as your dragon laner, and you're thinking, hang on a minute, how come these guys aren't falling down? Well, I tell you what, the Ziggs, as you said, Contra, should have fallen down. 1v2, 7 minutes in, burns the flash in the barrier, beautifully timed, might I add. Maybe the perfect salesman. Welcome. Come everybody to the bot lane. It's looking attractive. There's a tier 1 turret. You might want to pick it up. Joke's on you. You're now down 0-2 in this series. Buriram United, 1 game away from putting themselves at the top of bracket A. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us. Just like we like to thank our sponsors for putting on the show. We're in a situation here for game number 3, and I am a very happy man for that good reason, because I want to talk to you a little bit about money, and I want to tell you about Franklin Templeton, a fantastic opportunity, because you too can open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers, because you too could then invest in things like Pantheon, which is my favorite champion in the game. So much so that when I see it do as much as it did in the early game, I think there's only a handful of champions that you really want to see find that amount of pressure. Maybe Galio, maybe Twist of Fate, maybe Pantheon. If they don't do it, it looks so damn bad. But contra it didn't look bad.
I think it looked fantastic if you ask me, because this is a pick which many of all these other teams have slept on for multiple reasons. When you have a Pantheon, it only looks good when you are actually ahead. But if you're behind, then probably you won't be able to get good engages off. So when they look into the whole lineup of Boom Esports, it feels like when they go in for that Evelyn pick, they're just having all smiles because, okay, you have the really weak front line. We can deal with the Renekton as being proven in that past matchup there, and how much can an Alistar actually tank up. So I felt Buram United just oozing with confidence right now. If they want to go for the same draft, they can do it all the time.
Yeah, I'm sure they could. And I'm sure we also have some social media content to show you on your screens. Hello, thank you. People are getting active. They're getting excited on social media. They're saying, you know what, we are going to use that hashtag SCA champs because we want to be featured on the stream. Oh, wait, what is... what's happened here?
I love it.
Wow. Okay.
TJ really doing me like this, isn't he?
Yes, he did. What's your response? Are you going to send a hashtag CChamps just to get even with him?
Well, maybe I need to get myself onto the show, and then I can read out my own social media interaction, and then that'll... It's not going to be awkward, is it? I mean, okay, let's break this down for a second. Back in the day, the black and white filter is on. You know what? That looks quite cool. But you know what also? Back in the 60s, back in the 70s, they didn't have esports Yuko, so we're happy where we are, aren't we?
Definitely, we mostly are, especially now that we are possibly at match point in favor of the RU. But yeah, let's talk about the draft real quick. I guess one of the changes I want to see for the side of Boom is give Gov back his comfy support but can also kill you kind of champions. I mean, the Alistar makes sense. Like what Contra said, you would want those knockups, you wouldn't want those setups. But maybe it's better if he's on a let's say a Gragas, or maybe to throw it in there, a Galio. Speaking of throwing into champions, is it time for Boom to finally pull out that Twisted Fate?
I really hope so, and you know, it's not only gonna be the Galio or the Gragas that can provide those knockup. If we look into the Enchanter segment of all these supports, you got the Lulu that fits perfectly well, especially when you have a Yasuo. Just click at him, Wild Growth, you get yourself maybe a 3 to 4 man knockup in a good scenario, or even 5. So if we go down the list even further, you have the tidal wave. I think the list definitely goes down out there, but it's definitely more than just the support role that we have to look at. When we look into how they've been playing inside the jungle, Xiaoqi always goes for something that's always going to be very ferocious, and he went in for that Evelyn pick, which I think did decently well. He found a few picks in opening, but there needs to be someone to follow suit. If that's going to be the case, then I think Twist of Fate, like you said, will be perfect.
And I want to continue that point because what we mentioned as we were watching that game, right, was just the ease of execution of a Pantheon and a Ziggs coming together. A point and click stun. It doesn't really get much better than that. They didn't really have to get themselves into a situation of we are contesting Scuttle Crabs. We aren't contesting real objectives because they had double globals. So pretty much wherever they went, Ziggs could still farm. He's happy. Oh, there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. We're participating. Have fun. There's my assist. Off you go. Do your job. Almost like a very good pet. But quite honestly, the response was a Yasuo and an Evelyn. And I mean, sure, Evelyn is a very strong champion. Can definitely one-shot you as the game goes on. But you need to reach that point in time. So I think we're asking the question now is what will they go for? Because if we return to the support position, I feel like players today have said, you know what, Enchanters, they're very boring. We're playing Brand. We want to do DPS. We want to show the rest of these carries that we can do stuff. And we're going back to the likes of Brom. So is it time to bust out the likes of the Nami and the Galio, do you think?
Right. I would have to say yes. I mean, you'd want those initiates, you want those enchanted supports. Contra, if ever we're gonna be seeing another possible Yasuo into the mid, that the Nami pick will be useful. You have knock up, you have stain, you have the bubble if ever anyone tries to go near your mid laner or your ADC.
Yeah, and I think that Skimmy also added a really good point with the Braum as well. If you steal support as Braum, it won't mean a whole lot. And last game, it was also the Braum that has been able to stop the rest of Boom Esports marching forward, where you saw a good setup coming from Alsa. So what? I'm just gonna lock you all inside, and you're not gonna be able to actually escape. Possibly burn a few sums while at it. So I guess that they might have to look into the bans as well if we want to go down the list. Banning support role honestly is not going to do all too much of a hit towards Rep United. So it's more of what else do you not want to see? I don't think they want another Pantheon in their game.
Please no. The early game from Pantheon was crazy from the side of BRU, and I believe if Pantheon is open again, they will most likely pick that up. Let's see though. Now we're hopping into the pick and ban phase. Will there be changes? Will they let this cinch go? Let's wait.
Alright, starting off with the setup ban, and Boom Esports have identified the core issue, saying, supporter, you're a little bit too strong on the Braum. We're gonna break open that door here, or just of course set it on a fire, and that's where Purab United goes in, locks away the Lee Sin as well as the Olaf from Owens, as he's shown to be quite a significant jungler when he gets those turn pick. Where United knows that they wanted the Twisted Fate, they're not going to allow it. Arshani now gets a very comfortable pick in his favor.
Ooh, but Boom Esports will most likely answer that with an Ahri, and let's say Camille, Renekton, even those two are open just to secure on the tops, but they're hover over this Ezreal for Owens.
Now, there's still a lot of
mobility
picks for the Baron lane while they immediately secure the Ezreal. Now, what exactly do they want to pair it with? There's going to be a really good poke potential coming in from Boom Esports, but it still takes a long while for the Ezreal to scale. And Braum United, they see the Camille being opened up, the Renekton as well. Get all the strong meta champions. That's all that they want. Look at that. They're playing with... What are they showing here on screen? You go... I'm smitten already.
That was adorable. I say that was adorable. Yeah, the draft so far for BRU just screams damage, team fight. But now, I am very much happy to see a Darius on Boom Esports side paired with a Xinjiao as well. Xinjiao needs to most likely say hi, hello into the Baron lane side just to help tops from snowballing. Kinemon will be on this Lucian, so late game already secured.
Yeah, and still not that easy of a task to always go in for the Renekton. And to add pressure to the side of Boom Esports, you're looking at Braum United going for the very first Lucian pick so far in this series. And also to pair with Nami, he's going to have a lot of good pokes and also great sustain. But he still want Boom Esports, you know, they want to set the spark and maybe just detonate the bottom lane with enough pressure coming in from those pokes. And perhaps that might just be a go-to option as well if Boom Esports wants to focus down on that bottom lane.
Boom Esports, they need a spark. But now, they locked in fire. Let's see if the fire will be enough. But hey, looking at the supports, it's fire versus water. So, technically, supporters should be able to finish off this brand. I was kidding. The Lucian and Nami combo is definitely suppressive in the early game. Ezreal as well as this brand will have to be very careful, very more tactful in the early game.
I'm excited for this one because I'm looking at the side of Boom and they've said, you know what, it's back to basics. Let's look to try and play some comfort. They're going to go for the Darius. He's 5-0 in the Darius. I mean, that surely is a lucky charm. Fly Arthur himself is showing how great he is on that Ahri, so bring that one back into the equation as well. And it's almost as if what we say has power. Imagine that. The analyst desk know what they're talking about. I love life, don't we all? Fantastic times. Forehead in the chat. That's what we do. Let's throw it back to the casters and see if this is the game where Boom Esports can bring it back.
Thanks a bunch, Skimmy. Happy to be here, and it's a great day for more esports. Really happy to see you switch over. I think you fit being a caster much better than being West Side Story, but you know what? That's not for me to say. You can do whatever you want to do in your free time. Hopefully to get to see you in the remake, though.
If we see Skimmy and he just like flicks open a knife like that,
Yeah.
I think he could really pull it off. Like I know that tweet was shown and he like kind of felt like it was derogatory, felt like it was a bit of an insult. But I'm just saying he's got a real style, you know? He's a cool cat.
You said you acted in the play. Did you have a similar role to what you envisioned Skimmy would be in?
Yeah, but I didn't pull it off. Skimmy's like a cooler version of me. I'm living vicariously through Skimmy, and I think he would be great in my high school production of West Side Story.
Well, we're gonna push that aside for now, but Skimmy, you gotta show us that one day. Make sure you go full on for that look. Looking forward to see that happen. For now, game number 3 between Boom Esports and Buriram United. And Buriram sitting 2-0. They have the lead. They're on match point. They just need one more. And it's a very special day because it's Archie's birthday. He's happy to close this one out early and celebrate his birthday a little bit.
Love that for him. Want him to go ahead and come out on top. And they've got a decent draft for it. It's one of these CC comps that we're going to see a lot of. Twisted Fate, Nami, all the way.
Let's see how they play out this crowd control composition as game number 3 is underway. One more, and Buriram United will take this series.
So, talking through it, again, you have what you're going to see a lot this tournament. The combination of Renekton, Twisted Fate, and Nami. These characters combo incredibly well with each other, because what they ultimately want to do is you find a gold card, you hit it with the bubble, you hit it with the Renekton, engage any combination of thereof. All of those stuns are very easy to chain, and they have decent damage to follow it up between the Camille, Dad, Sigpass, the fight to the backlines, and the Lucian doing huge damage against the front.
Yeah, interesting little moves going with the Camille in the jungle. But she was going to get spotted out early on. Nice moves by Fire there as well. To get some intel, I really like these adaptations, these very specific timing windows you have to go and pop scoring blue just to make sure you know where things are going to be. That being said though, Buriram United, they're going to change things around a little bit, bring in the Twisted Fate for themselves. Instead, have Flying Arthur play for the Ari, play for the pick comp instead of trying to go for that Yasuo.
And this does give Boom a little bit of a lane advantage in this mid lane. Ari is kind of a pain to play into as Twisted Fate once you get past level 3, because the Ari can just get real close, land the charm, and full combo you. So Buriram are going to have to worry about that, and that's kind of the tone for the game. Buriram are going to need to worry about picks, individual finds that Boom can put together, because they have a ton of damage. This is a very high damage composition. Having said that, Boom don't have a ton of CC. They don't have a lot of control, which I think is going to make it kind of hard for them to team fight.
So critical for Tufts to come ahead as this Darius here if he doesn't. Like you mentioned, no crowd control and pretty difficult to lock and hold things in place. That being said though, we do see an interesting adaptations from both sides. As the top lane, it looks like Tufts gonna go down as Buriram go on the board with the first kill.
But down bottom, there's a dive here as well. Xiaoqi burning in. Can you get revenge? Buriram will be safe behind this turret. So top kill goes over to Buriram. Nothing's found down bottom. It's a worrying sign for a composition that is entirely reliant on their damage granted. If Boom don't have enough damage in these individual characters to assassinate people, it's going to be very hard for them to win fights.
And they're going to get double punished. Even further away for finding the damage that they need, as it looks like they gave up a little bit early. I think they expected Tufts to get into
Arm's
turret
too
range.
short!
Just gives it away. Unfortunately, won't be able to find a second there.
And two entire waves crashed against that top turret while Tufts was being zoned down. Nobody came up from Boom to rescue him. That's kind of heartbreaking. It's going to put Tufts very far behind in this early game. You can see he's 400 gold behind Noel.
Yeah, off a single assist, and we're starting to see some of the difference between running that Camille and the Xin Zhao. You know, Xin Zhao, he has good trading potential. That's pretty tanky. He can deal a lot of damage at the same time. At the same time, Shiba, able to rotate around the map, has so much presence across the board, and we're feeling those impact the early state of this game. For now, though, look at this item. Okay, PF sword for the Xin Zhao, I have to think. Is he going for the Guardian Angel Fist? I don't quite like Guardian Angel Fist.
GA first works if you're snowballing. If you have an advantage and you just want to press it, GA works I'm gonna hold this thought.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna say GA works because it looks like Zelty, he's gonna make it work. Take a kill for his own. Boom, esports straight back with one.
And the GA works early because it lets you kind of not have to worry about defense. You can just keep pressing an advantage and win your aggression stats off of just your raw XP lead. But I don't know that Xiaoqi's in that kind of position right now, so I would be a little worried.
Alright, well, gonna just kite around. Not able to get too much more done here, so just gonna play it safe. Rift Herald and Dragon spawn up, and Buriram United gonna make their way towards the Rift Herald. Looks like they prioritize this a lot more. You know, there's some... Oh my goodness, Kinemon gets caught out. Hands
Okay,
in his
this is a
pocket.
decent trade. This is a decent trade for Boom. Normally, of course, I talk about how important the Rift Herald is compared to the Drake. Boom just don't want to fight right now. They're at a disadvantaged position on the map, so they're right to not challenge for the Rift Herald. They will be able to convert the one-for-one trade and get the Drake. And they're going to be able to crush that wave down bottom, so they'll probably even trade turret for turret with this Rift Herald use up top.
We'll see if they can actually get even more than one. They have three at the top side. It seems like Flying Arthur will rotate in time. Archie's in the mid lane. He's looking to make quick work with the tower as well. Okay, actually, Team Flying Arthur moving to the mid lane. So this is a window for BRU. If they want to pop the Rift out early, instead, I think they're just going to farm up and back off.
Yeah, so overall, an alright trade for Boom because they find that pick down bottom onto Kinemon. They do lose Tufts again, but Tufts is looking at a go next angle. Tufts, honestly, is just packing up his things and waiting for next game.
Oh my goodness, the fight ensues as Buriram United, they get the jump onto Boom Esports, but look at the collapse coming through. I don't think they have enough to fight this. They have to back away. It's a trade back as Zelty will be the one to claim the kill for Boom Esports. Flash away from Archie, back on the turret, build some space, but it's too little, too late. Boom Esports come ahead with 2.
It's a damage comp, and Buriram need to be very careful about how they fight it. There they dump all of their damage into Gub, the support, who's not doing a lot right now. He'll be scary late game, especially given how we've seen Gub is playing, but he shouldn't have been the target in that fight, and because of the way Buriram chose to take it, they burn all of their really aggressive cooldowns and just end up running for their lives, while an Ezreal dumps damage into them, while a Darius hunts for pinks, and that's going to give an even game back into Boom's hands.
Alright, and taking a look towards the Xin Zhao, I was entirely wrong. I had forgotten that BFSL builds in the Starix Gauge, apparently. And, yeah, so that means Starix Gauge, the additional tankiness. We talked about how you can ignore the tankiness. I think that's, in fact, the opposite direction, making sure that you're topped up and able to soak up as much damage in these fights. I quite like this adaptations from Xin Zhao's in these games.
And it's very important because, again, they don't have a ton of CC, so you need to kind of physically tank that damage.
And towards the bottom side, they're trying to make something happen, but it seems a little bit too tight. I don't think Buriram United can force the issue. Rift Herald's still available for Shiba, so I'm curious where they're going to use that.
In the middle of the map, there's a little bit of a zoning battle going on. You're right to flag the existence of the Rift Herald. I think you probably want to dump that gold into either Archony, the birthday boy, or Kinemon. Here we go.
Okay, interesting stuff from Zelty. He finds a decent amount of damage, but the winner becomes lightning tagging onto Shiba. Could follow through with the audacious charge. Gov joins in, but he's flashing forward with the pyroclasm, matched by the tidal wave. The damage is pouring through, but still too early for Gov to come entirely online. Trusha Barrage puts them so low, but BRU get away.
So Porter's tidal wave stops Gov from landing the full combo, and that's the difference between life and death there.
Beautiful moves coming through from Kinemon, kiting away from Fly Arthur. But there we go. They jump on Noel, looking for the first kill, but he barely misses out on it. Gov might get taken down, but the flash forward, the hell, Owen's going in deep, takes down Noel, and they cannot trade back here.
And again, in this fight, cost Buriram as Noel dives past the damage threat of Owens to try and chase down Gov. On the TP and Archony gold cards Gov rather than the instant threat of the Ezreal who's hurting his pet Crocodile. And all of this leads to Boom edging out another team fight in the middle of the map as the Indonesian region roster has just picked up win after win in the fight off of their raw damage.
Changing things around, Boom Esports looking much better form going into game number 3.
We've got a Drake coming up here, 3 seconds before this Cloud Drake And I favor Boom in the team fight. Buriram are making a very clever call, summoning this Rift Herald to force Boom to choose between their turrets and the Drake itself. They'll have to time the play well.
But Ashni doesn't have his destiny for this fight, so gonna be a little bit late to respond, to rotate over to the Dragon if they have to. Shiva loses so much health in the process. Dragon's looking ever more difficult to contest for, but Boom Esports are gonna back away. They're gonna walk to the mid lane, but BRU's just gonna reset.
Yeah, Buriram kind of waste that Rift Herald there. They do get a charge, so it's some gold onto Shiba, but nobody else. And Boom, you better believe they can burn this Drake.
Yeah, going down quickly, and Shiva's just a little bit too far away, but in the meantime, Archie Noel, they're making quick work of the Baron as well. Trying to trade back here, so no Dragon, but they say that's okay, we're gonna get the turrets instead. Supporter, he's gonna have to run for his life, gets back in the river, fish in water, and then set natural habitat, make sure they're safe.
And because of the way all of this works out, it's essentially 2 turrets for 2 Drakes. Because remember, that Rift Herald was the trade for the Drake earlier.
Sure.
And I think a turret for a Drake is a kind of negative trade for Buriram. They wanted a little bit more momentum out of this early game. Because the problem with playing into damage comps is they hurt, especially in the late game.
Oof, this isn't looking too good, but Hex Ultimatum, beautiful moves to get over the wall as they take down Gov. He actually goes golden to survive and buy a little bit more time. Culling comes through, but it's a Culling in a retreat. They have to back off because right there, Xiaoji jumps on the charm, lands on the supporter, but it's Noel pulling the trigger, pops the dominance, step back into the front line, looking to take them down. Great slice, great call of the Meek to get a double kill. But Tufts is coming online now with enough crowd control. The Darius is held in place and sent back to base. They cannot hold off against Buriram though, as the gold card comes through, finding the distance. A beautiful flash forward, the hook shot with a tactical sweep, and Archie comes in as well with the blue card to confirm the team ace.
Excellently played by Buriram. They recognize that they're heading towards a late game where Boom Esports might outdamage them, so they win the team fight off of crowd control, off of chain CC, forcing an overextension, forcing an early stasis from Boom Esports, and consistently managing to have a functional player advantage in the fight due to their focused fire, due to their stuns, due to the stasises they're forcing. It all starts here as Shiba is out of position, but he lands Hextech Ultimatum onto Gov, lines that up with the Tidal Wave, and you go, okay, well, we can just drop the culling on Gov, spend it over with this gold card. This is right now a 4v2 functionally in this fight. Now it's a 4v3, and Noel dives into the backline, instantly finds a double kill because those players are low, and from this point forward, Buriram have a player advantage.
And we had so many questions on where Boom Esports kind of fell into place, asking ourselves, you know, taking down Divine Esports in a very interesting fashion, how they were able to perform this competition. And going into this one, it looks like BRU really are looking like the top seed out from Bracket A. Boom Esports, though, are holding on very well. They're showing us great tenacity. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said about Tufts, who's taken down next. He's the next target of focus. They're moving on to Noel, though. He goes golden and gets away from the charm, but he's in between 3, and the turret will eventually go down.
It's traded though, middle of the map pressure gets shoved all the way up past the tier 2, and this is going to mean that Buriram can start this Baron, and they will kill it very quickly with the Lucian. It needs to be interrupted. Here comes Boom for the game.
They're trying to contest for this Baron. This is the all-important one. If things go the way of Boom Esports, they might have a chance, but instead, BRU will pick up the first Dragon moving into match point.
So, Baron in the hands of Buriram. This is the game, and by that I mean Buriram have a window here with the Baron where their shove is more impactful, much more impactful than the amount of damage Boom can pump out. That's not going to last forever, so they kind of need to win on this shove, and they certainly need to get enough damage here that Boom can't threaten for this upcoming Drake.
Playing into a much smaller window. I think this is a point where BRU do have a couple of big item spikes, though. So that's definitely going to help their case.
This is a good win time.
Definitely helps their case.
This is where Buriram are like strongest this entire game. From here, it's only going to get harder, so they must shove in these waves now.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit dicey for Boom Esports. I mean, we see the Dragon coming online, but I don't even think that's in the sight of BRU. They've given up that bomb side. The map says, yeah, we only really have to play for the Baron, the Rift Herald. Make sure that we're scaling up and getting strong, and we're making Boom Esports deal with our threats instead of this.
But they're not finding any turret damage really yet. That's worrying.
Very strong very strong wave clear from Boom Esports, zoning them off, and feels like the addition of this Darius has helped them out a lot. Unfortunately, things aren't looking so great in the other lanes. Bomb side being broken open by Shiba, who might go down in all honesty. They're looking a little bit low. Has to kind of get away. Flash away from Archini. In fact, by over the mid lane. There we go. They're trying to commit onto the mid lane. Nice tidal wave on the floor. Finds great amount of damage. Unfortunately, the Crescent Guard is going to block them. Stop the engage. Stop the siege. Stop BRU in their tracks.
A beautiful tidal wave from supporter saves Buriram, and then boom, are equally saved by the Crescent Guard from Xiaoqi. Now for the Drake, Buriram are going to take it, and that removes some of the value that Boom could have gotten from an Elder, but that is still a win condition. So to take stock of this game, Buriram did crack an inhibitor. They have that mid inhibitor, incredibly vulnerable. It can just be stepped up and broken at any time, and that might be enough for Buriram to finish it. They're going to need a major objective to do so, though, or a one-team fight around a major objective. So watch this posturing as we head towards the next Baron, as we head towards the next Elder. Buriram either force a 5v5 and win it here, or they're gonna be in trouble as Boom continue to get stronger and stronger. This could get very dicey headed into the late game.
Yeah, BRU, they're stacking on the pressure for sure, and Boom Esports, we're looking to see how much weight they can hold on to. This is late day for Boom Esports. They're trying to do the best that they can to make sure that they give a good series over the BRU. Fortunately, or fortunately, if you depending which side you're rooting for, BRU is looking to find the straw that'll break the camel's back over by the side. Noel is down towards the bottom lane. He's looking to take down Tufts here. And even with all the power that Darius brings and the force to the table, won't be able to hold on. They're moving on to the Nexus. Now it's been broken open. All three turrets gone. The inhibitors down and all onto the Nexus. But they don't quite have enough to take them off and push them off the Nexus. Boom Esports with a great defense. Taking down one, finding a potential second. Force them, route them up to the top side. Still trying to hold on for dear life. Archini trying to make a captain's play. Will get shoved off. Boom will live to see another fight.
They'll live to see another fight, and there's the demonstration of that team fight value I was talking about, the damage on hand for Boom Esports. But it probably is too little too late, because you have all three inhibitors broken, super minions pouring out of the Buriram base. And what do you do if you're Boom Esports? How can you possibly contest a Baron? If a Baron is picked up here by Buriram, they just need to walk into the base and let the super minions do the work. Boom won't be able to stop that.
And it's been a great showing, honestly, through and through from Buriram United, showing their macro, being able to execute so well. Moving into this game, really liking what we've been seeing. Boom Esports have brought out a couple of interesting ideas and interesting picks. South Sea has been a very, bit of a wildcard kind of player. Brought a lot of information and new ideas here. Up in the top side, Noel, he's going to be waiting. He's waiting for this catch. He's jumping back onto Noel. Trog Owens, in fact, looking to take him down right away. And sent the Renekton. He's putting down low. Going to get chunked out. Taken down, sent back to base. It's now 4 versus 4. You sent Owen away. Sent Flying Arthur out of commission. Not able to join back into this fight as Guff going golden to survive and buy time. Unfortunately, falls as well. Celsi will be the next to go. And Boom Esports have lost all their critical members. Buriram moving into the base. And that should be it. Buriram United find a 3-0 sweep over Boom Esports.
Happy birthday, Archini! Buriram will blast through the upper bracket, taking down Boom. Any questions we had about Buriram's viability in this play-in stage?
You can see just how happy they are, TJ, and I would be too. There's what better way to celebrate your day of birth than making sure to win a couple of games of Wild Rift. And I'd like to see how things have been going in. Honestly, a very good showing from Boom Esports as well, but I think this will mean they're going to be jumping down to the lower brackets.
Yeah, I think you have to pay attention to this Boom Esports roster. That means we will get the rematch versus Divine, a much scarier looking Divine. But what Boom impressed in me here is that this region, the Indonesian region, is very strong, and Boom played very well.
It's a good showing from the Thailand region. You know, the fact that we had the previous champions out from that region. I think Buriram United as well, from our stats, went undefeated in the regular season, only dropping games in their playoffs. And for good reason as well. This form that we've seen BRU on, honestly, they look just as scary as any first seed.
Yeah, Buriram, one of the teams to watch as this tournament goes on. We called this group, the group of death, the group of Beth, as it is Group B. And I think if we end up where I think we'll end up, which is Buriram versus Divine, that is a hell of a final. That could go either way, and either of those teams could go very deep in the C Championship.
Well, to give us a breakdown on how this series went and how Beyond You is looking in the form that we've been able to see from them, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to give us some more insight. So take it away, Skimmy.
We are back indeed. Unfortunately for Boom Esports, the good luck charm of the Ari, Darius and Brand, it just was not enough. In the end, Buriram United were just a little bit too good. They had the cohesion, the comprehension, the ability more so than anything to say, we're down, it's not looking too good. They've got a lot of damage, but you know what? We have confidence. We're flashing, we're turret diving, we don't care. And just like that, a Baron happens, and then it becomes a 4-1 split with you just taking inhibitors. You might be holding on your base for a fraction, but we've seen what happens. Triple inhibs are down, the minions themselves, Contract, they will just win the game for you.
Yeah, and you just look at how well they just played macro. On top of that, like you said, Shiba gets his grasp onto this Camille, and he makes some heroic plays out there. So even with Boom Esports, who have managed a good defense, they won't be able to hold on for far too long. And we just got to look back to what TJ has definitely mentioned. There's only a little bit of micro stuns and a little bit more small crowd control that is easily imaginable for Buriram United. That Boom Esports heading to the late game here didn't seem like he had much to offer. Owen started off well alongside with Guff on that bottom lane. It was really Archony, Shiba, and also Supporter. So much here to handle Boom Esports on that push and absolutely keep the whole team alive in many of all these clutch situations. You just gotta give it to the whole team because there wasn't that much of a weak point that you can point out from Boruto.
I just have to say, patch 2.4c, Lucian is buffed. And with that, you're gonna see the Lucian and Nami combo was a huge problem for Boom Esports. Also, if you're gonna recall the draft, the first pick for the side of BRU was Twisted Fate. And Boom Esports did answer that with an Ari as well as an Ezreal pickup. So that was good. Problem here is, it opened Camille for Shiba. What happened in that game? With Lucian and Nami being very suppressive and powerful in the Dragon lane, Shiba just catered and focused on the Baron lane, which what happened next after that? Toops was camped, was not able to snowball, thus get the damage earlier, which was a problem for Boom Esports.
Yeah, a bit of a rough situation for them to try and find themselves in because what, you're now down 0-3, you are going to book yourself into that lower bracket final once again, a chance at redemption, really more so for Divine Esports than for them. But that does it for us in that series. We're now jumping into bracket B because we want to see how things go over there. We're going to see now Invade Esports taking on Saigon Phantom. We'll see you soon. And here we go for the third matchup of the night. We're jumping into bracket B. It's another elimination match, and this time we're looking at two teams known as Invade Esports and Saigon Phantom. Welcome back to the desk. I'm joined by the lovely Yuko, but also I brought in a familiar face. He was just casting, he was just popping off, he was just getting all worked up and warmed up. And I have to ask you, Grandin, are you feeling warm after that one?
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, it doesn't help that I'm in this weather, but I think the main culprit might be them trying to dress like you out from West Side Story, yeah?
He's just
He
done
said
me.
it.
He's just done it. He's done it again. Look, what can I say? I'm appreciating all these tags. Like, I'm just getting a little bit of love right now from my friends overseas. You know what? Maybe I'll come back for another day of action here in the play-ins because I'm enjoying myself so far, and you could enjoy yourself too. Because if you want to get in on the action, there was a meme about me before. Then get on social media, get on Facebook, get on Twitter. Use the hashtag SCAChamps. Make some memes. I don't know. Show us what you're eating. What allows you to be the esport athlete that you are, maybe your workout regime, the way that you're living in lockdown so far, or the way that you're performing so smurf in those Wild Rift ranked games, because we played a few ARAM games earlier today, and I tell you what, we might have a shot at making the next tournament. I'm not going to leak too much here, Yuko, but we're pretty good, aren't we?
We were. I mean, you actually got a quadra kill on your Jinx. Oops, I said a champion, but this guy is a very scary ADC. Kinemon, watch your back.
Yeah, so for sure, be sure to use that SEA Champs hashtag, because, I mean, if you want to show yourself off and you want to say, look, I'm tired of all these players getting the highlight, I'm tired of Grandin talking such nice, wonderful words towards the likes of Cat-Type and Golden Feet, then bring it up. So let's talk about it, because I believe we do actually have one prepared already. So let's bring up that next meme, because I'm excited to see what you guys have been working on at home. And here we have one from Kusing Tomat who says that the Pajaya, no dragons. Now look, I love your attitude because I think the one to flame them for this. Where's my stat sheet? I need to try and find it. There was a number that I had in mind. I think it was like 0 and 16 across this entire tournament. And Grandin, I think we should rename them to Bajaya Heralds.
Yeah, I heard that call. Thought that was pretty interesting, pretty fitting. Unfortunately, I think Bajai Dragons won't be around for you to make that joke anymore. We will have, we would see, I believe, Boom Esports go up against Divine Esports once again in Bracket A. And look, I can see how things are going to pan out there. Now, Bracket B, this is the interesting one, I think, for a lot of us. Bracket B, we kind of said this was the bracket of death to begin with. And yeah, it's been panning out that way for sure.
It will be rather another, of course, do or die situation. Invade again versus Saigon. Really looking forward to how things will come up. But my question here before we start the series is, will Goni be able to pop off? He is performing okay, but will it be enough?
It's a good question because, I mean, we've seen the role swap. We had all this prep going into this one about him being this insanely good top lane. And he goes, you know what, guys? Forget about your paperwork. Homework is overrated. We're going to start to talk about me playing the mid lane. And perhaps there is a reason, Grandin, they find themselves in this situation. Not enough time to adapt. Maybe not enough time to prepare with this new look roster. So they found themselves here.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, going to the mid lane, he doesn't look the worst. You know, there definitely have been worse lane swap or role swap kind of thing happened before. But that being said, when you take a look back to what Goni kind of provides, he's really just been playing roaming type champions, stuff that's pretty easy to execute, and it's pretty lackluster for his team.
Well, let's bring up that first roster then. So our first team for the night in this matchup will be Invade Esports. And Grandin, talk me through their journey here so far, because I'm looking at a few players on this roster that have been a little bit smurf from time to time.
Yeah, I really want to put my attention to what the Jess. I think we heard a little interview coming through from the other Thai region representatives in the SEA Championships, and you know, he got a name drop what the Jess, and for good reason. I'm a pretty big stand for him. Very proactive on the map. The way he plays really enables his team. Cold and feet, you know, a bit of a role swap of his own as well, but he's come into full form in a really good fruition from Invade Esports. I've liked what I've seen so far, and I'm hoping they can pull out a little bit more for that for us here.
And to add to what Jess, I remember him being this very scary and very effective Seraphine way back in the Summer Super Cup. But now we see him on Rakan, we see him on Nami. Basically, he is the initiator. He is the one that jumps in, creates openings for his team, and his team will just finish off their enemies.
Yeah, and statistically speaking, they've been playing pretty well so far. Despite finding themselves in this situation, they went down 3-1 against Fenway University. And yeah, what the Jess was that initiator. As you mentioned, he played then 2 games of the Fresh as well. And I suppose we could say we're a little bit critical of them because they lack the consistency, maybe not always respecting their win cons. Perhaps in that 4th and final game, where they had a comp designed to pick. I mean, you're looking at Kha'Zix, Ari, as well as the Fresh, but they're looking to try and go for those full 5v5. So maybe a day's break, a chance to reflect, VOD review, talk around the squad and decide, okay, this is our approach today, Grandin. Did you like the style that you saw? Do you think it's a solid foundation for them to push on forward here today?
Sure, I think Invade Esports, it's not a bad look. Of course, you look back at the Thailand region as a whole, you look at the way they compete. Aggression is rewarded, but macro play is much more rewarding. And that's the kind of reason why Invade Esports wasn't able to really take too many games off of BRU or of EVOS Thailand. And for that reason, you can kind of feel that impact when they go into the SEA Championships. It feels like they're right on the cusp of victory, but a little bit short against teams like from the Vietnamese region.
Well, now for the side of Saigon Phantom, we talked about Goni. Well, that is going to be their mid laner for now. But aside from that, we also have someone with the letter G, Gunner. We're looking forward to seeing how he will be able to play around with his champion pool. This team, they love their poke compositions. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of zigs, you know, the Mega Inferno bombs being thrown out. Also, to add to that, they really rely a lot on Blake One's initiate. So maybe you're going to be seeing a possible J4, Xinjiao, anything that Blake One can use to jump in, and then they'll do the follow-up.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff from Saigon Phantom, and I think when you talk about what the Jets, you kind of have to talk about his counterpart. AOHK is someone that I have been looking towards to match what the Jets, but in very different capacities, very different roles. AOHK, he's the supporter for sure, but he comes in to make sure that you're enabled, you're powered up, topped up, you're playing Nami, make sure you're well fed, tucked in at night, make sure you're feeling good. Very different from the initiation, the hard engaged style that what the Jets, the calling that his team has.
I don't want to be superstitious here, guys, but when I see a fastest match win be 13:37, now am I a boomer here? Now I think I might be one of the oldest people in the room. I'm only 28, guys, so let's calm down for a second. But that's kind of late. That's pretty elite if we want to be a little bit too excited about this one, because that could be the winning formula. You've got the stats, you've got the Goni. He's hit the magical 100. It's a celebration, surely, Grandin. That alone, I mean, forget about any other kind of analysis. That says it all for me.
Yeah, honestly, I can tell you're just so excited by this. So am I. Looking back at Saigon Phantom, they've been really able to come to their own in their own regular season. Unfortunately, when you take a look back towards the Vietnamese region, the competition is incredibly fierce. It's not the same as some others where the first seed and the second seed kind of dominate. Instead, the Vietnamese region is pretty tight throughout, and Saigon Phantoms, they've had an interesting run. Were a little bit unlucky, I think, when they first went into the playoffs. That kind of cost them a higher placing, but overall, it's still a really good spot to be in coming in.
They have their ups, they have their downs as well, but I guess for Saigon Phantom, it really will heavily depend on the draft. We talked about them having different play styles, trying to find their element. With that, we're looking forward to seeing what kind of draft will they show in this best of 5.
It's a good question here, Yuko, because we have seen him flex around things a little bit strange from time to time. I'm looking at you, Vi. I see you in the jungle. What are you doing there? This is not solo queue. But what we can say is that we did get a chance to catch up with this team earlier on in the night. So let's see what they had to say coming into this match.
Tốc Chiến là một cái tựa game mà mình đã theo dõi lâu rồi, thành ra được thi đấu trong giải Icon Series thì mình cảm giác khá là tốt. Cá nhân xuất sắc trong khu vực của mình thì hiện tại mình cảm giác game Tốc Chiến này là game 5 người. Ra là có một vài cá nhân xuất sắc nhưng mà đôi khi là nó sẽ không giúp để bạn để win được. Còn đội xuất sắc thì mình nghĩ là đội vô địch trong cái khu vực của mình ấy. Khu vực mà bạn mong muốn được thử thách thì đó là chắc là bên Thái Lan thôi. Thì team mình đã chen nhiều với các đội Thái Lan nhưng mà chưa gặp họ các giải thi đấu chính thức. Thành ra lần này tụi mình mong muốn được đánh với Thái Lan nhiều hơn. Giải Icon Series mùa thu, team mình có đạt được thành tích là 8 trận thắng liên tiếp. Mình hy vọng thì trong giải quốc tế lần này thì team mình sẽ đạt được lại thành tích đó một lần nữa. Nếu như mà tụi mình vô địch đó, ý nghĩa của cái chiếc vô địch chắc là cả team sẽ có thêm tiền trang trải và được nhiều người chú ý hơn thôi.
Well, they will get their wish to take on Thailand because that is their opposition tonight. It's a do-or-die situation for these two teams in Bracket B. It's a knockout match. One of these teams in the course of the best of 5 will be getting sent home. And it's tough to say because it feels like we've only just really started this tournament, but that is the nature of competition. Now, Grandin, we run through the players, we run through the teams, but what do we look at as being the determining, be it play style or lane, to really look at?
Look, when I think of Invade Esports, I really think back to what the Jess and a shot calling that he brings, this macro that he has. Look at this. What the Jess, Rakan, Nami, his top picks, AOHK, Nami, and Janna, they both shed at Nami, but they played very differently. AOHK, he's there to top you up, whereas what the Jess, he's there to be active, present in a lot of these fights. Across the board, very different playstyles from both, and I think that shot calling, that macro gameplay is what Invade is going to look to use to get themselves ahead.
looking into the stats, you have to say Saigon Phantom, they're more centered into the 5v5 team fights, or maybe 4v5. Basically, AUHK, he is there at the backlines. He is just a real support, thus the kill participation. His counterpart, what the Jets for Invade Esports, he wants those kills, he wants those bursts. I mean, that's why he has 9.004 the KDA. And I have to agree with what Grandin said. They both shared a Nami. Which player will be able to get their hands on this fish?
And that, for me, is the most phenomenal part about it all, that he does have a 9 KDA, because if we look at some of their stats, AOHK has died 11 times, whereas What the Jess only 4 times. But in terms of assists, What the Jess is saying, this is a support. He's tripled them. He's picked himself up 29 compared to 10.
Yeah.
So he is making things happen on the map. He's saying, look, maybe I'll just sit back, twiddle my thumbs, and maybe play a little bit of Lulu from time to time. But then suddenly he goes full gamer mode, Grandin, sits up, nice little posture, and says, it's time to play fresh. It's time to go Rakan. It's time to win.
Well, there's a reason I can't stand up, because if I stand up, you can see like What the Jess a fan shirt right here, right? So
There
I can't
it
stand up.
is.
I'm gonna keep it underneath the neck. Yeah. But honestly, looking at how he's been able to play and how they've been able to go into this one, both sides had pretty difficult opponents. I have to say, Saigon Phantoms felt like they drew the tougher, shorter end of the stick going up against Flash Wolves. Of course, Fan University, they're a good team as well, so it's difficult to exactly say which team will be able to take up this win. But I have some idea of that.
Yuko?
Oh, yeah, I do have quite some idea for that. I mean, let's start it off with Fennel adversity. It was a 3-1 in day number 1. What happened there was there were times that there were openings that Invade Esports was able to pull through, but the comeback from Fennel was just very strong. Totally not because I'm from the PH region. Actually had a lot of things right. Again, full on 5v5s, but just with the initiates, they could just focus on the pickoffs this time around. But for the counterpart, I guess for Saigon Phantoms, they want those fights, and they just need to be able to pressure or stop the possible early game from Invade Esports here, because again, give Invade the lead, they will get the game.
Yeah, let's all see which way we're going for this one. Let's bring up those predictions and get ourselves into the meat and potatoes of the show, because I want to see if... oh, okay, once again, another split decision. So myself and Gaming ESL, we're on the hype train here for Thailand. We believe that Invade can do it, but Yuko is a believer after seeing Vietnam get the W here today. Why is that?
Yeah, okay, so I said this earlier. I love those 5v5s, and I'm really banking on the late game for Saigon Phantom here, assuming that they will be able to extend the game. Meaning, yeah, you just have to wait for your mid laner to pop off as well as your jungler, and just if possible, you know, stop even the Baron laner for Invade Esports side. That, and I just really want to be different from you guys.
Okay.
You know, I wanna cause chaos in the
Fair
battle.
enough.
Come on.
Honestly, Skimmy, I think you look back, we've had this situation before, and the last time we saw this was when Team Banana were playing. We were both on the same side, going up against, I can't quite recall who was on the board with us. That being said though, you know, you went 3-0, and for some strange reason, Banana had a penta kill. They got a quadrant in a second. They 3-0 sweep their opponent. I'm feeling like you might be the secret sauce here, so I'm gonna ride on that. Yeah, I'm gonna go Invade.
Look at this, we're getting memes, we're getting compliments, we're living our best life right now. We're doing it live on camera. I'm liking this job. Maybe I'll come back again. Hey, look, I'm going to say that I feel like Invade, I like the idea. It was the lack of consistency for me that, you know, I suppose put them in a position they find themselves in now. But I believe, you know, I love an underdog story. Yes, Vietnam is this incredibly strong region. Divine Esports have shown us that they can do it. Saigon Phantom are looking to try and do what Team Flash did last night, but let's give some love for our friends over in Thailand. Now let's start talking about some of these key picks, because we have seen a bit of a trend now breaking out across this tournament. We are seeing the likes of Lee Sin, Permaband, Senna, never going to see the light of day again. And it does feel like we're defaulting to some of these more obscure champions of the bot lane. There's big focus now towards Ziggs. Can your AD carry play it? Can the marksman do that job? If they can't, okay, you sort of force them to go to the likes of Kaiser, maybe Corki. Is that too slow? Who knows? Is it going to be a Zarya? Will TJ be tilted? Grandin, what do you think?
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of evolution to marksmen being much more independent, as most teams are looking to play that bot side and really focus on building up the top lane, and that has been the kind of effect that we've been seeing.
for the small audio delay there. I hope you got to enjoy some of that draft without us talking. Maybe enjoy the atmosphere, the music, the landscape, the virtual arena, because, well, we're quite well through this draft. And, I mean, Yuko, we're looking at what we started off here from Invade. They got the Twisted Fate. They've got themselves that very strong bot lane, but Saigon have responded back quite strong with the center.
Silence can be deadly as the first 3 picks of Invade Esports here, because that's a lot of fetish and a lot of cards right at your face, even a gun at some point. So Gamerism did mention that with the Jess on this recon, he just keeps on jumping in with the grand entrance, even quickness to try and catch Saigon Phantom. But another thing I want to highlight is AOHK will have his hands on this Senna.
Okay, I just want to quickly say as well, yeah, you see the Graves coming through for Invade Esports. That's a pretty big flex. Golden Feet, you gotta trust your mechanical players to do mechanical things, and Golden Feet's one that always delivers. Invade Esports, they pull off a draft that most teams, I would say, that looks pretty bad. But for Invade Esports, actually seems pretty cohesive here, Skimmy.
It's looking pretty good to start off with here, and I have to imagine Saigon Phantom are thinking, okay, there's a fair few scary things right now. Maybe the late game could be a bit of a scary proposition, but I mean, I'm seeing what I'm seeing, and a center getting let through with all that pressure around it to pop off. It's just going to be a battle of the scaling, Yuko.
Honestly, when it comes to scaling, I would have to give it to Invade Esports. But Saigon Phantom, I mean, you have a Galio, you also have an Olaf, plus a Gragas. It's a lot of armor, a lot of beefy champions you need to survive to be able to get through maybe Senna or even Renekton. I'm a bit looking forward for the firepower for Saigon Phantom, though. They're really heavily relying on this Olaf as well as the Renekton.
Look, okay, so this is something that when during our narrative meeting, when we're talking about, okay, Invade Esports, how do they play for this? They like to play towards Cat. I like to get him ahead, make sure he's strong, nice and fed, able to dish out tons of damage. But he's playing Garen. He's switched up the script, he's changed things around. Now going into this first game, he's looking to play a stable Baron laner up against Trump Top. He's gonna show a little bit of respect here, say that, yeah, that's gonna be a tough matchup for me. So I'm just gonna make sure to play it absolutely safe and let the rest of my team scale up. That's a very different take from Invade Esports.
Do you imagine the possible matchup here for the Baron lane side? It's called the mill, slice and dice, nah, silence. And he's gonna try his best to neutralize that lane and just, you know, be that frontliner for his side. And I see the logic behind the Garen actually. It's unusual. You usually don't see Garen much here in SCH champs, but I guess for Invade Esports, he'll be able to pull through.
Well, it has been a long journey. It has been a chance for you to enjoy not listening to us. But I tell you who you do want to listen to. It's our casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Skimmy. I can't wait. I've moved into the driver's seat. I'll be play-by-playing. My name's TJ, joined by Omo for this cast. Omo, you've seen a Garen comp. How are you feeling?
I think last night, after we finished our cast, before we all went to bed, we had a very long talk about what we had in terms of expectation, right? And I think we settled upon the fact that Cat type was one of the bigger carries of the team. This time around, like our analyst Des mentioned, he came in and he's playing a Garen, which signals a pretty big change of pace here for Invade, especially once you pick up the Twisted Fate. You're generally showing, I want a strong Baron laner that I can play towards, that I can ulti towards and snowball him in the early game, and when in the mid to late game, we can go and dive turrets together and try to end the game in the side lane. This time around, with Cat type on the Garen, they have one play in their book. They need to get Golden Feet to really just snowball and carry the game.
Because Garen's not doing anything. He just does a little turn. There's no damage there, Omo.
He does spin, and I've heard rumors and whispers of a build with Cyrilda's Grudge in there somewhere. That's when Garen starts to get scary, but it's gonna be a while before we see that. It's probably like a third item, fourth item. So early mid stages of the game, we're gonna be looking towards Golden Feet. We're gonna be looking towards Kazuta to play off the gold cards as well as what the Jess's Rakan engages.
On the other side, we talk a lot about Saigon Phantoms as this aggressive team comp. In like 2-3 words, how do you feel about this draft?
Running, good. No running, bad.
All right, we got Saigon Phantoms down to their aggressive playstyle. They do have that late game insurance in AOHK, but otherwise it's very simple. They want a full send. For Invade, a little more complicated. You've got that Twisted Fate finding those gold card entries, but what follows up? Where does the punish come from? It's got to be what, the Jazz?
Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point, right? What follows it up? And I think that a lot of finesse is required to execute on Invade's team composition. Gold card, Rakan.
It's real hard. You gotta find the combos where you can get them, and Invade are gonna be scrounging around as we head into game number 1 between Invade and the Saigon Phantoms. It's game time, a best of 5 and elimination match here at the SEA Championship.
Start things off, we're getting a bit of a duo lane at mid. I love to see this coming in from the side of Saigon Phantoms. When you're running double roamers at the mid lane, when you're running double globals out of the mid lane, you want to bring all the attention to the global and keep them stuck and locked in the mid lane. Does that mean that Belby will get level 2 first and get a little bit of a punishment? Unfortunately, does not find the gold card.
No, gold card has to hit a minion, which always feels awful.
Yes. TJ, I would rather let a card time out than to use a gold card on a minion.
100%.
Just based on principle.
Yes, if you're there, you're sitting on the gold card, the only thing to auto is a minion, you walk away from the wave.
Just let the creep die. Just lose the last hit. It's about
100%.
principle. It's about your honor. And I think Belby, that was his first grave mistake of this game. Speaking
Let
of
me tell
graves...
you, if you're Belby's family, write in. Tell me how disappointed you are.
If I was Belby's family, this would probably be on the tier of getting a C in history test. And look at mid lane though.
Yeah, Belby.
Okay.
First it's dishonor, then he's being scared away from his wave. All things
Very
going
unfortunate.
bad. Blake One shows up in the lane and does some damage, and Blake One's out on a bit of a tear as he passes up through the scuttle. Where do you want to see these two junglers threatened during the early game?
Like I said, right, both of these teams need to be looking towards the mid lane right now. Top lane is very inactive because there's a Garen. He's gonna be trying to nullify and negate interaction in most of his lanes. Bot lane is gonna be a little bit uninteractive as well, but look at this jungle fight.
Yeah, both junglers decide to engage onto each other. Up there at the top side of the map, and we'll have a roam up in the mid lane. Oh, flash guard! Belby falls first blood! No more dishonor!
A little bit of redemption here for Belby. Getting a kill with the gold card makes up for using it on the minion. And exactly what I was saying, right? You need to be looking towards this mid-jungle interaction for both of these teams. And as I say that...
What the Jess steps forward, finds Gunner, knocks him very low. He'll live on maybe 2 HP. Pop the recall. ALHK in the meantime finds trading, all of which is, of course, benefiting that soul count, but little else.
Little else indeed, and Zyra caught nice little snipe from What the Jazz. He's got the fancy movements. So good.
Gunner steps forward and goes down, but here's the flank and an easy clean up. Blake One's in the lane, and he's got some axes to introduce you to.
Blake One coming in a little bit too late there. If he was earlier, he might have managed to save his teammates, but that came off What the Jazz and his impressive engages.
Yeah, What the Jazz baits Gunner into the fight, and that results in a kill, and it's an important one, because without it, Kaze would be down 0-1 in lane. With it, he's 1-1.
It looks much less bad, to be honest with you, but the main thing I want to focus on, and I cannot say this enough, I cannot emphasize this enough, What the Jazz on this Rakan, he's all over the place. He's jumping in, he's dashing out, he's juking out the spells where it counts.
It's important to pay attention to as we go forward and as we head towards our first objective fight of the game. Who you got?
It's coming close to 4 minutes, and I think this brings us back to the initial point we were making, right? Both teams need to look towards this mid lane, free up your mid laner to move, and what do we see here on the map? Both mid laners, they're making moves towards the top side. Just want a scuttle crab, it looks like.
Oh, fighting for the big cram, just a little cram. Saigon Phantoms, in the meantime, direct their attention towards the Drake.
Oh, this could be big.
Drake.
Blake.
AOHK kiting back, Destiny pops. This is dangerous. Saigon Phantoms already down a member, traded for Belby. Blake, though the jungler is gone, so they can't contest the Drake itself. They've got to survive for the team fight, and they're leaving Gunner out to dry. The team fight, the Dragon, both go to invade.
A very good start to the team fight there from Blake, but it's not over.
Oh, stepping back into it. Here's Saigon using the Dragon as an extra member and flash to chase. He's managed to shut down Cat Type, and that's going to force Invade away from the Dragon. They do take it, but only narrowly. And the gold advantage from the fight has just swung a little bit back towards Saigon.
Yeah, it's not an overwhelming lead from Invade here, but like you mentioned, they barely managed to catch out the smite onto the dragon. Rift Herald's still gonna be alive, but it looks like Saigon, they want to double down. They want to get some chip damage on this bottom lane turret, and they're deciding against it as Cold and Feet shows up. Now, if we head back to the fight there, Blake had a good initial idea. He was camping the bush with an Olaf, and we all know how scary that can be. Problem is, his teammates weren't in position, and they weren't ready to back him up. Goni came in too late with the hero's entrance. If they synced up all their spells on top of Blake's Ragnarok, that could have been a big double kill there to start things off for SGP, but just not on the same page.
Gunner forced back here up top. Not having the greatest day so far on the Rift. Well, a backup as the entirety of Saigon Phantoms rotate up. Invade hot on their heels. They realize this now. Blake one caught out, forced to try and Ragnarok his way out. It's not happening. He's in GA, but the step forward from Goni finds a decent sword. What the Jess? What a dive! It doesn't affect the fight enough, though. The fight turns back in favor of AOHK. He's got the damage. 1 for 2. Goni down. Saigon Phantoms very low. Belby poking away. Gunner, 1 HP, will live. And there's the redive. Trum dives through the fight and cleans it up with a vacuum. Invader gone.
Oh no, what was that from Belby? He got too ambitious there, flashing in onto Gunner. Man kind of forgot about Santa's healing, kind of forgot about Gragas being able to heal on his passive. Not enough.
Jess is back though. These fights keep going. Heroic entrance from across the map. Here's Goni, and he's going to save the day here. Top very low, but Belby's here as well. He'll TP in. Both globals spent. This Rift Herald fight still going. Blake round the side. Goni and AOHK regrouping in the tri-bush with 3v4. They can't fight this. And what the Jess reminds them, diving in, finding the knock-up and the kill. AOHK dead again. Saigon Phantoms lose the Rift Herald, and the fight is dead even.
I kind of can't keep track with the math there, TJ. So many kills being traded back and forth. I can't keep up with that. I don't think either of these teams really knew who won in that situation. But right now, Rift Herald is in the hands of Cold and Feet. I want to pay attention to where he's going to drop that down. Probably wants to wait for a tempo timing on that one first of all. But to keep track of what was going on there, I think the key factor in that fight, look at Blake's items. He has nothing else except a Guardian's Angel. That's all he needs in that team fight. Every single spell on the side of Invade was blown on top of this Olaf's head, and he just came back to life. Herald gets popped though.
Here's the Rift Herald. Invade realized there's nobody paying attention to this down bottom. So they say, you wouldn't mind if we just... It wouldn't be a big deal if we just walked in and took your turret, would it?
Well, SGP, they look kind of annoyed. They kind of want to fight here, but AOHK is alone.
I mean, there's a lot of times I want to fight somebody.
True.
But it doesn't mean I can. And Invade have to reckon with this reality. Or
it's a very harsh reality.
Yeah.
Right,
They'll be in the area now as the Drake is up in just 30 seconds. Saigon are down technically, but the difference is only a couple thousand gold.
Oh man, what the Jess wants in? Ambitious.
We'll keep wanting. Cat's Eye around the side does find some slow. Dawning Shadow splits the fight. Cat type too far forward. He's just spinning and he's gone. Excellent execution using the explosive cask. Blake's dropped to half, but he'll still be alive for this all-important Drake.
And this looks like an uncontested Drake here for the side of Saigon Phantom. All of that came off a mistake from what the Jazz, a bit too ambitious with his engage attempts there. We always sing his praises. We always say that Invade, they succeed off the back of his engages. But this time around, just tries to dive in a little bit too deep and he gets nothing out of it. Not only that, he kind of baits Cat type in as well, ultimately giving over a kill and a dragon.
Knockup will land here onto Gunner as what the Jess is back on form.
Indeed. Let's take a look right now at Belby though. This man has been split pushing for a large part of the last couple of minutes, and I think that that's kind of the reason why Invade Esports have not been able to find fights. We talked about this when we came into the game, TJ. It's gonna be Gold Card into Rakana engage. He's getting kept right now. Trump Top wants to look for a bit more, keeps cancelling his recalls.
He's got the binoculars out, sitting by his campfire.
It's a bit of a
s'mores, eating some minions, got about his day.
Bit of a reversal of roles there. Typical alligator just camping in the swamps, waiting for Twisted Fate, but he's not gonna wander in. He's gonna just play it a bit safe here, and I want to point out something that we didn't actually notice. Trumptop was late to the Dragon fight, he came in late to the top lane fight, but he's sitting 3-0 and 3 right now. He's been doing very well to accelerate his farm and come to clean up the fights. He might not be there at the start, but he's there when it counts. And look at this, 2 items, teleport picks up. This is gonna be a very impactful Renekton who can match the Twisted Fate and teleport in himself. Cat type though.
In trouble, burned down underneath the turret. There's no safety presented by the turret. Cat's tanky, but he's not this tanky. He'll be shut down by AOHK. In the meantime, there's going to be a revenge attempted against the shot.
No.
And Warning Shadow will boost him back up. Double global. Trum's got all the backup in the world, and that shutdown bottom is just going to keep going. Look at Saigon continuing to burrow forward down here.
Oh no, mistake after mistake from Invade Esports. They're split across the map. Saigon Phantom, they look like they've woken up. They're just running Invade around the map, really. They just can't do anything. What the Jazz? He tries to redemption. Cat type in the bottom lane, doesn't get there in time to save his bottom laner, and he won't make it in time to the fight at top side to try to trade on Trumptop's Renekton. And this just results in Saigon Phantom pulling ahead to a bit of a goal lead for themselves.
Cat type unable to make the plays happen in multiple lanes now. And that Garen, he's just spinning there menacingly, Omo. He's not doing much.
Fate. Trumptop though trades his ultimate in return. So much of nothing going on. It's just been dragons getting traded. Towers are inconsequential. Both mid lane tier 1s are still up. Golden Feet getting a bit frustrated.
Yeah, you can see it a little visually there.
Yeah.
What the Jazz will be scared away from a kind of brewing mid-lane brawl. We're pretty late game now, Omo. We've stumbled into this. It's been very fast. It's been very chaotic. Just kind of catch us back up. What are the win conditions for both these teams?
Yeah, we have to remember again, Invade needs to play with finesse. It needs to be gold card. They need to weave in and out. Rakan needs to be able to go in, knock people up, dash out. Graves needs to be able to play on the outskirts of the fight and find a timing window to dash in, as we're not going to get a chance to explain.
Gold card lands, heroic entrance, Dawning Shadow will save Gummer's life, and they're going to get more. Pelby goes down here, Goaty flash, entrance with the Righteous Glory. Cat type zoned away, Golden Feed half HP, and Saigon win the trade, shutting down the mid laner. But what do you do with this? Is this enough for a Baron?
It's definitely not. They're still full health. Kazuta is the main threat. He's still so scary. Golden Feet will be able to heal up off jungle camps, but this is going to be the tier 1 being threatened. Good poke.
AOHK starting to do damage here. And that's real scary. Taunt will land on the Cat type, but he's got HP. Oh my lord! Up steps forward, just starts auto-attacking. And that's enough to change the fight in the middle of the map. He's just getting melted. Everyone else low. Dive behind the turret. Cat type finds the kill. And now Saigon are on the back foot. His Invade step forward.
But Kazuta is so low. He needs to be really careful right now. Trumptop gets caught. Or not. That's it. A bit underwhelmed.
He's trying to clear the wave here, and this is very dangerous. It baits a dive, and Kaze just deletes him. Here's the flank coming in this time from Blake. He's got low HP targets in front of him, and he'll shut down Cat type. He'll be knocked into GA by Golden Feed and Kaze. Well-timed Dawning Shadow does not...
let's jump back into the action. I know there's been a few delays today. It hasn't really been ideal in that regard. I apologize, but we're doing our best. We're back in business. We're here to talk about what happened in game one. So let's bring up the video because a lot of things happened off stream as the stream did disconnect. Invade Esports, Saigon Phantom, it's this lower bracket matchup. In bracket B, a chance for them to try and qualify and keep their dream alive. So let's see how this game concluded because there was a bit of chaos, there was a bit of carnage, and from all accounts, things got a little bit spicy here. So I can see that there is a Baron buff, and I'm wondering really, Grandin, you know, where we go from here because this game, it looked as we're going into the break like there was such a big lead for them.
For sure. I think we had to self-censor it a little bit. Things were looking a little bit too beyond PG, so we had to make sure this was appropriate for all levels.
Wait, what's going on? Where are we?
He showed us something impressive here, and going into this final set, or into this first game, into closing this one out, I have to say they really came online, skilled up to a high point of power. Once you get the Graves online, for sure, that's just about all you need.
You'd have to say the fact that Invade Esports was able to get the Baron buff, this could be their opportunity to end the game. I mean, they scaled the living hell out of the game, and they're just not going to stop anytime soon. Saigon Phantom, at this point, they really need to answer to the damage.
It just looks like too much pressure on the map at this stage, doesn't it? I mean, with the Baron buff going, they've got the lanes split, they've got triple inhibs falling on down, a bit of a checkmate position.
Ooh.
Yeah, for sure. And once you get to this point, once you can't really deal with the main damage dealers on the side of Invade Esports, it kind of just falls apart for Saigon Phantom. And just a series of really good fights, big pickups on around the objectives, get them this first match win.
And that was just a play for Invade Esports right after getting the buff. They got the inhib, and apparently they even got the game. Looks like this game, even this series, it went well for Invade Esports.
I have to wonder because, you know, it started off with the aggression from Golden Feet. We saw that they went for the dive topside and it didn't really work, but it shows that this is a game that is going to be very bloodthirsty. You know, a complete difference from when Invade took on Finland Adversity. So I'm getting quite excited. I'm sure the viewers at home are quite excited and at the same time disappointed when the action was cut off because we were seeing more kills from a team individually. Forget about combined, individually, more kills than there were minutes. So this for me should be a series that shapes up to be quite aggressive. You were singing the praises, Grandin, off stream of Golden Feet on this Graves.
Oh yeah, honestly it feels like at this point Invade have finally figured out what they want to do. For the longest time they've been playing to the tune of other teams, saying yeah, we're gonna play for the macro, we want to play like we're a smart team, like we're intellectuals. And yeah, well, I have to admit that individually they are pretty smart players. When it comes together, sometimes it just plays best to go a little apeshit, play to just bang stuff against the wall.
My prediction is shaking. That's my only comment after seeing how powerful Invade was. And actually, to give you guys a bit of an idea of how powerful Golden Feet was, he had 38k damage on that Graves. And another thing I want to highlight, Gamerism did highlight what just now on this Rakon, he had more damage compared to Trump Top on this Renekton, like a 17k compared to a 9k Renekton.
Oh, I didn't even see that. That's a good catch there, Yuko. Wow, yeah, what the jest. I mean, I can't sing enough praise about him, right? The guy is just insane. He's been playing out of his mind, and I think this new style that they've been adapting has really fit them really well. If they want to keep, I think they could probably go into a pretty deep stage of the competition if they keep up showing what we just saw.
Well, it looks like the gamble with a double 80 setup did pay off. As you said already, the Graves is a champion that wants to get ahead early, did the most damage in the game, but then Kaze came through at the end, and he also individually pumped out 36k damage. So we're going to jump into that second pick and ban phase. Saigon Phantom this time electing for the blue side. Let's see what they can do this time around here, Yuko.
Right, so still not going to be seeing a Kaisa. I'm actually curious if Invade Esports will still go with the Lovers Duo, or will we finally see what the Jess on this Nami?
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting. I think bot lane matchups has been something we've talked about a lot. And I think, Skimmy, you've actually discussed a little bit about this, switching away from traditional marksman for more AP heavy centric type stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see the variation from that. It shows the depth of character in a roster, and it certainly allows you to open up different ideas. But, I mean, Yuko, it might just be the cursed word between you and I. When we talk about Lovers Duo, it just seems to happen because it worked so well last game. They might just be running it back again. Why not?
Yep, why fix what's not broken? And with that, first two picks will be the Lovebirds indeed. Saigon Phantom though, they also will secure a different combo. Not Lovers, but you have the Cataclysm plus the Bomb for Ziggs.
It's a good setup for Saigon Phantom, very flexible so far, especially since we've seen Javan move away from purely a jungle role and Ziggs away from just the mid lane. A lot more flexibility for Saigon Phantoms. We're talking about winning picks and bans to start things off. Saigon Phantoms, I feel like, have managed to do that, pulling away some really powerful picks. Still, here what Invade Esports have to do, right, is they have to find some kind of decent response to the main crowd control that probably comes through from Saigon Phantoms. I'm not sure Olaf is the right answer because you still get locked by a Cataclysm. But I do enjoy the Twisted Fate. Gives them some mobility around the map.
They will really focus on the single target CCs. I mean, you have the gold card, you have the undertow to slow down your next possible target. After a lot of setups, that's the perfect time for Rakan to jump in with the Grand Entrance, maybe even a Feather Storm from Risaya.
It's interesting to see the Graves being locked in. Saigon Phantom, like they're taking a page out of Invade Esports book. I'm not sure if this is going into the jungle, maybe into the marksman role. We will have to see how this one plays out. It's still very flexible. Yeah, but like we mentioned, even in the pre-show, Yuko, AOHK grabs Tsunami. That's pretty much what they want to play with, making the support role kind of like an enabler, making sure that the rest of the team is able to keep putting out damage, really get in the face of Invade Esports. Whereas Invade Esports, they want what the Jess to come in as an initiator, someone who's able to shot call and lead them around them.
I love how you mentioned damage because before we hopped into game number 1 game, I was looking for the actual damage from Saigon Phantom. They did shine in the mid game, but toward the late game, scale definitely in favor of Invade Esports. Speaking of scale, speaking of damage, they pick up that Akali.
Akali, the final grab for Invade Esports. We haven't quite seen much of this. A little bit fallen by the wayside in 2.4B. Has a couple of hits to the damage, some of the stats, but for the most part, I still think it's a very powerful pick. And up against the Renekton, it's one of the better ones to deal against it, especially with Camille being banned away. Overall, I mean, if Cat type is looking to play this, I could be quite happy with how Invade Esports have drafted.
It's interesting for me, though, the fact that we haven't seen Senna since day one. It may be just been in that game 1. We then got a taste of it last game. And that's actually not been bad. It might just be the first time it's been let through the draft and teams aren't interested in it. But what I will say is this is another very aggressive draft with the ability to try and snowball early. Champions that want to be on the map nice and early, deployed, set up, ready to succeed. And we should be in for another treat where the games and the kills certainly do deliver. Now, Yuko, quick final thoughts. Which draft do you prefer?
I know I voted for Saigon Phantoms, but I have to give this one to Invade. I really like that Olaf pickup. Imagine if he pops off plus a Saya and Rakan for the setup. That's gonna be a problem for Saigon Phantom.
What about you, Grandin?
Yeah, Invade Esports, I can't get enough of them, honestly. You get a really interesting support with What the Jess. I feel like they're bumping back a little bit to the previous style with a cat type as the Akali, but yeah, I'm pretty okay with this still. You know, the Kodafi still has soul off at least.
Well, he's a fan, I'm a fan, I think we're all a fan. So how about we throw to some of the best fans in the region and let's bring back into the conversation our casting team. Let's send it to the guys over in the casting booth. It's Omo and TJ.
Thank you very much, Skimmy. My name is TJ, joined by Omo. Saigon Phantom, more like Saigon down 01 Phantom. How are you doing, Omo?
I'm doing great. So much better after hearing that joke from you, TJ, to wake me up a little bit. And I've got one for you too.
Okay.
Saigon down like the stream, Phantom, as we're going into game 2 up against Invade Esports here. It's gonna be a pretty exciting one to start things off. I like the draft from both of these teams, and I'm hyped to see what we can find out here.
On be real, though, Saigon Phantoms went down like there was a period of time. There was a close game. The stream just went down, so it's a little different there.
True.
Saigon
it would
Phantoms
be like
played a close game 1, but were upset by Invade in the very last moments of it. How does that, as we get into this game number 2, kind of play against your expectations?
It doesn't actually. It plays directly into my expectations. When they're strong, where they're strong is when Blake 1 leads the charge. I have a very interesting stat here that I'm going to use for a quick detour while we have a bit of a quiet, a bit of a lull in the action. Coden Feet versus Blake 1. Their kill participation in the regular season for their teams, Coden Feet had 72%. Blake 1 had an insane 94% kill participation. Wow. That's ridiculous. And it really goes to show that where this guy is where his team succeeds.
That's absurd, frankly.
It is. It really is. Like 94%, you're basically taking a part in every single kill.
And Blake 1 demonstrated it for Saigon during game number 1. Now we're in game number 2. Let's take a revisit over these drafts, over the start of this game. Does the shift of power into Blake 1's hands, giving him this Graves, kind of bode well for them? We'll find out as he shifts down into the bottom lane. It scares Kaze back behind his turret.
Yeah, not quite enough damage.
All of this happening amidst a roam of invade down towards the bottom side of the map as they begin to control this dragon pit.
That is true indeed. And Saigon Phantom now, I think they want to make a look up towards the top side of the map. So all for cat type just as we look away. And we were about to touch about the draft. I was about to bring up the point of the Akali. I swear this is not hindsight. It's a very good counter pick to the Renekton.
Sure.
And why? Really, it's true, TJ. You have to believe me here. And part of the reason why it's so good in this game is, what is Akali scared of? When is Akali strongest, rather? She's strong when she's in her shroud and she has time to play around her passive, play around the cooldown of her first skill. The counter to that is Destiny. Twisted Fate just reviews you. Champions like Lee Sin just review you. There's none of that in this game. The Twisted Fate is on your team, and Renekton can never really trade onto an Akali just because Akali's trading patterns naturally counter Renekton. He dashes on you, you can bounce back, you can go into your shroud, you got a million options, you're good to go. And I think that this is actually one of the few games where I'm happy to see an Akali, and it fits so well with Invade's go 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 comp. This time around, much simpler to execute. Press your button.
Full sand.
Full sand, basically.
No, I love to see it. Let me tell you, though, the one part of this composition from Invade that doesn't feel like a full send is the Xayah, who can't really chase into fight, struggles a little bit to engage. But though I have a well-documented hatred of the character, Kaze won the last game off his team fighting prowess on Xayah. How do you think that balances out? Is this as antithetical to the composition as I think it is?
Well, part of the reason why champions like Xayah, and to some extent champions like Ezreal, even Ziggs, and I think to a very small extent, even champions like Varus and Ashe, this is why they're so good with diving comps, because what they do in team fights doesn't matter. They can just press their R buttons, and they can just use their utility, and that's it, they're done. Xayah and Ezreal, they can peel for themselves. You guys can go full send it, and let your AD carries take care of themselves.
Speaking of, Kaze is going to need to. Here's the roam down from Saigon. 3 members here. Twisted Fate Pelby will arrive and deal out the gold card. There's nothing to be done. Kaze survives. What a heal! Keeps him up through the Mega Inferno Bomb. An Invade can now turn 45 for this fight, and instantly Golden Feet's into the fray. He'll find Blake 1. There's no jungler for Saigon as the press keeps going forward. Golden Feet past the front lines, finds a second, and with a flash, what the Jess is away, free in the Baron pit. Belby will go down. Trum finally finding something back as Golden Feet backs away. This could get dangerous because Kaze has returned. So this fight will go the way of Invade. Control goes the way of nobody.
Well, we say that, but I think Saigon Phantom, Blake 1 has respawned. He's going to make his way back, and he will pick up the Dragon for his team.
I do want to raise, as I think you're right, Dragon is going to go over to Saigon. I do want to raise that during this entire time, Cat Type was just free farming in the top lane. He just took a turret.
Yeah, he's happy. He's got a lot of gold in his pocket right now. He's a level up on Trump Top. Trump Top got a kill, but this guy, he's gonna be behind in gold. There we go. More than 1,000 gold. Akali is sitting happy. Crystalline Bracer in his pocket is an interesting choice, but I think the main thing that we want to pay attention to, his items, it doesn't matter. Anything that gives him AP, once you have 5,000 gold, I think you're happy regardless. And I think that this Akali is gonna make Ziggs and Graves their life a living hell.
Invade do trade the objectives, grab themselves a Rift Herald. So Crystal and Bracer I do actually want to talk about. For anyone who hasn't played it, it's a relatively new item. The way it works is every time you use an ability, as a mage, you basically generate a single stack that blocks and blocks a point of damage towards you and returns it to the enemy, a bit like Thornmail. How do you see this playing on an Akali?
Well, it's a bit curious, right? Because as an Akali, you don't want to even get hit at all. I can see it make a bit of sense to give him a bit of tanky stats in the side lane. In the team fight, the main thing you want to play around is your mobility, your Shroud, your Zhonya's, and, you know, that's about it, right? Like, that should be more than enough for you to take care of yourself, and you just want to buy damage. You want to just kill people, one-shot them. The only reason this makes sense is if you want to be looking for pressure on side lanes. Make sure that you don't die to Renekton, you don't get one-shot by the combo of Empowered Renekton stun into Graves.
And that was what I was thinking of, because if you get stunned by the Renekton, you can just, if you've built up the stacks, just shrug off that combo for the next 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's really good for trading patterns into Renekton, but I feel like your priority here as Akali, given the team comp that you have, given that we established what their team comp wants to do, full send, it kind of doesn't make sense to me, as we have to take a bit of a step back and look at this Herald.
I don't know, I was enjoying our item time. Here, look at the Herald as the Rich Herald is summoned down here on the bottom side of the map. Kaze will silence the fight with the Featherstorm, slowing things down. Invade knocked very low, but they do get the Rift Herald charge. They do discover where all of Saigon Phantoms are. I won't get anything more than that.
Yeah, a little bit underwhelming there. I think the fight started with Belby getting caught, so he has to flash away. I think it was from the Cataclysm, so that makes them in a pretty tough situation to take any ensuing fights. But Cat's
1v4, Cat-type opts into the fray. Diving into a smoke veil, he'll find the first kill, and he's waiting on that perfect execution.
Nice.
Backed up by what the Jess. Cat-type's got 2. He'll back away. Now, 3 players here. Trumpentop comes in, and Cat-type's tempted. Destiny popped. Golden Feet dueling up front. Will flash away. It's a little too dangerous. 2 kills to Cat-type in a 1v3.
He went mid. Belby popped the Destiny, but he gated to mid. He thinks, I'm not going to help my team. I want to come here and do chip damage to this turret.
I'm going to get gold.
I completely understand that. Do you remember in game 1, TJ? It took them years to break this tier 1 mid tower. Belby makes the call. Any chip damage on it is better than any fight we could possibly take. And what the Jess?
Also, you know, Cat-type kind of seemed like he had a handle. He didn't need any help.
Like we mentioned, right, Akali's so mobile. Who here is really gonna lock him down? Look at Saigon Phantom's team composition and bring it back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier. What counters Akali? Vision through his shroud and hot CC. We didn't quite raise that point, but hot CC as well is so important. CC that you can't dodge out on. Javan CC is all dodgeable, Nami CC is all dodgeable, and the only thing that you need to be afraid of is Renekton's empowered stun. That's it. It's a free game for Cat-type.
And Renekton's empowered stun is run away fromable.
It's genre-able.
Yeah, as long as you can keep, you know, some social distance between you and that crocodile. You can't do anything to you.
Exactly, and in the last game as well, we saw Trumpentop consistently going for these assassination attempts against Belby's Twisted Fate, and we saw the counter. Just stay away from the croc. Yeah.
Just keep them at arm's length, which to be fair is what you're supposed to do to real crocodiles as well. So
more than an arm, I would say.
Yeah, if you keep them at arm's length, you might lose that arm.
Yeah, exactly.
Drake here, a mountain Drake. And Saigon Phantom would like to get in, but it's Invade to start it on the Saigon Phantom ward. Phantoms know what's up here. Can they do anything about it? Over the wall, here comes Blake. Tidal wave synced up, secured by Invade inside the pit. Golden Feet will fall immediately after getting it. Kaze forced to Featherstorm, top of the fight, will survive, root everyone else. The only death is Golden Feet. A 1-1 trade for the Drake.
Yeah, and that fight was a completely failed execution from the side of Invade Esports. The idea was right, the angles they were coming from was right, and they want more?
Now the Invade are gonna step up here. Dash.
There'll be no mana! No mana!
From backs away, Cat-type did get hit, didn't keep the distance. Arm got bit off, but he'll survive.
Belby potted into the pit with 0 mana. He used his last bit of mana for his Destiny's Gate. He came in, could not pull a single card. Entire deck was empty, used all 52, and he's out of cards. That's it for the fight. And that just ties along to the theme of what we've been seeing so far. Invade are just failing the execution.
He's there for the moral support. Invade.
I don't know about that one, TJ. I would be pretty demoralized if my TF potter next to me and didn't cast a single spell.
Pocket sand. Invade did have a gold lead from that though, and I think that is important to mention because a lot of that gold is of course on Belby, a lot of that gold on Feet and Cat-type. both of whom are going to be very scary as we head into the mid lane game.
Yeah, as well as I do want to mention, TF has been split pushing most of the game once again. Same as what we saw in the last game. We kind of criticized him for it, or rather I criticized him for it. I said, you know, you need to be playing with your team more. You can't be playing so selfish. But remember, TF's passive gives him more gold. So the more he farms, the more he's going to accelerate, and he's going to hit that 13-minute 3-item point again. That's the timing in the last game. Let's see if he'll get it even quicker this game. And of course, Cat type, he's sitting at basically 3 items right now. This guy's going to be a menace in every team fight. They just need to fix the execution. Make it like Akali's ultimate is called. Make it a flawless execution and you're good to go.
Dive in from what the jest. That's not flawless.
Far from it. And they get more damage on themselves than they came in.
Again, Inferno Bomb slams the door behind him.
Yeah.
Invade. Leave with their heads held low.
Indeed. Walk of shame. Back to the tail ones.
We weren't trying anything, I swear. And now it's Saigon's turn.
Cat type. Has an angle.
Step up. Cat type does have the angle, but not the damage, not onto anyone who's vulnerable to it.
You know what?
It's all kind of a wash in the middle of the map.
You know what I think is going on, TJ? We kind of cast this cursing what the jest. Ever since yesterday, ever since the analyst desk, everyone has been saying this guy is a monster on Rakan, and he's just been failing engage after engage. Like that. It's kind of demoralizing to see.
Yeah, rough engage for him, rough series of them. Belby up here on the top lane is maybe 1 hit point. Like walks up, takes advantage of that, will shut him down. He tried to take a duel, I think versus Goni and paid the price. And I don't mean the turret goes down as well.
What is this?
Just stepping up here. This time, he's good. We'll find the knock-off onto Goni. That drops Goni to half HP. That is all that will happen.
They're
and
racing.
If you're wondering what Cat Type's up to during this time, he's free farming bot lane. If you'd like the update on the Saigon Phantom's bot lane, they're free farming mid lane.
Cat type has a flank. He has an angle here.
Now he can intercept Gunner and AOHK as they try and retreat. Gunner will try and sneak through the mid lane. That pathing sneaky.
No way.
Gunner!
No,
The fancy footwork, that was incredible!
I guess it was incredible for Saigon Phantom. That's one way to put it. I would say Invade Esports, they messed up. They just needed to cut off the exits. Look at the Dragon, though. I think they want to fight this.
Dragon will be secured by Invite, and they are out. Invade get the Dragon, and they leave. Oh no.
That was just so disappointing from Invade. They had the angle, they had the Destiny Gate. Cat type had them cut off on the flank. They just needed to cut off the one exit onto mid lane, and they let Saigon Phantom get away without even using flash.
And to your point, if the Destiny Gate had been open a couple of seconds earlier, then Gunner wouldn't have been able to do the cheeky positioning that he did.
Very good point as well, TJ. That's completely true.
I'm really on Twisted Fates, who very obviously aren't being told the play is starting today.
Yes.
Because we've had a couple of them. Ideally, your Twisted Fate opens the Destiny Gate as the play is starting, and not...
Agree.
He's looking at the map and he's like, oh, I guess we're going.
Because TF Ultimate lasts for such a long time as well. The Destiny is available for a really long time. They're looking for a bit here. I don't think much is going to happen. Yep, just like that.
Okay, we'll drop the tidal wave. Megan Inferno Bomb answers, and it's a mistimed Featherstorm, so... Everyone's
Good
a little
long
more
range poke.
aware.
Yeah, I want to look at what Blake is building, because if my theory is correct, and he's building lethality here, I would actually really like the comp from Saigon Phantoms, where you just play purely the poke with Ziggs bombs, and Graves uses the ultimate, that's it, you chunk them down, they cannot contest you on objectives. Bit cheeky there from Blake. But I like the previous point. He is indeed. Fancy feet, breaking some ankles. But I want to go back to your previous point, TJ. I think it's a really great point. Twisted Fates being told when the play is happening is what we did see in the last game. Belby opened his Destiny, and I was really questioning what he did it for. Until I realized he did it to give his team vision of the Senna Shroud. They were all hidden in the Senna Shroud, and he popped Destinies so his teammates could see what was going on and really just commit to the play. That was really nice. We're not seeing that this game, so that's a bit disappointing.
Top side, we are seeing trouble here for Goni. He's cut off by Cat-Type, still able to get behind the turret, chased in, drops the Cataclysm. This is dangerous as the Mega Inferno Bomb arcs in. Here's Blake, here's the Tidal Wave, a whole team on their way. Tidal Wave will not land. Cat-Type, 1 HP in this stasis, is surely dead. Flash over the top won't save him. It is 1 for 1 in the top lane.
It is indeed, and Belby right now in the mid lane, he's doing his thing, using Destiny Gate to get to the mid turrets, but he has to run right now.
Yeah, he gets the mid turret down about a third. Ooh, a little bit more than that.
Not bad, not bad.
His HP.
Yeah, I think Invade, they're playing the rat game pretty well. They're just running the members of Saigon Phantom around the map. A big problem for them, though, is the Ziggs pick. I always say, Ziggs is a cheater champion. It changes the rules of the game. It makes the game of League different. The rules of tempo, the rules of wave management, they no longer apply to you. Alright, just come in for a gold cut.
Because the Ziggs, even though like you're looking at the scoreboard at the top, and you're like, Saigon Phantom are at a gold deficit.
Yep.
Ziggs doesn't really care. He can just clear any waves against jumped in. He can keep all your turrets safe. Ooh. And if you give that little gremlin a shot at one of your own turrets, he'll eat it up like it's nobody's business.
Exactly, he breaks the rules of tempo. It's like the Thanos meme, right? The rules of reality is now in my control. That's exactly what Ziggs does to the game.
That's what he said.
It's something like that. I might have misquoted him a bit, but Thanos is not going to come after me. It's all good. I want to point out, though, I really love this from Kazatar. Wits End, because he knows that the main damage threat against him is going to be Ziggs. It's not a traditional marksman item, but it works really well here, because Hexdrink is not going to save you, right? The shield is not going to save you. He's just going to keep poking you from range. You just want flat magic resistance, and Wits End gives you that.
That's a really fun adaptation, and you love when you see players aware enough of what their item builds are doing to make those kinds of shifts. We do have a rather important addition to the map right now. The Elder Ocean Drake on the map would be game-defining for either team. Destiny Gate is open to scare Saigon off of the play. Nothing comes of it. Now that it's faded, Goni wants some action. He'll go in with the Cataclysm, Mega Inferno Bomb to follow with the Tidal Wave, but none of it has too much of an impact. And Invade survive and all walk away.
Cat-Type, meanwhile, gets the top tier 2 turret. They want to commit to this dragon because they know they have to. They don't have options. If Goni recalls here, they're gonna lose this because Cat-Type is making his way over.
Invade take their time, walking in, waiting for Saigon to make a mistake, and they are rewarded. Saigon back off of the Drake. Golden Feet walks up. There's a desperate dive from Blake, and he can't find the kill. And this is wasted yet more of Saigon's time as the mid turret falls. Belby getting it for free.
LB gets it for free, and now they come back on the Elder Inferno Drake once again. They don't have a choice. They have to rush this.
LB steps up, Cold Card dealt. Tidal Wave spent defensively. Golden Feet is very low, the jungler for Saigon. So he's gonna have to take a risk, but not yet. Drake's still above half HP. This Elder Drake, very important for the game, and so Goni commits to the front lines. He'll flash away, but he does knock Kaze down very low. The poke game continues. Here comes the play from Golden Feet into the backlines, focusing on Trump. He's got to disengage. Cat-Type over the top. Can't finish these kills, but he's chased Saigon away. Caught in the bubble. That's a huge catch from AOHK, but it's on his deathbed. He'll fall immediately after. Trump trying to farm up on the Krugs. Comes in with decent HP. Will force Belby into stasis, but it doesn't matter. Invade have done it for a second game in a row. They managed to out-fight the Saigon Phantoms with a quadra kill to Belby. Perfectly timed spells. They'll take the Elder, and Invades are on the path to go 2-0 up in this series.
I think this is an end angle. Invade, they can just run it down mid right here. They don't have to care about Baron. They don't have to care about anything. 20 seconds to Ziggs, 15 to Nami. I think they can end it right here. They have the Lich Bane available as well. And that was far from a good fight from Invade. But they still pull it through. So many missed opportunities, but they're looking for the end.
Here we go, Invade, burn down the Nexus. And sometimes it's not about the perfect execution, it's about the fights you get and the fights you win. Invade don't miss the opportunities they have, and they're 2-0 up over the Saigon Phantoms.
2-0 up over Saigon Phantoms. Who would have thought it after this quality of the gameplay that we saw from Invade? It was far from clean. It was messy. They botched plays. They missed timings. Execution on mechanics were off as well. I remember you telling me, TJ, how good Cat-Type's mechanics were. Seeing as Akali, I'm gonna have to disagree with that one. And I feel like Saigon Phantom, they look lost once again.
a toxic end from Omo. You know, I'll go to that. It works out for Invade. We know some people who are slightly less toxic than Omo, so we'll get them on. What do you think of that game, Skimmy?
Well, I want to say, is that really what Twisted Fate looks like when he has some mana, huh? Because it does a lot of damage. Apparently, you can just pick up a quadra kill. It's a freebie because Cacti can try and run in. He can get denied from the grave by a singular bubble from AOHK, and then Twisted Fate says, you know what, team? All right, I'll do it all on my own. So that, for me, was a bit of a crazy situation. And guys, I mean, the game itself was nothing short of a miracle, really, because there were clear opportunities in this game, Yuko, for Saigon Phantom to bring it back.
Definitely. And to just reiterate the highlight, initially I thought Cat-type was the one who was gonna get the triple or the quadra. In my mind, I was yelling Cat-type, hello, but the bubble, which is a good bubble by the way, caught Akali off guard. I thought it was the end for a possible quadra kill, but no. Beldy was there and I said, Twisted Fate, hello? That landing on the gold card really was the cherry on top.
Yeah, very different game for the first time that we saw. Invade Esports played it differently, but overall, I still like the way they're playing. You know, almost the Asian dad you can never really impress. You could do whatever he says you should do, go all the way, the full distance. He still just won't look at you the same way. That being said, though, I look back at Cat-type, I look back at Belby. They really had some stand-up performances here, and I'm starting to see why TJ likes Cat-type so much.
Looks like that is... I'm actually looking at the damage again. So Cat-type had twice the damage compared to Trump-top. Trump-top on this Renekton looks like this crocodile or alligator has seen better days.
Yeah, has been looking for some better moments. Unfortunately, it won't be this game. That being said, though, Saigon Phantom has brought an interesting composition. I quite like the look of the Graves this time around. But, you know, still a little bit short. Hopefully, we see some new interesting adaptations and Saigon Phantom being able to take a game off of Invade.
Well, we were joking, weren't we, Grandin, about the whole showboating, if you will, for lack of a better term, that Blake one was like, all right, let's just flex the junglers, okay? I was playing Olaf last game. It's your turn. I'm going to show you how to do the Graves because you popped off of it. You did the most damage, but look, that good luck charm was not working in his favor. I mean, let's talk about the early game to start off with because it was a little bit sketchy. So sketchy, so much so that Invade Esports are on match point. Can they keep their tournament dreams alive? Will they go through this lower bracket? Or can Saigon Phantom bring it back with the reverse sweep?
Around this dragon lane.
We have been told that there is a pause because the player is having some technical issues, so and he's going to get resolved hopefully fairly quickly and we can get back in action. I like your discussion about Akshan here, Omo.
Yeah.
Because he's a character that's kind of still being sorted out, and unlike a lot of characters that we have here in Rift, there's no template because he's still being sorted out in PC League of Legends as well. So,
Jay, you can just DM me. I'll give you the template. I have it.
Okay.
Template to playing every champion in the game.
I don't want you. I know you have to keep your solo queue rank reasonably high, but because for a lot of people who haven't seen, I have a really good conversation here about how he's kind of turned into this late game damage threat. You build him crit, he hovers at the back of fights in the late game, and a lot of people think that he's a kind of dive character who wants to trigger his
what's
passive
this, TJ?
into it.
We're right back into it.
Ignite will burn away and kill what suggests. But as I was saying, the Akshan really just wants fights, like he's doing right now in the bottom lane, taking a turret in exchange for the turret being taken up in the top lane. So it will be a first turret break to Invade, giving them a little bit more gold, but not much more. And most importantly, all of the gold that Saigon Phantom's just got went into Gunner.
Indeed, a lot of gold into Gunner is going to be great for sure because like you mentioned, right, he does have the ability to play front to back in team fights, not if he gets jumped on.
Oh, he just tries to recall in the middle of the lane.
Yes, and he has a stealth, he has a grappling hook.
Not anymore, he doesn't.
He'll have it in 8 seconds. It's not the end of the world just yet. Has a decent chunk of gold. He's still decently ahead of Kazatar. I think that's nice to have. I do want to... Okay, without going into too much detail. Okay, the teams are just not going to let us talk here. Trump top 1v1. That's it.
Yeah, a little bit of poke up on the top side. Nothing much will come from it. Let's reset a little bit as Saigon Phantoms are down 1k in gold and Invade are earning out a slight lead.
Yes, they are, and a lot of that goal came from the Rift Herald play, right? It broke the first turret of the game up in the Baron lane, and that's going to be a nice influx of gold. I do want to point out, Kha'Zix is traditionally regarded as kind of counter pick towards Olaf, right? So 1,000 gold up, having these items in his pocket, it's so easy for him to pop the GA, coming out of the bush a little bit early there, Golden Feet.
Yeah. I think they didn't know there was a rotate coming up. They would have taken a bonus if somebody had wandered up to defend the turret. Nobody did in time, and therefore Invade just take the turret. I'll be quite alright with that though, timing the push out of the bush perfectly with the wave crashing. It's a little bit more gold into the Invade pocket as their lead grows in what could be the final game of the series.
I think that it could be the game for them to demonstrate that they deserve to still be alive in this.
Seconds away, and it's an Infernal Drake, so quite an important one as well. Should Saigon fight for that?
That's a very difficult question to answer, TJ. I say yes. Their team comp needs to find these.
Kind of hurtful coming into this fight. AOHK is not going to have time to reset. Explosive Cask doesn't find much. AOHK still got the Solar Flare to deploy. Drake down to half HP. 3,000. Resetting. Here's the flank from Belby down mid. Keep your eye on that, but it doesn't find anything. What the Jess? Looking for an angle. Here he goes in. What an engage! What the Jess! Cleans up the fight before it begins. Garner flees for his life down the mid lane. Drake will be started and taken by Invade. And the Saigon Phantoms are destroyed outside the Dragon Pit.
Anyone more?
Yeah, Gunner just wandering. I'm not entirely sure why he was still in the mid lane, but he'll pay for it with his life. Golden Feet just eats him up.
Eats him up indeed, as if he was a tasty frog porridge as well. This Akshan is not going to be having a great game. 0 and 2, you need to be snowballing with Akshan. You need to be winning skirmishes. Sure, you raised a good point, right? He can team fight, he can front to back. Look for the opportunity to find the timing to dive into the team fight. But you're never gonna outrun a Xayah in front to back team fights. It's looking disastrous for the Saigon Phantoms. And if we bring it back to the last Dragon team fight, a lot of that came from What the Jazz and his Rakan. And I want to bring up a point with that, TJ. This Rakan pick seems to be the ace for Invade. Rakan and TF. My question though is, have they shown too much? You have to think about the play-ins as well as the whole C champs. It's a marathon, it's not a race. You have to win multiple series to qualify for the main stage, and then you have to play even more to get out of the main stage groups. I do believe Blake is going to get popped.
I think it's a good point that you're raising though, because having to go this late in a series, an elimination series, pull out all the stops this early in a tournament, means that people you're facing later on are going to be able to look back at this series and see what your fallback is when you're up against the wire. Prep for that.
Exactly. And if I was either Flash Wolves or Fano Adversity, the loser of that match will play against Invade. Trump top? The goals give it away.
Dive will happen up here on the top side. Here's Gunner on the flank, charmed by the quickness, but dealing damage onto What the Jazz. Cat type dropped low as well. This could be big for Saigon, but they can't follow up. And now Golden Feet's looking for a play as Kaze arrives into this fight. Gunner chews away What the Jazz is HP, but can't finish the kill. And Kaze is absolutely melting people. He'll find 2 kills, and Saigon Phantoms are destroyed in the top lane, picked off in the bottom lane, and down 3 kills.
Across the board, things just going badly for the Saigon Phantoms. It starts with a catch. That's been the name of this game. It always starts with a pick. It always starts with a catch, and it always comes from a Golden Feet as well as What the Jazz. Look at this. This was a really nice prediction off the backflip from the Akali. Really good stuff from What the Jazz. And look at Akshan. Look at how useless this champion is when you don't have a lead and when you have to just stay back in DPS. Your range is so short. Every Gragas Cask, every Xayah Feather is gonna be landing depending on you if you try to DPS. And you just never out DPS Xayah at this point in the game. So there's just so many problems here for SGP. They need Goni as well as Akali, Trump top, to find angles, kill Xayah, kill Kha'Zix, kill Ahri. Too many targets.
Yeah, 5 of them, if I'm being mathematical.
Sure, What the Jets as well has the force of nature.
You do have the Elder Drake coming up as well, so there's a ticking clock. Saigon have to find something in now, which is perhaps why Blake steps up to fight for his Raptors.
Just disasters. It's just everywhere. Everything is going wrong. They're blowing everything. They're not finding anything. Perfect execution used as well as Ragnarok. How can they contest this?
Yeah, 19 seconds away, and their jungler is recalling. So it's going to be very hard for Saigon to get in on this Elder Drake, which is game deciding.
It is indeed, and honestly, with your jungler not having Ragnarok, not having GAs, it's gonna be so hard for him to get into this fight. Think back to the last 2 Dragon setups. Every time you come here late, Invade are camping for you. It's gonna be the same thing again.
And so they're gonna take a swing. Saigon collapse instead on cat type, looking maybe for this Baron. They do not move fast enough. Elder is picked up, and Invade are looking for a play. What the Jet leans forward, finds a double quickness, and with the explosive cast over the top, cat types found Gunner. There's no AD carry for Saigon, and there's no jungler either. Black One's picked up as well. Saigon lose their 2 key carries right as this Baron fight begins, with the Elder already in Invade's hands.
And it's gonna be a Baron as well. They want more kills too.
Dive in. Goni in the stasis, Belby matches inside the smoke veil. Trump's finally able to get something back. A 3v2 goes against Invade, but the Baron does not. It'll be picked up. Golden V goes over the wall as well. Feeling a little frisky before Invade back off.
Yeah, not sure if they wanted to go in or get out right there, but it's fine because Invade, they take a huge dub in that situation. We keep stressing on this point. Akshan does not scale. His range is too short. He needs to find leads through skirmishing, and we saw exactly why. His range of effectiveness, it's so tiny that What the Jets didn't even need Flash to get on top of him, and we saw in the last couple of games as well. Sometimes on this Rakan, What the Jets goes in too deep. This time he has the follow-up. Cat type with the massive explosive cask to just alley-oop Gunner right back into his team. Golden Feet cleans that one up. Brilliant team fight from Invade. One of the best I've seen from them this series.
Yeah, they took a little bit of a break, a little bit of a reset in between games here. And it feels like that did make the difference for Invade.
Yeah, honestly, I think it did. And I love the touch with Spooky Ghost as well, to just look for these possible flanks.
Yeah, AOHK hunted by the Shadow Boots enchant there. They know exactly where he is. This Solar Flare spent defensively to try and stall the play, and it does, but the mid-turret is still melting, burning. As the dive comes in, AOHK is dropped down, burns to death, explosive cast hunts him down, and it sets up for the kill onto Gunner again, as Invade march down the mid lane. A 2-player advantage, a dive behind the inhibitor. Trum's kind of got to save this all by himself, and I don't see it happening. This might be Invade blocking Saigon Phantom out of this bracket, out of the SEA Championship. They're sieging the Nexus. Trum dives past the team. He can't do anything. 570, it's gone! And Saigon Phantoms from Vietnam are out of the SEA Championship as Invade lands the upset in a 3-1 victory.
Invade, that was a good game from them. I'm honestly happy with their performance in the game. I was very critical about their last 2 wins and their defeat, even the series against Fennel. They threw so much. This game, whether it was because of Saigon Phantom having a complete mental collapse or Invade just calming their nerves and finding the tempo they needed to, this was exactly what we wanted to see from them, and they delivered.
We oftentimes talk about esports as a race to the finish line. Today, it was a marathon. And Invade were able to run it, they were able to keep their tempo up, their mental together through 4 grueling games. And they are rewarded with their continued livelihoods here in the SEA Championship. We've got a panel to break it down. Any final words, Omo, before we throw to the desk?
Yeah, to whoever plays against Invade the next time, ban TF and Rakan and you're good to go.
All right, lessons learned, Coach Omo on the case. We'll toss things over to Skimmy for one final time tonight to wrap us up and set up for the games tomorrow.
Thank you very much there, team. And yeah, what a lovely series it was. We removed the Twisted Fate and suddenly the series looks a whole lot different. And whilst we said it was going to be a battle between these assassins, it felt like it was a crutch that was required. They had to get them to try and deny them, but at the same time, you've got to execute with them, and the Kazakhs might just be a fraction too good, Grandin.
Yeah, Kazakhs just seems to be too effective in a lot of these fights. And again, like we mentioned earlier, when you get rid of Twisted Fate champions, assassins with invisibility get a little bit more relevant, and really get into the forefront of the discussion. We think we saw that here with Golden Feet, but to be honest, I think Golden Feet was at the forefront of the discussion, talking about every one of Invade Esports win. And I really like this changing it up and going for a composition and a team that plays more to their jungle instead of the previous style they had towards the top side.
Man, and another player I would like to highlight is what the Jess. He really deserves this bat on his champion, which is Rakan. But before we enter game number 4, Grandin asked me, Gamernism asked me if the odds of Gragas having a burst type build or a tanky. I said burst, cat type, he really delivered. Thank you, man. So in Invade Esports, it was just full on damage that even Blake 1 could not survive.
Yeah, so some interesting choices there from Invade. A lot more damage than we expected, and they really scaled up much quicker. Saigon Phantoms, unfortunately, they had a decent early game, and the action was an interesting pick in the 3rd game, but going into the 4th, I think the novelty of the pick kind of wore off. The rose-tinted glasses came off, Invade Esports saw the pick for what it was, and were pretty good at abusing it.
The pixie dust has worn off, with apparently Akshan still not being able to do his magic in that game number 4 indeed. But overall, I mean, after the break, Invade, they just recuperated and they just hammered right through the base of Saigon Phantoms. At some point, they had no other choice but to accept the damage. There were some nice plays from Macaulay, but other than that, it was just not enough.
Yeah, let's talk about Saigon Phantom now as we get ourselves ready for the MVP vote, which quietly could really be anyone on the side there for Invade because they all had standout performances. But let's reflect now on the road that Saigon Phantom have had here in the play-in stage. They've managed to pick up one single game. They've shown us something, but Yuko, do you think they'll be going home proud of the performance they put on? Because we thought this could have gone the distance. It looked like it may have done, but in that final game there, it was a bit of a blowout with 16 kills to 3.
Honestly, I believe that they will just bow out of this competition with smiles on their faces. Me mentioned this off camera or off panelist desk on stream. It could have gone to game number 5. Just so happened that when it comes to the draft in game number 4, I just had to give it to Invade. I mean, again, damage came to a point that they just scaled really hard. If Saigon Phantom had a different, let's say, Dragon Laner, maybe a Corki, maybe a Kaisa, you could have seen a game number 5.
Look, I'm gonna go in this way, Skimmy. We touted Group B as a group of death for a reason. They went to this competition fully knowing what they had to go up against. The fact is, they got unlucky. The first half of the bracket, they played off against a very tough opponent. I believe that was the Flash Wolves, and then the second opponent was Invade. Both very difficult opponents, and unfortunately, you have to have your A game. I'm not going to go into the semantics of the specifics of each pick, saying that, if you had gone for a different Dragon Lane, that might have made a difference. In reality, playing towards Group B just means you have to be prepared to drop out of the competition if you're not able to match the change in the level of adaptation that we're starting to see here.
Well, it looks like there were some standout moments there, Yuko. I mean, we're looking back at this series and we're thinking, okay, well, Goni stepped into the position of playing the mid lane. It wasn't really the ideal circumstances for them, but certainly rose to the occasion, right? Showcased what he could do. But now, reflecting from Saigon Phantoms, let's now go to that MVP vote and let's see which way we've got here for Invade, because a bit of a split vote, I'm sure. The first two of the front runners have to be either Golden Feet or What the Jess. It will be Golden Feet on this occasion, and I mean, there were a lot of standout performances from the very get-go in that series with that stellar Graves performance to the closeout there, Yuko, on that Kazakhs.
I have to agree with what you said earlier. It will be a very close fight between Golden Feet and even What the Jess, but Colin Feet, you mentioned this. He just had positive feedback, positive vibes in all of the 4 games. But his Kazakhs for game number 4 was just the nail on the coffin for the side of Saigon Phantoms. Yeah, he was just flying around, jumping with the resets, and every leap would just almost always secure a kill. You cannot keep your eyes shut because a bug will most probably be behind you.
I'm just gonna put it this way: between Colin Feet and What the Jess, yeah, both played a great game. But Colin Feet, the stats have kind of aligned for him. And you look at this damage per minute; he's almost 300 higher than his regular season performance and his playoff performance. This is a big change. This is an indication of the style that Invade Esports are looking to push towards, where they want to have Colin Feet on carries. You saw him play the Grace, you saw him play the Kazakhs, both of which he looked very comfortable on. Even on the Olaf, you know, where he was a semi-bruiser, was still able to output a decent amount of damage. So hopefully with these changes and with these little moves towards a more Colin Feet-centric kind of team, that's where Invade are going to find a footing.
And what a turnaround, really, from their performance to start off the bracket in B here against Finland Adversity, where it was the 3-1 against them, where we saw the initiation, we saw the potential, but the execution just wasn't there. It looked like either there were nerves or there was just an inability to execute what they were trying to do. But they come into this one, they look rejuvenated, they look invigorated with a degree of confidence to say, this is the play, we're making flashes, we're making calls, and we're not going to be afraid by our opposition, which is going to be quite aggressive. I mean, that's how the series all started off. It was very bloodthirsty, but as the night has gone on, sure, delays have played a part in that, but as the series has gone on, it sort of seems that this is not, you know, a flash in the pan. This is the real deal. This is Invade Esports playing at their full potential. So it's an exciting time because they'll now be going into that lower bracket final. They'll be potentially now looking at a rematch either against Finland Adversity or the Flash Wolves. And that could be rather exciting. So with that in mind, let's bring up those brackets one more time to close that here for day number 3. There's bracket A. Multiple games played out so far. The big talking point has to be the fact that Buriram United, the first team across all the teams that have qualified through to that grand final, one step away from making it out of this group now, Yuko.
Definitely. I mean, we talked about as Casters talked about it, it will be a possible close fight between Buriram or maybe even Divine. But of course, you're gonna have to survive with the Boom versus Divine Esports fight first. I believe this is a possible, I'm not gonna jinx it, but a possible game 5.
Yeah, it's a repeat. It's a rematch between Boom Esports and Divine. Both played before. Unfortunately, I think the playing field wasn't quite even for Divine. So hopefully looking to make it a lot more even this time. So take a look at Bracket B. Bracket B was an interesting one for us because, well, we already seen Invade Esports take down Saigon Phantoms and they are the first team to bow out in Bracket B. I'm looking forward to see between Flash Wolves and Finland Adversity. I think this is such a difficult bracket to kind of expect for because of how strong everyone is.
Definitely. Bracket B, definitely the bracket of Beth, as TJ would like to call it. But before we go to the Bs, you're gonna have to survive the battle of the Fs. Finland Adversity versus Flash Wolves. Two very powerhouse teams. I would love to see what kind of fight will we have.
Yeah, Bracket B has just been shaping up to be such a mess. Honestly, taking a look at Bracket C as well, you know, it's been an interesting one for sure. Banana with a 3-0 win. A little bit unexpected, I'm not going to lie. I did expect him to win, but not maybe such a convincing fashion. And so the upper brackets, it's an interesting one for sure. The QWQ and LFD, I mean, that's the one that I'm looking for. I want to look for the Dark Horse, the team that's coming in here to play spoiler, and maybe, just maybe, steal away, spawn away from Banana or Team Flash.
Honestly, with the QWQ and LFD matchup, I'm expecting unorthodox picks, but more catered to their comfort. It's weird for some of the viewers, it's weird for some of the casters, but with these two teams, it's just their comfort picks.
Well, those are the brackets, and thank you for the recall of what we've seen so far across these play-in stages. I do believe we can bring up that schedule now as well, because that is exactly what we're looking forward to for day number 4. It's been a long night here, but there is more to look forward to because it's only, what are we down to today? I'm going to look at the clock because it has been a long one. We've ticked over the Friday. It was Thursday. We've still got action going through to Sunday. So plenty of action still to sink your teeth into. And Bracket C, as you guys have highlighted, should be the one that gets us a little bit excited. I'm looking at you, Banana and Team Flash. I'm wondering what you guys can achieve. So keep your eyes peeled out for that one. So let's bring up that schedule. And for sure now, we know exactly what we have to feast our eyes on. It's another best of 5. Why would it not be? It all starts off there with Singapore's Banana taking on the Flash. I call them the Flash because they are the team known as the Flash. They come up from Vietnam. 1 p.m. Singapore time is where the action starts off once again. Final University, they'll be then doing battle against the Flash Wolves, and that one should be my personal highlight of the night. And then the show will close out with that lower bracket banger in bracket C, QWQ taking on Looking for Daddy. Where are we looking here, team? Because, I mean, quite honestly, all these games could shape up to be rather exciting.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Banana versus Flash, this is the start of the day, and this is the start of the day for me. I'm casting that one with Omo, and I think we're going to look for something exciting there. Banana have come in here surprisingly better on form than we might have expected, and against the Vietnam region's 4th seed, they might just stand a chance to pull it away. I don't quite know. I don't know what to expect. I've doubted them once before. Got burnt for it. We're all in Banana now.
My eyes fixated on the second series for tomorrow. Whoever wins that will be one best of series 5 away from actually advancing into our group stages. Again, 2 powerhouse teams. I just cannot wait to see them duke it out.
Well, that's day 3 done and complete here in the Wild Rift Sea Champs. It's been a long one. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We'll see you tomorrow for day number 4.